Chapter 1. He remembered getting hit by a truck, and the next thing you know, boom, you are in this white room sitting opposite an old man who tells you that he is the creator and that your death is a mistake, and the one who was supposed to die was the girl next to you. I sighed and asked, "So do I get to choose the world I get to reincarnate in, or is it random?" The creator smiled, answered, "Random actually." I sighed. "Let's get this started." God snapped his fingers as the wheel appeared out of thin air. I deadpanned, "So a spinning wheel, huh?" God shrugged, said, "Sorry kid, this is the only way." The spinning wheel was spun and it landed on Teen Wolf. I was surprised it was something I knew, while not everything, but still enough to survive. I asked, "Do I get any wishes?" Creator nodded and replied, "Yes, 4 wishes. Don't bother trying to wish for any anime or op wishes." I thought for a while, as this world was filled with supernatural beings who will just kill you just because they don't like you. I didn't want to be a vampire or werewolf, as these were too common. I then decided my wish and said, I want to be a Shadowhunter. But I want to be the Shadowhunter with purest angel blood, making me gifted in the rune creation. 2 ND wish is to have the institute with every knowledge and weapons in it. 3 RD wish intuitive aptitude, and the last wish is to have the mortal instruments. Call me lazy, but he was not about to start from scratch. The creator was thoughtful and replied, "The first wish is pretty easy, since you would basically become the first Nephilim and the one with purest angel blood. Since you won't have many restrictions like that of the original Shadowhunter world, you would be quasi-immortal. Your strength, speed, durability and reflex will make you the go head-to-head with the alpha werewolf easily, that is without the runes on you." I nodded as this was okay. God continued, "The second wish is also grant-able, as you would need the knowledge and weapons to counter the supernatural beings in this world. You would be able to teleport that whole building to where you desire. The third wish is also easy." Creator then waved his hands and said, "But the last wish is a bit tricky, but still granted. The mirror use will be changed." Toy nodded and thought about the mortal instruments. The mortal instruments are the 3 divine items given by the angel Raziel to Jonathan Shadowhunter, the first of the Nephilim. The mortal cup, mortal sword and mortal mirror. Raziel gave them to the Nephilim not only for individual use, but also in case of dire emergency, when he would heed their call only once when used. Altogether, the instruments would summon the angel. 1,000 years ago, the angel Raziel was summoned during a time when the incursion was at its peak, when a huge wave of demons crossed dimensions into the human world. Raziel rose from Lake Lynn and mixed some of his own blood with the blood of Jonathan in a cup, which became known as the Mortal Cup, and gave it to him to drink, entrusting with him the responsibility of creating more of his kind by letting others drink from it. Along with the cup, Raziel also gave him the mortal sword. The sword is used in trials to determine if a Shadowhunter is being deceitful, and the mirror, which in reality is actually a lake that is the entrance to the Shadowhunter's home country, which is Idris, is the Shadowhunter homeland, their home hidden from mundanes. The country is surrounded by mountains and wards. I needed power to survive. It was needed among such beings as the Najatun, Hellhound, Beast of Gavadan, etc. As I hesitantly asked, "Can you make sure the Shadowhunters can be created through the Mortal Cup doesn't have any sort of issues, and also if they betray me or my rules they will lose their powers and knowledge?" I blacked out after that. While I didn't know that, AI made slight mistake, which was that God, to make something rival my abilities, he made slight adjustments, like demons were roaming the earth and most of them made the werewolves look like nothing but kids fighting each other. Strength enhances a Shadowhunter's strength, fades with time. Have to reapply swift, gives a Shadowhunter the ability to move/react quickly with effortless grace. Agility. A rune is a long-lived rune that equips the marked Nephilim with acuity not just of body but also of mind. All Nephilim receive this rune early in their training, giving them the ability to process information quickly and to react. Angelic power typically bestowed upon a Shadowhunter at the end of her training through a rune ceremony. Courage in combat. This rune gives whoever wears it bravery beyond that of a typical Shadowhunter. Deflect helps Shadowhunters fend off incoming blows. Deflect/block rune helps Shadowhunters fend off incoming blows. Although handy in fierce conflicts and quickly and easily applied, it is often impractical to use in the course of battle. It is most effective when applied on defensive structures. It must constantly be reapplied to be effective. Endurance helps empower an individual in a tough situation. Again, fades away with time, has permant ones. Enlighten gives a Shadowhunter the power to see/receive information that would be otherwise overlooked. Equilibrium gives the wearer perfect balance. Expectation helps calculate the future. Almost as if it could be predicted. Fearless completely eliminates the feeling of fear from the wearer. Fireproof gives Nephilim the ability to walk through and withstand fire. Flexibility allows Shadowhunters to be more flexible than usual. Fortitude gives an individual strong resolve, will, and inner strength. It raises mental and emotional strength when facing adversity, danger, or temptation. Fortune gives luck to the wearer. Heightened speed. The heightened speed rune, or simply known as the speed rune, is a mark that enables the wearer to move at great speed when required, in any environment or condition. It fades slowly over time. Insight/foresight helps Nephilim to think clearly when faced with a problem, and also gives them a better understanding of past, present, and future events. Iritsa. This rune can heal any wound an individual acquires. Love. This rune has no purpose except to show the love that is shared between two Nephilim. Parabatai. This binds two Shadowhunters together for life, so that they can draw on each other's strength. Precision. Precision rune gives the Nephilim the ability to perform tasks requiring a high degree of precision. When activated, the rune allows the Nephilim an intense focus, attention to detail, and the capacity to repeat tasks exactly. It also instills in its user extremely refined aim, typically of a weapon soundless used to avoid detection. This allows a Shadowhunter to move about soundlessly. Speak in tongues allows Nephilim to not only speak and understand any language, but also allows them to communicate with each other in a way that demons cannot understand. Stamina gives an individual the strength for withstanding fatigue. Voyance. This rune gives partial, temporary invisibility by casting a glamour over the wearer, allowing them to hide from mundane and demons. Abundance. Overflowing fullness. Abundance of the heart. Acceleration. Act of accelerating. Increase of speed or velocity. Accuracy. The condition or quality of being true, correct, or exact. Freedom from error or defect. Precision or exactness, correctness. Action, a process or state of acting or of being. Active. Agility, a power of moving quickly and easily. Agony. Extreme and generally prolonged pain. Awareness, a state or condition of being aware. Bind. Toto. Fasten or secure with a band or bond to bind two demons, Shadowhunters, automatons, downworlders, objects, etc. together. Calm. Anger calms the anger of Shadowhunters. Clarity, clearness, or lucidity as to perception or understanding. Communication, act or process of communicating. Courage in combat, gives Nephilim courage in combat. Craft, a help with craft creation. To help with creation. Knowledge gives Nephilim more knowledge about certain subjects. Manifest, readily perceived by the eye or the understanding. Mnemosyne is one of many memory runes, along with a rune called eidetic memory. It is a permanent memory rune that grants the Shadowhunters great memory in general. Persuade helps Shadowhunters persuade someone to do something or let them have anything. Power. It increases the power of a Shadowhunter. Recall. Have edict. Memory. Vision. A vision rune serves to enhance the wearer's sight and even their ability to read from a distance, capable of focusing or zooming in on something. Voyance. This rune is the most basic and permanent rune given to Shadowhunters at a young age, typically placed on the back of the person's dominant hand. This serves to enhance and focus the sight, giving the wearer extrasensory perception, allowing the Shadowhunter to see contemporary events beyond their sight, past concealment, such as glamour, and, with training and practice, to identify downworlders on sight. Alarm, a rune by Clare that sets off an alarm after a certain period of time. 14. Emissio slows blood loss and speeds natural blood replacement. 15. 6. Compass gives the Shadowhunter a sense of the four cardinal directions at all times. It is one of the first runes given to most Shadowhunters. 8. Dexteritas gives the Shadowhunter a permanent increase in dexterity. Farsighted sharpens vision, allows user to see faraway things more clearly, though not without some limitation. Fortis gives the Shadowhunter a permanent increase in strength. Mendelin grants partial and temporary invisibility through glamour. As a healing rune, it strengthens the victim's constitution. Necromancy is used to let the deceased speak for a short time. However, the pain of having their soul forcefully pulled back to the world of the living would combine with the pain of their existing injuries, causing them immense pain, rendering them unable to speak. When the rune is destroyed, as Luke did with green acid, the resurrected dies once again. Night vision / Nyx allows the Shadowhunter to see in the dark. Opening / unlocking runes. Open, a rune with several variations that ensure that there is no mundane locks. In theory, is closed to Nephilim. Portal rune, a rune by Clare that works by creating a portal for rapid travel all over the world. Clare is the only one able to use it. Sanglier's blood replacement rune is used to transfer blood when the body needs it, but is extremely dangerous. Shelter acts to shelter one from the elements if stuck outside, protecting them from things such as rain or hypothermia. Thermos keeps the Shadowhunter warm. To hold against pursuit, a curved rune that looks like a sickle, with 3 parallel lines and a rayed star. It can be drawn on doors to block it against pursuers, and its efficacy is largely dependent on the strength and accuracy of the mark and the inscribing ability of the person who drew it. Tracking allows someone to track a person's whereabouts and, in some cases, see what the person is seeing, if one has a possession of the person being tracked. It is drawn on the back of the hand of the tracker, while gripping the object in the other hand. They are easy to learn to draw but difficult to use correctly. If used successfully, the Shadowhunter will see visions of the subject's location and may be accompanied by a knowing sense of orientation. This is often used by the Clave to track down criminals and even demons. Chapter 2. The background created by God was simple. In AD 1000, shortly after the first Christian millennium, the demons began their large-scale invasion, termed the Incursion, of the world. Around this time. At that time Angel Raziel appeared to Alexander Raziel, making him a Nephilim with his blood, thus making him the first Shadowhunter. Angel Raziel, to help Alexander through his quest, gave him the mortal instruments to begin the race of Nephilim. These Nephilims created through the mortal cup will not be as strong as him, but will have enough strength to defeat the supernatural beings in the world. Before recruiting, Alexander started learning all form of martial arts and sword fights. After becoming a master at it, did he move on to studying the Book of the Covenant, which is a tome given to Alexander by the angel Raziel, containing all the runes they could use in their life and war against demons. The book interestingly updates itself as new runes are found out. Runes are symbols that grant beings various supernatural abilities. For Shadowhunters, runes are a complex runic language given to them by the angel Raziel, which grants them powers beyond those of mundanes or normal humans. Runes are burned into Shadowhunters' skin using steels, and are their most common tool in their fight against demons and other supernatural. There are thousands of runes, and Alex, because of his potent angel blood, is able to create new runes. Alex, using the steel, burned runes into his skin like Fortis, heightened speed, foresight, recall, etc. Alexander created a separate book from the Book of the Covenant, which was known as the Grey Book, formerly the Book of Grammar. That runes or marks the Nephilims are permitted to use have certain restrictions. Alexander even created runes called tract runes, meant to hold contracts between certain groups or individuals. Those that break the contract have to suffer said consequences. After that, Alexander went on to recruit 50 members. With slight help from Raziel, they were persuaded. The training took 20 years. After the hunt for demons began, it was successful, that they started making a name for themselves, and churches started to assist in their own way by becoming safe houses meant to lodge and assist Nephilim from around the world in their quest to kill demons. Demons are malevolent, interdimensional beings that travel between worlds, destroying everything in their path. They return to their home dimension, the void, when they die in their corporeal form. Religiously, they are defined as hell's denizens and the servants of Satan. The demons are classified into 2: greater demons and lesser demons. The greater demons are demons who are more powerful and have distinctive identities. A significant class of greater demons includes the princes of hell. Examples were like Lilith, Abedonagramon, Asmodeus, Astaroth, Azazel, Lucifer, etc. Lesser demons, the term used to refer to the demons with no identity or intellect and which are so common that they fall under a particular species or classification, e.g. Asmodei, Kuri, Ravener, Shax, etc. Alexander was able to create a similar setup to the Shadowhunter world. Like the Council is the governing body of the Clave. They are based in Alicante. They write the laws which Shadowhunters and other supernatural beings must observe. The Council also signs the accords and dictates decisions for official agreements between Shadowhunters and supernatural beings. The Clave is the collective name for the political body made up of all active Shadowhunters. The Clave interprets the law and makes decisions on important matters that affect the Nephilim, which also sometimes affect other supernatural beings. All Shadowhunters who recognize the authority of Idris make up the Clave. While Clave members hold a sway in decisions made regarding important matters relevant to their race, final decisions are made by the Council. But these decisions could be overturned by Alexander, as he is their leader or king in a way. Then there is the Iron Sisters, who are warriors. Once accepted into the sisterhood, the members are marked with sacred runes, allowing them to shape pure adamus, which is a mystical stone used by Iron Sisters in forging weapons for the Nephilim, particularly seraph blades. Only Iron Sisters typically have access to adamus. The adamus is shaped by Iron Sisters into weapons. Only the sisters, who are marked with sacred runes upon acceptance into the sisterhood, are capable of it, thus making them the keepers and the only ones able to craft and handle the metal into tools that Nephilim need. The sisters call upon the power of the angels to imbue their energy into the blades they make, during which they hear the angels whisper. Their blood is also apparently purified. A Book of the White is a spell book, one of the most powerful and famous volumes on supernatural work in the world, along with the Grey Book. It is an ancient tome of extreme power known to the beings of the shadow world, and is considered an article of dark magic. It is a small book bound in white leather with the title written in gilded Latin letters, its contents written in Greek. The book contains several different recipes for potions, incantations for spells, some of which are black magic, as well as additional information which can be used for research, with the book specializing in binding and unbinding spells, specifically the kind that tie and untie the soul to the body. Thus the war with the demons began. Chapter 3. Alexander knew the war with demons were close, but he didn't think it was this close, and the one they were fighting against was Lilith, the mother of demons and greater demon. Unlike the previous fights, this fight took a large number of Shadowhunters with them. Flashback. It was battle between mother of demon Lilith and Alexander Raziel, the first Shadowhunter. Around them the battlefield was many demons and Shadowhunters fighting. A ferocious battle to the death between hundreds of demon and even more Shadowhunters. Battlefield is one of endless blood and screaming and fire and terror. Alexander Raziel was killing everything in his path, without any mercy. We can see his angelic marks or runes adorned on his arms and neck. Alex was carrying his seraph sword, whose runes were glowing with power. Lilith was in her demon form with sharp teeth, green eyes and 2 black horns. She had red wings. Upon her entry into the battlefield, everything changed. Remaining demons had gone into a frenzy. Lilith slashes at Alex with her claws, causing Alex to back away. Alexander and Lilith were going back and forth, with both causing each other more and more injuries. Alex was able to cut off one of her demon wings with seraph blades. Both Lilith and Alexander were wounded, as Lilith holds Alexander off. Lilith was still a bit more powerful, as she pushes her claw towards his face, as she with demonic voice spoke, "Come join me, beloved, we can rule over mortals together." Alexander really found Lilith hot, there was no denying it, but only human form, not her demonic one. But he knew that the whole rule over humanity won't work, as fate's a bitch, they would always create someone to counter you no matter what. Also Lilith was very hypocritical and was an expert manipulator, so he was going to trust her. Alexander lets Lilith swing her claws towards him and dodges them, backing up with each swing. But this time Alexander, with quick swing of his blade, takes Lilith's arm, causing the mother of demons to scream in pain. Lilith, seeing her army is defeated, decided to retreat, but with one of her wings broken she was slower in flight. Alex quickly takes out a dull tubes. Once activated, a spear springs to life. The SPE-AR has runes cut into it that glow beneath the surface. Blow. Alex, rising, loads for a mighty throw and then lets his spear fly as one after the escaping Lilith, who sensed danger, but was unable to move away as the spear slams it into Lilith's back and plunged through her chest. Lilith looks down at the spear that is buried in his chest. As she burst in flames. The surviving Shadowhunters are cheering at their leader, who's standing victorious against a greater demon and mother of all demons, Lilith. Alexander looked at the cheering crowd, could only think, this is just the beginning. After all, Lilith was banished back to Edom or held. He knew she would be back, but she would need centuries to return back to her full strength. Flashback ended. Alexander was surprised when even more agreed be Shadowhunters. He had thought many would leave after their first fight with a greater demon. But surprisingly many wanted to continue fighting. The church started giving more support, but the new recruits had power-hungry idiots who thought they could just get the power and run away. But it was still easily managed. They were able to create more institutes around the world. Also a slight problem began. It was the idea of keeping angel blood potent. The idea was so idiotic at Alexander about the pure blood idiots from Harry Potter. Seriously, he was able to kick the ones who ran their mouth about it out. 5. So a question: who should I pair the MC with? 1. Isabella Lightwood. 2. Malia Tate. 3. Lydia. Also, how is It? Chapter 4. After the defeat of Lilith, Alexander went on with his day-to-day duties like just a few days ago. They found and executed a warlock named Mundus. He was the son of Azazel. Being abused by his birth mother for being called demon, he lashed out at the world. Once his powers came to be, at which point exactly he could only depend on his demon parent to survive. Once he learned how to use his powers, he started sacrificing humans for power or in the name of his father. They were able to execute him before things got worse. Warlocks are born from demons and humans, usually rape or deceit from shape-shifting eidolon demons, disguised as humans or a human's loved one or an object of sexual desire. Through this, some warlocks may have half-siblings and quite possibly a pure sibling from a human parent raped or tricked more than once. Warlocks are immortal beings. At one point in their lives they stop aging, which point exactly will depend on their demon parent. At one point, however, after an unspecific but long duration of time, warlocks, like most immortal or long-lived beings such as silent brothers, can fade and petrify. When they grow bored or unsurprised by life and stop looking forward to their years ahead, when the weight of their long lives settle on them, they may begin to lose their minds and/or stop feeling and living. In all other essences of the word except literally, a universal trait among them is their warlock or demon marks, a part of their body that is strange or unique that identifies them as unearthly. Warlocks from the same demonic bloodline may have similar demonic features on their bodies. Alexander sees on his fellow council members arguing over the fact whether they should hunt down and kill all the warlocks to prevent future trouble, meaning to kill them when they are young, while majority were actually not comfortable with the whole killing those that never done them anything wrong. The one who was vocal about it was Michael Morgenstern. He was an annoying bastard who spoke, Lord Raziel. The council has made a decision. Alexander frowned. He hated the whole Lord concept. Alexander glared at them as he replied, I recognize the council has made a decision, but given that it's a stupid-ass decision, I've elected to ignore it. Many already knew now the decisions won't pass as Alexander was against it. Morgenstern was bristled but controlled himself and said, Lord, you must understand these warlocks are a danger to everyone. Their fathers are greater demons and they will turn on us when they get a chance. Alexander sighed and replied, just because 2 warlocks went all revenge crazy doesn't mean all of them will. You must understand these warlocks are usually born through either rape or deceit from shape-shifting eidolon demons, disguised as humans or a human's loved one or an object of sexual desire. As Alexander stood up, everyone leaned forward wanting to hear his thoughts, and as he continued, these kids are thrown out of their homes or killed because of their appearance. The ones that do survive come to hate humanity or us as a whole. When Mundus started attacked a village to sacrifice people for their father's sake, I didn't object in killing him because he had blood on his hands and his father Azazel had already brainwashed him. All the council members nodded as Alexander added, but now the whole decision to kill of young warlocks, just because of their demonic blood, it taking it bit too far. These kids never chose to be like this. Mundus the warlock we killed, he was lulled into Azazel's side easily because his family already rejected him because of his demonic blood, which was something beyond his control. All the council members seemed to think carefully as some nodded. Alexander continued, we have a chance to give these children a higher purpose. We cannot blame them for the sins of their parents. These children would most probably be abandoned without a second thought. So I am reminding, should you move forward with this decision, not only will you lead these children with potential for good into the hands of their demonic parents, who might turn them into weapons that could be used against us. Jason Herondale spoke up, Master, so you want to make them our allies, instead of killing them and making them our enemies? Alexander nodded and replied, yes, all the demons have to do is point out the fact we will kill anyone who is perceived as a threat, and many like fairfolk, werewolves or kitsunes would join the demons out of fear. Thus the decision was made that these children would be adopted and taught magic, since nearly all warlocks are, to some extent, practitioners of magic. Some inherit more magical aptitude than others, and those who cultivate that aptitude may become quite powerful. The most gifted may find themselves able to study demonic magic and become scholars. Jason, one of the 3 protégés of Alexander, considered to be reaching his level, although Jason knew Alexander was never serious during their fights. The other 2 are Katrina Blackthorne and James Lightwood. As Alexander was about to leave, Katrina spoke up, Teacher, the council has told you to accompany us to meet the Sea Lie Queen Amara for our alliance. Alexander had only met the Sea Lie Queen once and the woman was hellbent on making him her husband. Alexander just nodded and walked away. The Seelie Court is a division of fairies and their land, along with the Unseelie Court. They are led by the Queen of the Seelie Court, while the King of Unseelie Court has its own king. 7. Poll closed. Isabella Lightwood won by huge margin. I saw some of you wanted me to add Malia, not sure about that. But we will see. 8. So notice I know the whole fairy thing may make people think I am adding too many Shadowhunter things. But the fairies have a realm of their own, so they won't come to the human realm often. Another thing someone pointed out was the presence of vampires. I had plans to include them. Vampires in Shadowhunters comes to existence in 1444 during time of Vlad III, so I was planning a whole killing the species as vampires couldn't control their thirst much. You have werewolves, but no vampires. So should I cut out the fairy and vampires out? Chapter 5 Seelie Realm. Seelies are also known as fairies or the fair folk. Pixies, nixies, and elves are also considered seelies. They cannot lie, though they use evasive and distraction tactics to avoid directly answering questions they do not want to. They are an extremely manipulative, cunning, and mischievous race, also because of their angel and demon blood attributing to both their beauty and malevolence. They are not something to be looked down because of mortal myths. James, Jason, and Katrina were following their teacher as James questioned, "So Seelie Court, where is that?" Being the youngest, he didn't have much knowledge beyond that of combat. Alexander answered, "The nearest entrance is next to native settlement, so it's not good idea to got there. That it's best to take Toulouse in France." James was questioned, "But it's in another realm. Where does the Seelie Queen lives?" Alexander answered, "There is portal that connects to their realm. There are 7 portals in all. We were able to get the information only because the Queen let us. A/N. Each portal is next to Niemten, which is in Greenland, Northern Africa, Toulouse in France, Zhengzhou in China, Logashkino in Siberia, Brasilia in Brazil, and Beacon Hills." Katrina spoke up, "I requested an audience with her to discuss the alliance. She is quite eager to meet you again, teacher." Alexander groaned as he remembered the Queen's interest in him, while he was okay with lovers. But the Seelie Queen was not particularly a good candidate because of their habit of manipulating people to get better outcome. Jason questioned his teacher, "That shouldn't be too hard, right? Seelies can't lie." Alexander sighed and answered, "Technically, yes. But after hundreds of years of practice, they can expertly manipulate the truth, and the Queen's the master. They easily give you half-truth or completely deviate the conversations into another. Also, you cannot question them unless they ask you, as there is chance they will be angry with you and see it as being rude to their queen." James nodded and with added this thoughts, "She's very dangerous. The entire realm is under her control. The chances of returning back are not great, unless you have teacher or another high-ranked Shadowhunter." Alexander looked at his proteges with seriousness and explained, "Look, Seelies have the beauty of angels and the viciousness of demons, and those opposing qualities make them unpredictable. Unlike werewolf or demon, who prefer to attack you head-on, but Seelies, they want to trick you into your own self-destruction. They are manipulative, so keep your guard up around them all the time. Thankfully they keep to themselves most of the time, and lyrics ones we meet in the mortal world are druids." Alexander is looking over a bridge, staring at the water. Alexander sighs, then looks at his students and with serious tone explained, "Last warning, do not sign any contracts or agree to any bargains with fairies. Fairies love to haggle but will usually do so only if they are sure they will win. Do not eat or drink anything a fairy gives you. Do not go attend their magical revels under the hills. They will paint a beautiful picture of what awaits you there, but its beauty is false and hollow. Do not tease a fairy about their height. Do not expect direct answers to direct questions. Do expect indirect answers to indirect questions." All 3 protégés seriously took everything their teacher said and was on their guard as Alexander gestures at the creek, as Jason looks at the water with confusion as he questioned, "So the portal to the Seelie Court is in a creek?" Katrina answered, "Not in it. Through it." Seelies are an extremely manipulative and cunning race of downworlder that have a mystical connection to the earth. Alex runs and leaps over the fence, jumping into the water. Before he hits the water, he's suddenly gone, transported through a portal, while Jason, James, and Katrina gave each other a nod, then jumped into the portal in the Seelie Woods. Jason, James, and Kate Ina appeared next to Alexander, who was keeping a watch over the surrounding. They look at the wonderful world around them. Snow falls on their heads. The Seelie realm was as in tune with nature. It was very enchanting forest, but there is danger in every corner and the Seelie realm is a glade, which hid very huge secret, which all the Seelies guard to the death point 10, Fairy Queen 2 all three look around in awe, the fairy realm or Seelie realm. It was really beautiful and breathtaking, there was even snow falling. Alexander takes the lead, follows after them. The Seelie woods was dangerous as all three students still remembered their teacher's orders and stayed together. Alexander, Jason, James and Katrina are making their way to the court. James, looking around, questioned, for a dangerous mission the Seelie court's pretty peaceful. Katrina shook her head, she clearly remembered the details from the ancient books and answered, it may look like we are being dropped inside a fairy tale. But don't let it fool you, every creature or plants here will kill you if given the chance. Alexander gestures towards a tree with insects are buzzing around it and said, just look at the tree for instance. James questioned, is that blood? Having enhanced senses, he could pick up one of the flowers of the tree had blood on it. Alexander nodded and answered, that is called a kill tree. It would have wrapped its vines around you and torn you limb from limb. The Seelie Queen has absolute control over the plants in this realm, making it very dangerous to be in. All three students became highly vigilant. Alexander warned his students, look, in the Seelie realm it's not just creatures that are deadly. It's everything. If you want to survive, don't touch, eat or smell anything. No matter how small. Alexander, Jason, James and Katrina stop walking when they see the palace rising up on a hill. Katrina with slight awe said, it's so beautiful. Alexander spoke up, don't let it blind you. Let's go. They make their way to the palace. Inside the Seelie court enter an open space with a throne in the center. A Seelie brushes past Clare, touching her hair. Alexander, James, Jason and Katrina were on their guard as the Seelie Queen, also known as Amara Scarlet Hair. Her eyes were green and she had pointed ears. Seelies surround them, petting them. As Alexander, using the communication rune, said, don't worry, they are taking away our weapons, it's a security measure. When they're gone they can't find her weapons anymore. Katrina said, they even took my steel. Jason and James gave nod, then replied in unison, yeah, mine too. Seelie Queen, rising from her throne, said, you'll get them back when you leave the court. Alexander, bowing, said, your majesty. What an honor seeing you again. James was surprised, thought the rune said, wait, that's the queen? Amara smiled and replied, it's lovely to see you again, Alexander. The queen approaches the trio with slight interest and curiosity, says, so you are Alexander's protégés, I have heard they are the strongest ones till now. James, puffing up his chest, said, wow, word travels fast down here. Seelie Queen nods and replies, it does. I hear whispers from the birds, the bees and the bugs. They're all in my service. That only made the trio warier. They didn't know the fact the queen was a little frustrated she couldn't get more information about them. But having practiced, she masked it skillfully. The maids have set the table. Alexander, James, Jason and Katrina all sit down on a pillow. The Seelie Queen is talking to some of her servants. Katrina asked through the communication runes to Alexander, I thought you said she was ancient. She looks like she hasn't even hit puberty. Alexander, through the communication rune, told, she is ancient. She uses Seelie magic to manipulate her age. James could help, mutter, genius. She tries to seem all innocent and cute, but it is all an illusion to make everyone underestimate her. Seelie Queen Amara questioned with a smile, so Alexander, you haven't visited in a long time? The queen sits down on the last pillow. Alexander nodded and answered, I have been busy with my Shadowhunter duties, but we really should discuss business. Seelie Queen nodded understanding and said, so was I.no about the treaty. Both Alexander and the queen went on and discussed the treaty, seeing both soon agreed and signed it. Seelie Queen explained, but we need additional help. Alexander was curious as he gave a nod. As Amara continued, Nephilim is an ancient tree in a grove. It is often chosen to be the consecrated sacred meeting place for the Seelie who live in the mortal realm. The Nephilim contains powerful magic that is only vaguely understood, and it gains its power from ritual sacrifices that occur at the tree or on the telluric currents that run through it. Alexander nodded, as it was believed that any harm that came to the Nephilim would cause the surrounding towns and villages to suffer from plagues, strife, and other kinds of natural disasters. Seelie Queen Amara spoke up, the druids who are our descendants was given the duty is to watch over the Nephilim, which acts as a connection between the two worlds. So from time to time the druids would do simple druid rituals to energize the Nephilim. Amara brought a map with spots about the world marked like Greenland, Northern Africa, Toulouse in France, Zhengzhou in China, Logashkino in Siberia, and Brasilia in Brazil. Amara gestured to the map and said, "The portals to the Sea Lie realm is connected to the Nemeton, so we wanted Shadowhunters you trust to protect it." Alexander nodded and replied, "Do not worry, we will make sure to guard it. This knowledge will be known to a few." Amara smiled and nodded. She then turned to her older mature form saying, "Now the business is done, you are going to have to spend time with me all day." Alexander winced, seeing no way out. He nodded, while he saw his students silently leaving. Traitors 11. Vampires. It was in AD 1444 that the first vampires were created in a public ceremony. The greater demon Hecate was summoned in a massive blood-based sacrifice held at the court of Wallachia, which is the modern-day Romania. In exchange for his impressive sacrifice and act of savagery, Hecate transformed Vlad III and a large majority of his court into the first vampires. The whole city was bathed in blood, while the council was called and the genocide of the whole vampire race was called into motion. Even Alexander didn't say anything, as the number of humans killed was too much to turn a blind eye to, and the involvement of a greater demon made it even more complicated as these people actually summoned him. Vampires are extremely vulnerable to fire. Though they are strong and durable, their bodies are weaker and less resistant to burning. Then there is holy water, and other common blessed materials such as angelically aligned swords are harmful to vampires and will scorch and burn their flesh. Holy religious symbols like a crucifix, a Bible, etc., may be harmful to them if they hold weight for the target vampire, depending on their belief system. While still mundane, most new vampires with religion in their life are not able to speak holy names such as gods, but older vampires gain the ability through years of practice. Vampires can even train themselves to resist the pain caused by these religious names and objects. If a vampire did not ascribe to religious faith as mortals, they do not develop an aversion to holy symbols and names. Vampires cannot stand the direct light of the sun. A ray of sunlight will burn the skin of vampires and cause blisters to appear on their skin. Full exposure to the sun will cause them to burst into flame dramatically, quickly reducing them to ash. It would take walls to protect vampires from sunlight, while layers of cloth will simply be penetrated through by the light. For this reason, vampires are normally careful to remain dormant and inactive during daylight hours. Artificial light, such as that of gaslight or electric light, may cause discomfort in vampires if it is strong enough, but they are normally able to remain undamaged unless already very weak. Witchlight, being light of angelic origin, may harm vampires to a lesser extent than sunlight. The sunlight rune created by Alexander became the strongest weapons against vampires in the war. An exception to this are daylighters, or vampires who are invulnerable to sunlight, but the numbers are really rare and how they came to be are not known. Wooden stakes crafted out of oak and piercing through a vampire's heart will slay them instantly. Silver is toxic to vampires and causes them to experience pain, headaches, and nausea, though it will not kill them. A handful of Shadowhunters moves silently through the misty forest at a pace impossibly fast for the lack of sound. Jason opens his stance and twirls the shaft of his spear, blurring the speed of its arc. It pierces straight through the heart of the vampire. Thousands of vampires were rushing against the wall of shields. The Shadowhunters slide, plowing the earth as their feet are forced back. A vampire draws the first blood, grazing across the shoulder of a young Shadowhunter. He cries out in anger, breathing hate into the Shadowhunter's will. Alexander strains as he and his men finally slow the tide of silk and wicker, steel and dark skin. They find a foothold that stops their backward movement, and all at once 1,000 vampires' eyes grow large with fear as Leonidas lowers his body and pushes forward, thrusting through vampires 2 at a time. Especially with sunlight rune carved into their weapons cause the vampires to turn into ashes upon contact. The captain rolls over the enemy without pause, piercing through their heart or puncturing their lungs with such power that the air escapes the chest wounds in great geysers. Alexander yelled, "Push on!" They push on, never breaking their impenetrable human wall. Jason with swing of his sword cutting into vampires' throats, the cries of pain muffled as they fall and turn into nothing but ashes. Jason yells, "Push!" They push on. The Shadowhunters gather strength from angels themselves. The vampires fall upon each other, one after the other. The cries of men, strange tongues from foreign lands, groans and screams drift out and fall back into ashes. Katrina ordered, slashing the head of incoming vampire clear to the right. Scared vampires, hearts pounding in hollow determination, fall quick prey to the skill of the Shadowhunters. Alexander sighed and yelled, "No prisoners." Alexander was not one for genocide, but these vampires sacrificed a whole city to the demons for power. That is unacceptable. A deafening advance. The Shadowhunters repel the vampires with ease, killing the incalculable numbers, and only remains were those that ran away before the fight. 12. Vampires too. Vlad never thought his army of vampires would be decimated. The only thing he could do was escape and plan for revenge. But he was spotted by Alexander, who gathers every ounce of his strength, his eyes calm, cold, and focused on his target. Alexander's muscles pulls the spear forward and lets his spear fly. Vlad was running and didn't see the spear coming. The spear flies and soars in a straight line, its shadow snaking up the ground. Vlad felt something wrong and turned around. Booth can only watch, wide-eyed, as the spear of Alexander pierced his heart, killing him as the body incinerated into a swirling cloud of black ash that sifted into the winds. Alexander looked at Jason, who was beside him, and said, "Tell the church the place is clean." Jason nodded, while Alexander knew the Shadowhunters have now grew in number and their influence is bigger than before. Their influence and reach was slowly reaching every part of the world. It was only because of Alexander that these people have money, and their family will get money every month even if they die. After all, they are risking their lives. So all of them were indebted to Alexander, then the Clave, who tried multiple times to enforce their rules, but each time to fail because of Alexander interfering. Also now Jason Herondale, Katrina Blackthorne, and James Lightwood all married and had children of their own. Alexander helped them from time to time whenever there was any serious issue. It was during this time Alexander ran into Noshiko, a celestial kitsune. Alexander had previously ran into a void kitsune, but was unable to kill him. The monster escaped at that time. Kitsune are a supernatural species of Japanese fox spirits that are also commonly referred to simply as foxes. They are creatures who live for many centuries, growing more powerful as they age, and because they are spiritual creatures, their physiology is different from that of true shapeshifters such as werewolves. All kitsunes seem to possess a multitude of supernatural abilities, such as enhanced strength, speed, and agility/reflexes, a natural aptitude for weaponry and combat, production of foxfire, and accelerated healing. However, they also possess additional powers, typically elemental in nature, which vary depending on the specific type of kitsune in question. They accumulate tails throughout their lives that increase the strength of their powers, and the most powerful of their kind are said to have 9 tails. The different types of kitsune Sanda, or Thunder Tengaku, or Heaven/Celestialumi, or Ocean Chikyu, or Earth Kukin, or Void, also known as Najitsun Kasai, or Fire Kaze, or Wind Mori, or Forest Yama, or Mountain Ongaku, or Musikawa, or River Jikin, or Time Sation, or Spirit. Malevolent fox spirits are known as Yako, and benevolent fox spirits are known as Zenko, though which types of kitsune are considered dark or light are unknown except for Void Kitsune. Both sides were wary of each other. Alexander had met a few
Look, if you've actually made it this far into the video and you're still here, come on then, hit subscribe. And honestly, if you think a friend of yours would like this, go on and share it with them. It really helps out. Right, I'm done. I'll get out of your hair now so you can get back to the good stuff. But seriously, stick around till the end. It's well worth it.
Soons, but most their species kept to themselves. So he was curious about the one in front of him. The woman was beautiful, petite young woman with long, wavy black hair, dark brown almond-shaped eyes, and pale skin. Noshiko was also curious about the person in front of her, because she could tell the person in front was not normal and had divine blood running through him. But her thoughts were broken when Alexander spoke up. "You are celestial kitsune, by the looks of it, a young heaven kitsune." Noshiko was surprised, but quickly schooled her features and asked, "You have divine blood in you?" Alexander nodded. He was hesitant, but soon went through and replied, "My name is Alexander Raziel, and I am Shadowhunter." Noshiko recognized the name from her teacher and replied, "I know that name, my teacher Jean spoke about you." Alexander's recognized the name, smiled and said, "You are Jin's student." Noshiko nodded. She was now less wary of this person. Her teacher spoke who she was ever in trouble, search for Alexander Raziel and he will help her, while she was now more curious about this person. Chapter 9. Noshiko stayed with Alexander for couple of years, both dated for while, but it just didn't work out. Alexander was okay it and went on his own way. Both of them agreed to help each other if they ever get into trouble. Alexander was working on creating new runic inscriptions. He used the hardest substance the Nephilim know of, and can only be manipulated. Shaped and used seraphic marks to weapons of his style. Alexander first made the 10 rings, which are a set of 10 Hungar iron rings. It grant their users enhance strength and longevity, be fired as projectiles, emit concussive energy blasts, and can be telepathically controlled. Alexander was now inscribing seraphic marks on a customized Remington 1858 new army revolvers, Roland's guns, his weapons of choice. These revolvers have customized swing-out cylinders, double action triggers, and fire. 45 calories, centerfire ammunition. Alexander had instilled with a lot of enchantments on it, ranging from increasing power to quick reload. While he was soon called into a meeting with Blackthorn, Herondale and Lightwood family, most of Shadowhunters can live a long life if they don't die in battle. Also, the more potent the angel blood in them, the more lifespan they have, like Jason. Katrina and James lived for more than 200 years before dying of old age. They were buried in the City of Bones, or the Silent City is the base of operations of the Silent Brothers. It is an extensive and complex city of levels and chambers so vast and deep underground. Most Shadowhunters are buried in the City of Bones. Traitors, however, forfeit their right to be buried here. They are buried in the Cemetery of Disgraced. The city has several prison cells, which hold suspected criminals awaiting trial or those who commit infractions against the clave. Interrogations with the soul sword for truths can also take place here. It was in 1598 their great-grandchildren took the position as head of the house. Alexander was close to the 3 families. Marcus was the head of Herondale family, Lewis was the head of Blackthorn, and Irina was the head of Lightwood family. All of them sat down to report the mission to their teacher. Marcus was the first one to speak. "We apprehend the demon tailor?" Alexander nodded. This was something the church wanted them to get involved because the crimes were horrifying. Alexander could tell his students were really keeping their rage in check. Demon tailor crimes were considered so horrendous, he was luring children to his tailor shop in Paris, France, where he would kill them and boil the flesh off of their bones to eat. Lewis clenched his fist and said, "We heard him regale the detailed about the horrendous abuse he inflicted on the children prior to being killed and eaten." Marcus Pretty was vomited hearing everything the bastard did. After all, downworlders doing something like this was slightly different, but this guy was completely human. Irina closed her eyes and controlled her breathing, added, "He was given to the authorities and they are planning to execute him soon. Also, they are punishing him with a Roman practice of damnatio memoriae, or condemnation of memory, which is leading to every document that even so much as mentioned him by name is being destroyed. Now, everything about him will be lost to history." Marcus, with slight grin, said. When he heard the sentence, he was raging about destroying his mark and legacy. All 3 then prayed to God for the murdered children. Alexander was also grateful that this monster was going to be executed and erased from history. Chapter 10. But it was during this time the witch hunts became a huge problem. Alexander was able to curb the issue and help out many. But even then, many still died. Became this. Also, it was during this time werewolves also started becoming a problem. There was a lot of persecutions and public burning of werewolves. This has become slightly common. Most of the time it was normal humans being burned to death because of rumors and stuff. Alexander was not sure what to think. Noshiko was with him and seeing him looking through reports about werewolves, questioned, "Are you helping them?" Alexander sighed and answered, "Some of them." Noshiko shrugged. She was okay with it. Her kind had issues with werewolves, but she didn't know there was 2 kinds of them until she met Alexander. Noshiko questioned, "Can you tell me how the downworlder-type werewolves came to be?" Alexander sighed and explained, "Hecate, a greater demon, passed on the disease to humans. The humans infected with this demonic disease gives them the ability to transform into powerful wolves, changing either under the influence of the full moon or at will." Alexander then points out a picture of a Lycaean werewolf which has a human form and can shift to varying degrees into a bipedal wolf-like creature with increased body hair, fangs, and glowing eyes. While explaining, these type are the ones you know. They are originated from Lycaon, a Greek king, who was cursed by Zeus, god of sky himself. Their eye color denotes their rank. But between these 2, downworlders are stronger and harder to fight back. Only way to permanently wound or kill a werewolf are either through a seraph blade or with pure silver. Silver is associated with the moon, and wounds made with silver weapons will not NLY cause permanent damage to the wounded, but will also cause them great pain, as even their enhanced healing abilities are not effective when a wound is inflicted by silver. Noshiko nodded and added, the Lycoan ones have quite a few weaknesses like wolfsbane can cause hallucinations, weaken, render unconscious or kill the werewolves I know. While mountain ash, when used properly, can form an impenetrable barrier to keep supernatural creatures in or out. Alexander now had two types of wolves to worry about. The downworlder werewolves are much stronger in their lupin and human forms, possess supernatural strength, grace, speed and reflexes with strong claws and canines. They also have the same unnaturally accelerated healing abilities as most other downworlders. Their eyes change to a particular color, typically green. Yellow for someone the werewolf turns or is triggered. An alpha werewolf has poison in his/her bite. This poison is fatal and needs serious intervention to be survivable. Known side effects of the poison are random transformation of the werewolf and hallucinations. New werewolves are created when an existing werewolf bites or scratches a human. However, not all attacks may cause a human to turn. Newly made werewolves need to learn to gain control of his or her transformation. When werewolves first turn, any stress or emotion, especially grief, can set them off, making them lose control of themselves and their consciousness to happenings and people around them. Of the Lycaean types are shapeshifters who have the ability to transform from an ordinary human appearance to a partially lupin form that includes glowing eyes, which are either gold, blue, or red depending on rank or other factors, pointed ears, mutton chops, claws and fangs, and a ridged brow. In rare cases, werewolves can also have such advanced shape-shifting abilities that they can actually turn into a real wolf, or can transform into a large, monstrous, bipedal wolfman. There are several known ways to become a werewolf. The two most common ones are being born a werewolf or to be bitten by an alpha werewolf. In incredibly rare occasions, the claws of an alpha can turn a human into a werewolf if they scratch the human recipient deep enough, though it is considered less effective than the bite. Myths have also stated that drinking rainwater from the pawprint of a wolf can change a human into a lycanthrope. However, these methods are not guaranteed to be successful. 15. Claude Argent, the first Shadowhunter of the Argent family. Claude Argent was mourning his brother Louise. The Argent family was a wealthy and prominent French family. So in 17th century, the family had two brothers, who were well known for their hunting skill, but one of the brothers had an encounter with a Lycaean werewolf in the woods, where he was bitten and turned into a one as well. Due to their family's code and Louise begging him, since Louise couldn't control his bloodlust. So Claude shot him and killed him. A servant came and said, "Master, there is visitor for you." Claude waved his hand and ordered, "Send them away. I am mourning my brother now." The servant once added, "They are from the church." The brought slight shock to Claude's face, so he followed the servant to the guest room, where Alexander watches the fire with unblinking eyes. Claude approaches from behind and against the backdrop of flame, sees the nebulous shape of wings. The ghostly image is visible for only a heartbeat. Claude was shocked to see the shape in the air as definition seeped into it. A set of wings. He looked at the stranger and asked, "Who are you? And what are you?" Claude did have an idea what the stranger was, but he was still having a hard time believing it. Claude also noticed a large black mark on the left side of his neck and some more on his arms. Alexander tuned looking at him and replied, "I am Alexander Raziel, a Shadowhunter, and I am here to talk about your brother." Soon Alexander explained everything about the supernatural world and Shadowhunters. Claude's guess about Alexander being a Nephilim was on target, as he muttered, "Oh mon Dieu." Alexander nodded and said, "What you did for your brother is admirable, and also he would have lost himself to the bloodlust unless he had someone really guide him through it." Claude was slightly guilty hearing his brother could have lived, but Alexander noticed this and said, "You didn't know about werewolves, nor did you know how to help him through it. Also you didn't want such a life." Claude nodded and asked, "Why are you here, Lord Raziel?" Alexander smiled and replied, "For recruiting you. Our council always goes around the world recruiting people to be Shadowhunters." Claude was shocked hearing this and asked, "You mean to change me into a Nephilim like you?" Alexander nodded and replied, "Yes, but you could take your time and tell us the answer." Claude nodded, and the next day he decided he would become a Shadowhunter and become a protector for humans. Claude Argent was recruited and taught by Alexander himself. He rose through the ranks, and Argent family in the future would also be known for producing some of the best female Shadowhunters. And it was during the 1760s that the Argent family would meet Marie-Jeanne Vallée, one of most well-known hunter in supernatural world. Chapter 12. Alexander went with his life, sometimes going on missions or council meetings, but it was during 1760s that the Clave came upon a brutal slaughter, and it was done by Lycaean werewolf. Alexander spoke up, "I believe the number of people killed are greater than we think. There is someone helping this werewolf cover it up." Everyone was now curious about his reasons, while Alexander added, "If you looked at the missing reports around that area, the number is not something small, and I am sure these children or adults are all dead. The ones found dead are also brutally ripped apart or had their throats ripped." All of the council members nodded and grimaced down at the image being painted, while the Clave was thinking about who to send as Alexander spoke up, "I am voting Henri Argent for this mission." Camilla Morgenstein was the new head of the Morgenstein family, and she had a much better head than any previous Morgenstein. So he asked, "Isn't he a bit too green for this missions? I mean, their werewolf who did this is not taken lightly." Alexander nodded and replied, "Why I will be going with him." Camilla smiled and gave nod, while Marcus, who was the head of the Herondale family, questioned, "Do we know anything else about this?" Alexander nodded and replied, "Magnus tried to do some scrying and found the person has only been werewolf for 4 years, give or take." Some frowned hearing Magnus' name. He was warlock adopted by Alexander. Magnus was born to a half-Dutch and half-Indonesian woman and the Prince of Helesmodius in the 17th century in Jakarta, Indonesia, back then known as Batavia of the Dutch East Indies. He was born seemingly normal, only with unusual amber eyes. Magnus was raised on a farm with his mother and her husband, both of whom raised him lovingly. However, when Magnus' warlock mark developed and they realized that he was the son of a demon, they both feared him. Magnus despised himself, and his mother soon hung herself in their barn. When he was 10, his stepfather attempted to drown him but was instead burned when Magnus lashed out with his powers at him. Alexander was the one to rescue him, and it took some time to get Magnus to understand the fact it was not his fault to be born like this. Magnus studied under Alexander and everything about magic. Alexander glared at the ones who were frowning, causing them to slightly flinch, while Alexander added, "So this meeting is adjourned." Alexander got up, walked to find Henri, who was training with his father. They both stopped when they saw Alexander coming towards them. Henry's father, Lawrence Argent, asked politely, "What can we do for you, Lord Raziel?" Alexander waved his hand and replied, "No Lord stuff, after all I am training Henri and I came here for Henri, he has mission." Lawrence was slightly surprised, but looked at his son and nodded as Henri looked slightly excited and asked, "What does the mission entail too?" Alexander smiled at his excitement and replied, "It is capturing a werewolf, who has massacred people around province of Gavaden." Lawrence was slightly worried, asked, "Isn't he little green for this mission?" Henri looked at his father with mock-hurt look, while Alexander chuckled and replied, "I will be joining him, he will just have to scout the place until then." Henri nodded, but what the guy didn't know was he was going to meet his future wife and kill his brother-in-law too. Henri Argent and Marie-Jeanne Vallée-Henri was the first to set out, and he was all set up with weapons and potions. When he reached the place, the most of them knew he was one of hunters sent by the king to hunt down Beast of Gavaden. But Henri made slight mistake and had activated his glamour rune and walked through town to investigate. In the town he spotted Marie-Jeanne Vallée, who was a person with natural-born ability of the sight. It is the ability to see past glamour to a thing's true nature. Normally mundanes who possess the sight are either born with it, and others may acquire it at a later point in their lives, usually after exposure to elements of the shadow world. Marie was able to spot something amiss with how no one noticed him, but she was in rush to get to her house. Henri was now in the church getting ready for investigating the forest. He was mostly a bow user and used rune-inscribed arrows. He was now activating the runes in his arrows. First he take his steel and waves it over the arrows as runes on the arrows light up. These runes are created by Alexander and let's just say are good for taking down werewolves, whose regeneration capabilities are hindered. Henri soon started investigating the forest. Let's just say he found the werewolf at 9 feet tall, thickly muscled and oil-black beast, and its eyes would completely glowing bright blue. Henri in shock muttered, "What the hell is that?" It was unlike anything he has heard about. Henri leapt into action, since he was able to spot a boy in his grip. Henri in lighting flash, Henri knocks an arrow and fires it and another. The arrows hits right in the werewolf rib and back, causing it to scream in pain and drop the boy. The werewolf ran away to not get shot again. Henri quickly rushed and checked the child, who was injured pretty seriously. But he healed it enough so the boy won't bleed to death and patched it up with some normal everyday herbs to cover it up and carried the boy to the nearby tavern. While in that particular tavern an argument or discussion about Beast of Gavaudan was ongoing. One of them was Monsieur Tolbert, the magistrate of Gavaudan, and the other was Bernard, who actually believed the beast was more than an animal. Tolbert rolls his eyes and Marie-Jean, who is peeling an apple with a knife at the bar, curiously listens to them argued. Talbot nods and replied, I am well aware. I'm also aware that every new report conflicts with the last. Some say it is part hyena, part wolf. It has red fur, black fur, cloven hooves, a stripe down its back. Bernard sighed and said, we know it kills at night. It targets the head and neck. This we know for sure. One of the men in the tavern pointed out, it won't stop. Where the wolf finds a lamb, there he seeks another. Bernard agreeing adds, but it never eats its victims. It kills for sport. Tolbert scoffs hearing this and replied, no animal kills for sport. A man with Bernard spoke up, this is no animal. Tolbert ignored that comment and said, tell that to the king. I have heard he sending a contingent of his own professional hunters. For now only one of them has arrived. Until then we can use volunteers for a hunting party. Especially someone to lead it. Just then an exhausted-looking Sebastian Valet, brother of Marie-Jean Valet, and his companion Marcel appear in the doorway of the tavern, having overheard the end of their conversation. Sebastian was tall, lean man with olive skin, black hair, and dark brown eyes. His hair was long enough to pull back with a ribbon, as was the style of the era. Sebastian yells, why ask for a volunteer? We all know who the best hunter is in Gavaudan, Marie-Jean Valet. My sister. Marie-Jean, who has heard Sebastian's voice from the bar, smiles as she stands to her feet and turns to face him with tears of joy in her eyes. She wastes no time rushing over to hug him with smile, muttering, Sebastian. After a long moment, she lets go of him and turns to Marcel, adding, Marcel, you are home. Marie laughs as she pulls Marcel into a hug as well, and Bernard approaches them as they break away, holding out his hand to shake Marcel's and with smile say, "ID, good to have you back, Marcel." Bernard then hands Marcel a set of keys and added, "Don't worry, my friend. You still have a job." Monsieur Tolbert stands and walks over to the welcome party, looking keenly at Marie-Jean and said, "I'm not going to argue with your brother, Marie-Jean. What do you say?" Suddenly, everyone in the tavern begins to chant her name in encouragement. The crowd laughs, and after a moment, Sebastian looks over at Marie-Jean with a smile and asked, "Well, will you heed their call?" Marie-Jean scowled and replied, "I hunt animals, not rumors." The tavern bursts into laughter once again, which is only stopped by Henri, another Frenchman who has come in with the injured body of a young boy in his arms and a devastated expression on his face. The tavern goes quiet, and gasps of shock are heard as they gather around him, clearing off a table so they can lay the boy down, all except for Marie-Jean, whose face has gone pale as she stares at the scene in horror. Bernard is the most affected by this as he slowly walks toward the table yelling, "Emile? Emile?" Bernard kneels on the floor and wraps his arms around the body of his bloodied son, while Henri calmed him down saying, "He is going to be okay, I patched up his wounds, it is not serious." Marie-Jean looks as though she's about to cry as well as the man breaks down in sobs and in slight relief muttered, "Mon Dieu! My son! Emile!" Henri, seeing eyes are on him, spoke up, "I found him in the woods. He whispered his last words to me before falling unconscious." Tolbert with a concerned tone asked, "What were they?" Henri takes a deep breath before he replies, "La Bête, the beast." The patrons are all stunned by this revelation, and after a moment, Marie-Jean gets a determined yet mournful expression on her face and turns to Tolbert and said, "Monsieur Tolbert, I do not know what creature did this. But the hunting party leaves at dawn." Henri now saw the women who spoke and he was slightly enchanted by her beauty. She with pale white and lightly freckled skin, dark brown curly hair, full rosy lips and warm brown eyes. She was of medium stature and had a lean, athletic build. She was shown to prefer wearing simple, casual blue gowns with brown leather boots and a dark, navy blue hooded cloak. 18. Chapter 14. Marie-Jean along with Henri was getting ready of the hunt, and during this time Henri noticed Sebastian was seemed to convince his Marie about the beast being a supernatural creature. They needed weapons much stronger than normal steel. While this did cause Henri to be curious about where Sebastian encountered this werewolf, but something caught his eye. It has blood spots on Sebastian's shirt side, so seeing this he questioned, "You are injured?" Marie, hearing this, also now noticed her brother's injuries and with worry asked, "What happened?" Sebastian, while touching his wound with a frown, replied, "It is just a wound from the battle, it is probably opening up." Marie frowned and said, "You should go back such wound." Sebastian nodded and was going, while Henri didn't know why, but something felt off. It was only later he realized the wounds matched with the arrows he shot the beast. Henri went with the hunting party, and he was pretty sure this would get them nothing because this werewolf has always been hunting in the dead of the night. But he decided to focus in the task, and the search did not yield any results as Henri thought. So just after dark has fallen over Gavaden, where, one by one, the hunting party is suddenly knocked off their feet and dragged away by the beast, who then viciously tears them apart. Marie-Jeanne looks terrified as she turns toward the source of the noise the beast is making, shooting off crossbow bolt after crossbow bolt in each new direction she faces, and when she sees the bloodied body of one of her companions laying in the snow, she becomes even more scared. Marie was scared and her breath was eradicated, and she finally gets a glance at the beast and shoots another bolt at him, which barely grazes his shoulder before he turns and runs away. When she goes to chase after it, the beast swerves and ends up right behind her, allowing him to swipe her in the leg with his claws. The shock of pain from the gash causes her to drop her crossbow onto the ground, but she quickly pulls a knife from her waist to make up for it as she tries to staunch the blood flow. As she backs away, the beast slowly begins to stalk toward her, growling under his breath as he does so. Just as she seems to fear the end of her life is near, Henri comes out of the woods and lunges toward her, yelling, "Get down!" He leaps in front of her and holds his hand out as the shield rune glows and activates. The beast leaps forward to tackle them and is stopped by a bluish mystical barrier, and it throws him off with great force in opposite direction. Realizing that he's not getting through, the beast becomes frustrated and runs in the opposite direction, but Henri wasn't going to let him go easily. Snatched a compound bow off his shoulder, pulled an arrow from the quiver on his back and fired. The arrow hit the leg, and beast gave a growl but ran away. Henri, seeing it, ran away, but to make sure Marie isn't attacked again, he puts mountain ash around her in a circle, which confused Marie, while Henri soon found a bloodied arrow. This whole thing left a horrified Marie-Jeanne, who is still processing what has just happened. Marie-Jeanne looks at her rescuer with disbelieving eyes and said, "That was no wolf." Henri rolls his eyes with an exasperated expression and replied, "Of course now, you idiot, that was a werewolf." Henri took Marie to his cottage in Gavaden, France, where Marie-Jeanne is holding a cloth to her wounds and looking around at the bowls and jars of materials on his table. The fire crackles in the background as Marie-Jeanne curiously lifts up a jar of familiar-looking black powder and questions, "What is this?" Henri rolls his eyes impatiently and answered, "Mountain ash." Marie-Jeanne notices a bowl of red berries on the table and picks it up and continued her questioning, "And that?" Henri sighs and answered, "Mistletoe." "Please put that down." Marie-Jeanne looks mildly embarrassed and put out, but sets the bowl back onto the table as he asked. Henri grabs some cloth and water to clean up the wound on Marie-Jeanne's leg from the beast. Marie-Jeanne curiously questioned, "Why do you ve all of this? And what was that glowing mark on your arm?" Henri was surprised because his marks were covered by slight glamour, so only way she was able to see that was having natural sight. Henri knew his mentor probably would try to recruit her because of this, since people with natural-born sight are very rare. So he explained, "I am a Shadowhunter, or you could say Nephilim." Henri gave brief explanation of Shadowhunters and Shadow World. Marie-Jeanne was shocked hearing such a world existed. Henri takes a deep breath before continuing. Henri, half a lifetime gathering the implements and skills to survive a werewolf, then a fire message falls from the sky. He catches it and words appear, "I will be reaching the cottage soon." Henri saw the girl looking at message with awe and curiosity, as he hesitates for a moment before looking her in the eyes and said, "My mentor is coming?" Once Marie-Jeanne's wounds have been bound, she stands to her feet. She gives Henri a determined look and said, "How do I join this group or become one?" Henri was not sure but still replied, "I will ask my mentor, but not going promise you anything." Marie-Jeanne saw the Henri's mentor. He had wavy, shoulder-length, dark brown hair and brown eyes. Also he had grown a short stubble beard. He was a darkly handsome man, being tall, slender yet muscular. Alexander studied Marie-Jeanne, who slightly under the intense gaze, while he asked, "I didn't know you had someone with you?" Henri coughed and replied, "She was with hunting group and I was able to save her." Alexander nodded, while Marie-Jeanne, quickly getting up, said, "I want to join you in killing this monster." 19. Pairing 1, Isabel Lightwood confirmed. 2. Malia Tate confirmed. 3. Lydia Martin not sure. 4. Lydia Branwell not sure. If you have suggestions. 20. Confirmed pairing 1, Isabel Lightwood confirmed. 2. Malia Tate confirmed. 3. Lydia Martin confirmed. 4. Lydia Branwell confirmed. Chapter 15. 1. Isabel Lightwood. 2. Lydia Martin. 3. Malia Tate. 4. Lydia Branwell. Henri explained everything that happened without leaving anything behind, while Alexander nodded and asked, "Do you have any suspicions about who the werewolf is?" Henri eyed Marie-Jean and hesitantly replied, "I think it is Sebastian Vallet." Marie-Jean, hearing this, was shocked and in disbelief yelled, "What?" But before Marie-Jean could continue, Henri cut in, "I am not suspecting your brother without any form proof, and wait till you hear everything." Marie-Jean frowned and asked, "Why do you suspect my brother?" Henri sighed and explained, "When I first met the beast, I was able to injure him with my arrows. They are special, and werewolves aren't able to fully heal even with their healing capabilities. Your brother had the wounds in same places as the beasts." Marie-Jean didn't want to believe this, said, "My brother came back from war, this could be from it, and everything could be a coincidence." Henri sighed, nodding, while Alexander asked, "Do you have one of the arrows with his blood?" Henri, hearing this, nodded and replied, "Yes, I took it to track him later." Alexander nodded, now looking at Marie-Jean, who was now sitting opposite to him. She was slightly fidgeting from all the silence. Alexander broke then silence and asked, "What if this werewolf is your brother?" "The ones that were killed and ripped to shreds includes children." Marie-Jean, taking deep breath and with determination, replied, "Then we have to kill him." Alexander nodded. Sebastian was beyond redemption, and he added, "Also, if this is him, then he has a helper covering everything." Marie-Jean thought about this and answered, "Only one who my brother would trust is Marcel." Alexander nodded and said, "We keep an eye out for him, and if you still have doubts about our methods, you could test him." Marie-Jean was hopeful but nodded. Henri brought the bloodied arrow. Alexander used his steel to draw THR tracking rune on the back of the hand of his hand, while gripping the arrow in the other hand. Marie-Jean, looking at whole thing with curiosity and slight awe, questioned, "What does this mark do?" Henri was the one to answer, "This rune allows us to track a person's whereabouts, and if the person is skilled he could see what the person is seeing, but it only works if we have one has a possession of the person being tracked. In this case we have beast's blood." Henri knew they are easy to learn to draw but difficult to use correctly. If used successfully, the Shadowhunter will see visions of the subject's location, and may be accompanied by a knowing sense of orientation. This is often used by the Clave to track down criminals and even demons. The tracking rune on Alexander's hand glowed as he started to see glimpses of where their target was, and it was the local tavern. Alexander opened his eyes and said, "Found our beast, he is in the tavern." Marie-Jean already knew in her heart that Sebastian was the werewolf in the French tavern in Gavaudon, where Marie-Jean has just brought several large bottles of berry wine to the tables. Marie-Jean looks around at the tavern's patrons as she sets more berry wine on the table and said, "To honor the dead, I expect everyone to drink." While Alexander and Henri were watching everything from the side, their invisibility runes made sure to keep them out of sight. The patrons nod in agreement and shrug in reluctance as the bottles are passed around and the wine poured into glasses. Once everyone has a glass, Sebastian holds his own up in the air and toasted, "To the dead." All the patrons in unison said, "To the dead." Everyone drinks their wine, not noticing that Marie-Jean was subtly watching Marcel and Sebastian as she lifts her glass to her lips. After Marcel takes a sip, he notices the rowan berries at the bottom of his glass, which causes his eyes to widen in horror. Sebastian has just taken a large gulp of his own wine when everyone is soon startled by the sound of glass breaking and turn to find Marcel has smashed his glass in his hands, and Sebastian looks at him with concern, said, "Marcel." Before anyone else can react, Marie-Jean rushes over him and takes his injured hand in her own. Marie-Jean leads Marcel out to the well, where she confronts Marcel about Sebastian. But no matter how much Marcel tried, Marie-Jean could tell he was covering up Marcel. Because of some guilt, uses his free hand to pluck a key from the waistband of his trousers and nervously holds it up before nodding toward the cellar behind her, which she saw him locking up before the early morning hunting party, and said, "You'll find what you're looking for in the cellar." Marie-Jean, uneasy by Marcel's demeanor, takes the key and walks down the stairs into the cellar with a lantern in her hand. However, when she makes it to the bottom of the stairs and moves closer to the light, she is horrified seeing all the dead bodies and gasps so hard that she pushes herself backward into the wall. while Alexander and Henry saw Sebastian, who waited until Marcel and Marie-Jeanne are out of the room when suddenly, the effects of the rowan berries in the wine start to take hold, and he begins to cough and gasp. He backs up into the wall and starts tugging at his collar as his eyes start to glow bright beta blue and his fangs start to emerge, though the rest of the patrons are too distracted by their own conversation to notice. Alexander was not sure if they could kill him without him going on a rampage inside the tavern. They were not ready to endanger the whole tavern to get him. Marie-Jeanne confronted her brother the moment she walked back into the tavern. "You have killed children." Sebastian sighs and replied, "I kill whatever dares to cross my path." Marie-Jeanne was tearing up and questions why. Sebastian shrugged, showing no remorse, and answered, "It's what I am. What I've become. You've heard the old story of what happens when you drink rainwater from a wolf's print." Marie-Jeanne looks absolutely appalled and disgusted by what she's just learned from her brother, and she looks around the tavern with a worried expression, though Sebastian is calm as ever, said, Go ahead. Tell them it's me. Then watch me tear them apart in a matter of moments, every last soul in this place." Henri was about to step in, but stopped hearing this, while Marie-Jeanne shakes her head in disbelief that her own flesh and blood could be so cruel and heartless and whispered, "You're a monster." Sebastian clicks his tongue in amusement and shakes his head and replied, "No beast, Marie-Jeanne, the beast." Sebastian stands to his feet and walks over to Marie-Jeanne before kissing her on the side of the head just to antagonize her even more, and she freezes in fury and terror, torn between her desire for vengeance and her desire to keep the rest of the patrons safe, but she subtly saw Alexander gesturing her to not do anything. Sebastian smiled and whispered, "You won't catch me. And you won't kill me. We're family, Marie-Jeanne. We're family." 22 Getting weapons from churches, and Marie-Jeanne followed Henri and his mentor Alexander to a church. As she stepped inside, a wave of cool air enveloped her, along with the smell of stone and candle wax. Dim rows of pews stretched toward the altar, and a bank of candles glowed like a bed of sparks against the far wall. They moved forward, their voices echoing off the stone walls. Alexander knelt down in front of the altar, and she thought for a moment that he was praying. The altar itself was high, made of a dark granite, and draped with a red cloth. Behind it loomed an ornate gold screen, etched with the figures of saints and martyrs, each with a flat gold disc behind his head representing a halo. Marie-Jeanne whispered to Henri, "What is he doing?" Alexander placed his hands on the stone floor and was moving them back and forth rapidly, as if searching for something, his fingertips stirring up dust, and said, "Looking for weapons." Marie-Jeanne was confused, asked, "Here?" Henri explained, "They'd be hidden, usually around the altar. Kept for our use in case of emergencies." Marie-Jeanne, being curious, asked, "And this is what, some kind of deal you have with the Catholic Church?" Alexander was the one to answer, "Not specifically. Demons have been on Earth as long as we have. They're all over the world in their different forms, Greek demons, Persian divas, Hindu asuras, Japanese oni. Most belief systems have some method of incorporating both their existence and the fight against them. Shadowhunters cleave to no single religion, and in turn all religions assist us in our battle. I could as easily have gone for help to a Jewish synagogue or a Shinto temple or, here it is." He brushed dust aside as Henri and Marie-Jeanne knelt down beside him. Carved into one of the octagonal stones before the altar was a rune. It could be recognized by any Shadowhunter, almost as easily as if they were reading a word in English. It was the rune that meant Nephilim. The Nephilim do not conform to any mundane religion, as they have allied themselves with every mundane belief system. Also, individual Shadowhunters are allowed to believe what they choose. Some Shadowhunters see their own lifestyle and beliefs as a separate religion. Mainly, they have their own beliefs about angels, demons, heaven and hell, and they worship the angel Raziel as their creator. Still, the Nephilim acknowledge the truths in mundane religions, mythologies, tales, and legends, and often integrate this into their real-world knowledge. Every mundane religion is also partly aware of the ongoing battle against demons, having been affected by the incursion themselves. However, since mundanes would not be capable of fighting demons, they merely incorporated their existence and the battle against them methodically into belief systems as different evil entities. Their leaders instead opted to help by assisting the Nephilim, who are equipped to battle the demons, in their mission, as long as Shadowhunters do not cleave to a single religion. Contacts and relations were established between the Nephilim and the more mystical orders of the world's major religions, with a small group of chosen leaders acting as the representatives of each religion. signing secret treaties that promise the continued provision of havens and weapons for Shadowhunters in exchange for protection. Their end of the bargain is upheld by allowing the Nephilim access to their different religious communities, holy buildings, or places of worship as havens, or for their numerous hidden caches or reserves of holy tools and equipment for Shadowhunter use. Alexander took out his steel, whose tip lit up and touched the light end to stone and gave twist. The etchings on the stone lit up, and with a grinding noise it moved back, revealing a dark compartment. Underneath. Inside the compartment was a long wooden box. Alexander lifted the lid and regarded the neatly arranged weapons and potions lined up inside with satisfaction. Alexander was examining a vial of liquid mixed with Latheria vulpina, a species of lichen known as wolf lichen, is a neon green moss that has been used for centuries to poison wolves, foxes, and coyotes by mixing it in with their food. Though Tichar lichen is not fatal to werewolves, wercoyotes, and kitsune, it does seem to weaken them considerably for several days until it wears off. Alexander then slid the vial into his pocket. Alexander then lowered his hand and picked up a blade, examining the hilt. Marie-Jeanne was given a normal bow with arrow forged with wolfsbane and mountain ash, but she wanted an ace in hole, which was pike forged similar to arrows, but she forged with her blood under the light of a full moon. Chapter 17. Alexander with Henri and Marie-Jeanne started hunting down Sebastian, who for the first time felt afraid and ran for his life. Sebastian, in human form, was running away with an arrow still lodged in his shoulder. There was multiple wounds on his body that was not healing. Sebastian starts to move faster as he yanks the arrow out of his shoulder and casts it aside. Sebastian with a growl said, "Move aside, I don't want to kill you." "Sister," Marie-Jeanne, slightly tearing up, said, "just give up, Sebastian." Sebastian noticed she didn't have anything weapons and thought, "Does she really think talking will bring me back to being a stupid human?" Flashback. Alexander, Henri, and Marie-Jeanne were sitting around a campfire, while Marie-Jeanne spoke up, "I want to be the one to kill him." Alexander nodded, but slightly pitied the girl while Henri's respect for her grew. Alexander decided to tell both of them the plan. "We can't go against him directly since he seems to run away whenever we are spotted." Then he looked at Marie-Jeanne and continued, "But with you, Marie-Jeanne, he will let his guard down, believing you are not strong enough to kill him." Marie-Jeanne agreed with that part, while Henri asked, "But how do we force him out?" Alexander smiled and replied, "Now we drive him towards Marie-Jeanne, who will appear defenseless in his fear for us finding him and his belief that Marie-Jeanne won't kill him." Flashback ended as he glared at her and replied, "So be it." He lifts his arms up at his sides as the dark shadows are summoned from the earth and envelope him until he becomes the beast, a 9 feet tall, thickly muscled and oil-black beast, and he had blood-red veins that traced the surface of his skin. His eyes were blazing blue eyes and wickedly sharp fangs. The beast gallops behind Marie-Jeanne, and she breaks into a sprint as he chases her before finally sliding onto a snow bank, grabbing the pike with the fleur-de-lis tip that she hid there earlier and holds it up, screaming at the top of her lungs as the beast lunges for her and impales himself on the pike. Marie-Jeanne resists, bursting into tears as the beast slowly transforms back into Sebastian, who seems impressed by his sister's actions, though the pain of the wound does bring him to his knees, so Marie-Jeanne can look at him at eye level. He groans in pain for a moment before he starts to laugh mockingly at her and said, "I'm the famous and feared beast of Gavaudan, and I have done such horrors that all of history will remember my name." While two shapes continued to approach, shimmering in the snow, as fingers of energy crawled across their formless shapes, the creatures uncloaked. It was Henri and Alexander beside her. Marie-Jeanne, absolutely disgusted by her brother's disregard for human life, simply sneers at him and replied, "No one will remember." Sebastian gasps in horror and anger when he realizes what she's implying and said with anger, "Damnatio memoriae? You would have them take my name? Our name?" Sebastian looks as though he may hurt her, but suddenly he begins to cough and choke as blackened blood begins to pour from his mouth, both shocking and confusing him, and questioned, "What? What is this?" Sebastian knew the weapons hurt him, but this was different. He could tell his strength was leaving him. While Marie-Jeanne scowls at him, too upset by what he's done to take satisfaction in his downfall, and explained, "No ordinary steel, wolfsbane and mountain ash, forged with our blood under the light of a full moon." Sebastian had a small smile on his face that went unnoticed by Marie-Jeanne and Henri. Sebastian was slightly happy that it was his sister who killed him rather than someone else. Marie-Jeanne leans forward to whisper in his ear, as Sebastian did to her in the tavern, History might remember you, Sebastian. But only as a beast. She quickly kisses him on the forehead, once again referencing the last time they spoke, before Sebastian groans and begins to breathe heavily before he dies. His body collapses and falls sideways onto the snow-covered ground. As memories of their childhood flash through his mind, Marie-Jeanne lets out a deep sigh of relief that this ordeal is finally over. After she composes herself, she walks around Sebastian's body, pulls the pike out of his chest, and tucks it under her arm as both Henri and Alexander watched her with sympathy. 24. Chapter 18. Marie-Jeanne went on to become one of the best female Shadowhunters, and she married Henri. Marie-Jeanne received her angelic rune in a special ceremony in Alicante, attended by several Shadowhunters in addition to her friends. She was also honored by Alexander himself. It was a classical building with high columns. Marie-Jeanne's rune ceremony is going on. Marie-Jeanne was wearing a cream-colored gown and was in front of friends and mentors. As she smiled and said, "I stand before my fellow Shadowhunters to receive the rune of the angel. I take this mark to honor him, to bring his light into me, to join the ranks of the Shadowhunters, the guardians of peace." As Alexander draws the rune of the angel on her wrist, everyone starts clapping. The rune ceremony is a rite of passage for Shadowhunters who have completed their training, where they are formally given their angelic rune. In 1878, while during this time Tessa Gray arrived at London and was abducted by the Dark Sisters. But Alexander rescued her from the Dark House and brought to the London Institute. Teresa Gray was born to an unmarked Shadowhunter named Elizabeth Gray and the greater demon Belial, disguised as the mundane Richard Gray, Elizabeth's husband and the man who would raise her as his own, and whom everyone believed was her father. Under normal circumstances, children of Shadowhunters and demons would be stillborn, but Elizabeth was able to give birth to Tessa not only because she bore no runes, but also because she wore the clockwork angel. For much of her early life, she was unaware of what she truly was and her true parentage. Conceived in London, Tessa's family moved to New York while Elizabeth was pregnant with her. After the death of her parents in a carriage accident when she was only 3 years old, she and her brother, Nate, were raised by her maternal aunt, Harriet Moore. She spent the majority of her life being overprotected by her Aunt Harriet and looking after Nate, who grew up spoiled. Tessa, meanwhile, grew up finding comfort in books, dreaming of having the kind of adventures she read about. At 16, her Aunt Harriet died of what she thought was a fever. Upon her death, Nate arranged for Tessa to move to London with him, but thankfully she was found by Alexander, who took her in. During this time, Hadrian got information the head of the Pandemonium Club, a figure called the Magister, became notorious in the shadow world. Alexander tracked down the so-called Magister and soon found a powerful vampire named Alexei de Quincy and several other vampires in his clan. All of them were captured, but Alexander was not sure if this person was the Magister. But after some talk with Alexei, he was able to find that Axel Mortmain was the head of the Pandemonium Club until 1878. Having slowed his aging through the use of dark magic, Mortmain dedicated his life to avenging his parents' deaths. He made Tessa Gray's existence possible, hoping to use her for his own purposes to create a new race, a form of warlocks, half-demons and half-Shadowhunters, that are superior to the Nephilim and meant to cause their destruction. But with Alexander's quick intervention, Axel was killed and all his research was confiscated. Alexander gave this research to Magnus, who was slightly shocked and said, "I did hear about this concept from Leonardo, but to think John and Axel went to this length to create them is amazing." Alexander nodded and replied, "Yes, the fact he was able to create a theory about using animated demon energy was dangerous, and his son really believed John was innocent, was slightly unbelievable." Magnus agreed while he knew Axel Mortmain's history from Alexander. Axel Mortmain was raised by a warlock couple, John and Anshade. From his adoptive father, John, Mortmain developed a shared interest in mechanical tinkering and the possibility of combining magic with devices. His adoptive parents were both murdered by the Clave sometime after 1815. While he was also hunted, he was never found by the Shadowhunters. Mortmain believed that his parents were unjustly murdered, particularly Anne, who was apparently unaware of the full extent of John's dealings and plans. Bent on revenge, Mortmain began plotting the massacre of the race of Shadowhunters. Establishing a new identity, he chose the surname Mortmain, which means hand of death in French, for himself. While he studied the pendant made by John Shade and asked, "So this is pendant that was housing Ithuriel?" Alexander nodded and replied, Yeah, I released him, but if Clave knew about this, chances them calling for every warlock's head would be a huge possibility. Magnus chuckled and said, You know they will do that, right? Chapter 19. Alexander, yawning again, slowly opened his eyes to see his partner Kaylee. She had brown and green hair, her eyes were brown, and her face showed the distinctive features of a sea lion-like, pointed ears and having tattoo-like markings of leaves or vines marking on her face. Kaylee was a sea lion knight, and Alexander had met her in one of her visits to the sea lion realm. Both of them had on and off relationship for a while now. Kaylee was laying across his chest with one leg resting across his lap. Alexander kissed the top of her head and kept his nose there for a moment. He inhaled the sweet scent of her hair that it smelt like flowers as he slowly got up and went to create something to eat, while Kaylee woke up and descended the steps, with a big smile on her face, and crossed the kitchen. Kaylee down the steps. She was wearing nothing other than his black shirt and panties. She inhaled the smell as she noticed Alexander, now just in his boxer shorts, cooking breakfast. Kaylee questioned, Are you going to Idris today? Alexander shook his head and replied, No, I have to keep an eye on someone. Kaylee was getting slightly curious, questioned, Who? Alexander with serious tone replied, Valentine Morgenstein. Kaylee recognized the name from lists sent by the council for Alexander to take as possible students. She was one of Alexander's council of guardians, who was tasked with watching over the respective races to not got out of control. She even had the Sea Lion Queen's blessing in this situation. She asked, Isn't he the prodigy Magnus spoke about? Alexander nodded and replied, Yes, but something about the boy is off. I heard he created a group called the Circle a few days ago. He was talking of being allies to Downworlders. But his emotions didn't match with what he was saying. I have sent Maurice Trueblood and Robert Lightwood to check the group out. Kaylee frowned and asked, Do you think he created this group for something else? Alexander nodded and replied, Yes, I believe his purpose is something else, and with people like Jocelyn Fairchild, Lucian Greymark and Gerard Argent by his side, his influence wasn't going to be anything small. Alexander knew Gerard was psychopath, but he was disappointed in Kate, who turned out to be under Gerard's influence. But thankfully Chris Argent was not one of them and didn't join the Solcy, feeling something off about Valentine. Kaylee nodded and kissed Alexander, while just like Alexander thought, Valentine and Solcy became famous or infamous in just 2 years. Valentine rose the Morgenstein name to heights that his ancestors couldn't reach, but among the Downworlders he was considered demon as. There was some attack on certain groups that caused many to doubt the Solcy, since one of the survivors saw the circle rune on left side of their necks. But the man was smart enough to keep his head down whenever Alexander was in territory. Valentine and Jocelyn Frey, Robert Lightwood and Maurice Trueblood, and Stephen Herondale and Celine. Jocelyn, Celine and Maurice soon became pregnant. Also Valentine started being suspicious about his girlfriend Jocelyn, who was too close to Lucian Greymark. So his act to win her back, he started experimenting with Downworlder blood, and with each injection he went further into madness. He even betrayed his parabatai Lucian by letting him almost killed by werewolves. But his plan to get the mortal cup failed, as Maurice, Robert and Stephen, who used to be a huge supporter of Valentine, turned after becoming doubtful about Valentine goals. Valentine attempt to take the cup failed, but Jocelyn decided to be a hero, took the mortal cup and ran away. But poor women didn't know the cup she had with her was fake, created by Alexander. 26. Notice, in this story Clare is probably going to be an outcast because of her mother's past with Circle and Valentine. Also, I don't like Jocelyn. Her decisions seemed stupid and she seemed to be a control freak, while Clary was too whiny and reckless with how she did things. I will update the next. Chapter 20. Alexander was looking at 2 of his students and questioned, So let me get this straight, Valentine went even far to experiment with demon blood on his children? Maurice nodded and answered, Our demon sensing rune set off when we were near Valentine's son Christopher. Alexander was angry but made sure to keep his calm. But Robert, who looked at Stephen, said, We also suspect he is experimenting on Celine's unborn child, and the same with Jocelyn's unborn child. A/N. To those who don't know, Stefan is Jace's father and Celine is his mother. This caused Stefan to panic. While he wasn't in love with Celine, he still cared about her, as Alexander spoke up, Tell us where Celine is? Stefan nodded and replied, She is staying in one of my safe houses in the east of Idris. They quickly made their way, but to their grimace, Celine was clinging to her life while her child was missing. Alexander quickly healed her, but because of the huge strain from giving birth, Celine went into a coma. But he did notice instead of Stephen was enraged and started breaking chairs and tables, while yelling, "When I get my hands on you, I will tear you to pieces, Valentine." Alexander calmed him down, and after setting up Celine to a healed, Alexander started tracking Valentine to Fairchild Mansion only to find it burned to the ground. They found two bodies inside. One was of an adult male, and the other was baby. The council considered this enough proof that Valentine killed himself in shame, but Alexander was not sure. Once again went on a hunt for Valentine, who was able to hide himself well, and it took him 4 to find Valentine, who was living in a remote cabin in Idris. Alexander found the cabin and to his surprise found a little boy who was locked in his room. Alexander understood this was Jonathan Christopher Morgenstern, the son of Jocelyn and Valentine, who was supposed to have died in the fire. Jonathan puts her arms around Alexander, who was slightly surprised as the 4-year-old spoke up. Reluctantly, Alexander picks him up in his arms and couldn't help but think how the boy in front of him was anything but evil. Sure, his demon blood made him dangerous, but Alexander couldn't help but think, "You made a great mistake by trying to abandon your son, Jocelyn." For Alexander, the annoyance only grew since Jocelyn nor Lucian came to him for help, since both were slightly arrogant and believed only they knew better. Also, he couldn't understand in the original the circle had a huge influence, but here circle was not that powerful. So Jocelyn's paranoid behavior of not trusting anyone, even her cousin Maria Blackthorne, was surprisingly stupid. Valentine was enraged, feeling the so-called wards of his safe house in Idris trip. He knew he lost Jonathan then and there as Valentine looked at his other experiment, Jonathan Herondale, whom Valentine was raising as Jonathan Wayland. Valentine had kept journals of the two opposite Jonathans' progress. Also, he felt the only way he could make back was to find the mortal cup and get back his experiments. Jocelyn and Lucian's inactive part in not warning the council about Valentine came at a huge price, which was the council deciding to strike the family names of Fairchild and Greymark from the Shadowhunter walls. This was huge price. Amadis and Cleophas cried, feeling all their ancestors' work was destroyed because of her brother Lucian. A/N. To those who don't know, Amadis and Cleophas are Lucian's sisters. Gerard Argent and Kate Argent only escaped by their skin, even though they did a lot of crimes on Valentine's orders, but they were in the shadows of most of his plans. But their whole powers were sealed, and even their ability to create runes was taken away by contract runes placed on them. Many others suffered a similar fate, but people like Stephen Herondale were able to get a chance to redeem themselves. But the man was worried and searching for his son with Alexandra's help, and they found him in the old Wayland mansion. The boy was made to believe Michael Wayland was his father, and the boy experimented with angel blood. 28. A question: is the story really that unreadable? 29. Family tree: Lightwood family, Morgenstern and Fairchild family, Herondale family. Chapter 21. Jonathan Herondale, or Jace, was found 3 years after finding Jonathan Morgenstern. The boy already thought Valentine as his father, so Stephen was having a very awkward relationship with his son, but they were working things out. Everyone trusted by Alexander was called to the meeting, since he wanted to discuss Valentine's children and Jonathan Herondale. The room had Maurice Trueblood, Robert Lightwood, Chris Argent, and last, Maria Blackthorne, who was a cousin of Jocelyn Fairchild. Maurice and Robert was the one to take Jace in, since Stephen's status is still redeemed and Celine is still in a coma. Also, Stephen's mother Imogen is now Inquisitor, so taking care of a child is not going to be easy, but both Stephen and Imogen are visiting very often, so Maria spoke up. So Jace was experimented with angel blood, right? Alexander nodded and replied, yes, it was Ithuriel's BLO. OD, and what I want to know is how Valentine got it. This situation did cause worry to spread among the group, so Robert spoke up. Could he have captured Ithuriel after all this was done before? While everyone wanted to wave it off, but Valentine could pull this stunt. The man was really smart and cunning. Alexander nodded and replied, yes, it is possible, I will look into it. While Maurice with slight worry asked, what about Valentine's son, Jonathan? From what I remember, the boy is Nephilim with demon blood flowing through his veins. Alexander sighed and replied, yes, I am slowly training him and making sure he understands his powers. He is sweet boy, who seemed to take the good traits of both his parents. Jonathan, or now his name changed to Sebastian Verlac, is now 9 years old, and he shows more promise than any Shadowhunters he has seen till now. Maurice nodded while Maria questioned, are the Morgenstern, Fairchild, and Greymark family names removed from the Shadowhunter walls? Alexander nodded and replied, Yes, both Fairchild and Morgenstern family names are gone, but Grey Marquet name isn't fully gone from what I heard. Amadis and Cleophas are joining the Iron Sisters in return for not removing their family name from the walls. Alexander made sure to let the Iron Sisters write a contract rune for both these sisters, so any knowledge they gained from the Iron Sisters would stay secret. Amadis is angry with Lucian about this whole issue, and she was quick to take the family heiress status and kick Lucian out. Alexander looked at Robert and Maurice added, "Also keep an eye on Cleophas. That woman doesn't seem to have the same views as her sister." Robert and Maurice nodded, making sure to keep an eye on the women. After all, both of them have contacts within the Iron Sisters. Chris, who was silent till now, spoke up. "My father and sister have been quiet for some time now. I don't know if those two thinking." Alexander nodded, while Maria asked, "I can understand your father joining the circle, but Kate is pretty shocking." Chris sighed and replied, "My father got into Kate's head, so she changed a lot over the years." While Alexander decided to change topic and asked, "So how is Alec and Isabel doing?" Maurice sighed and replied, "Alec is doing good and Isabel is only 5 years old. She is quite a fussy, but shows promise for being weapons master." Robert agreed and added, "We are thinking about letting Jace meet Alec soon, so could create a bond and possibly become parabati." Alec was now 8 years old and Jace was around 9 years old, so those two becoming parabati was logical. Alexander nodded and asked, "I will come by with Sebastian to see how much potential these three have." Robert and Maurice had a smile on their face, knowing the possibility of their children being mentored by Alexander is really a great honor. Chapter 22. Alexander took Alec, Jace, and Isabel to be his new students, since both Lightwood siblings showed great potential even without the extra angel blood. Alec showed he is highly skilled and proficient in marksmanship and archery, while Isabel shows she is highly skilled in armed and unarmed combat. His weapon of choice was a whip, able to use it to exert power and control over her enemies. For Jace, he was taught by Valentine, so he was good with weapons and showed signs of being a great swordsman. At the same time, he showed the same arrogance as Valentine. It is pure angel blood, due to an experiment performed on him as an unborn child, and this gave him special abilities superior to those of normal Shadowhunters. This pure angel blood didn't make him the same level as Alexander, but just gave him an extra blessing, which was rune activation. Jace can activate runes on his and others' bodies without having to use his steel. When he does this, his eyes turn gold. Jonathan showed the same arrogance, but Alexander was able to get that out of him with quite a few fights. So time passed, and in January of 2005, the Hale mansion was attacked by Gerard Argent and his fellow idiots. They ran after setting it on fire, and Talia Hale was able to call Alexander for help, but even though he saved most of the family members present, Talia died in the fire as she tried to go inside to save her daughter Cora, which was a devastating loss, while Derek Hale and Laura Hale were at school at the time of the fire, and were thus the only two known survivors who sustained no injuries. Laura inherited Talia's alpha power due to her being the second in command and heir to the Hale pack leadership at the time of Talia's death. The two siblings were sent to New York by Alexander, where they would live for the next 6 years. Among those missing or dead was Cora Hale, and the injured was Peter Hale, who sustained third-degree burns to over 75% of his body and went into a coma while his werewolf healing recovered from the burns. While Alexander was with Kaylee, his girlfriend, watching over Derek and Laura, who were slightly in shock, and he could their sadness and anger raging inside them. Alexander whispered, "The Hale family is in disarray." Kaylee, who was next to him, nodded and replied, "Yes, if they lost their mother and relatives, it will take time for them to heal from the mental wounds." Alexander kissed Kaylee and said, "I will need your mind-healing expertise in this." Kaylee smiled and, giving nod, replied, "Don't worry, I will take care of them." Alexander was happy about this and knew both of them were in good hands, while he did decide to keep an eye on the Argents, mainly Gerard and Kate, since there had been talks about them having a hand in the Fire Point 32. Chapter 23. Kaylee, like all Seelies, use a type of trickery magic such as casting illusions and glamoring their appearance. She was able to use healing magic because of her association with Alexander. Alexander taught her from the Book of the White, which is a spell book, one of the most powerful and famous volumes on supernatural work in the world, along with the Grey Book. It is an ancient tome of extreme power known to the beings of the shadow world and is considered an article of dark magic. This made her stronger than most Seelies. Kaylee smiled and hugged her boyfriend, while Alexander walked up to Derek and comforted young Derek and Laura. I am sorry for your loss and I'm sorry about not reaching there faster. A/N, I know some people didn't get the memo about Alex. And or not being a god or he is not omnipotent. Also, his knowledge about Teen Wolf is really limited and he didn't know anything about the Hail Fire, like he came to help by then Talia was killed. Derek was trying to be strong for her sister, while Laura wiped away some of her stray tears and asked, "Did anyone else survive?" Alexander sighed and replied, "Yes, your Uncle Peter survived. But with a lot of burn injuries and he is in a coma. I was able to set up a place for the human side of your family in San Francisco, but among your mother's pack only one survived." Alexander had a lot of people in the police who gave him a detailed report. Also, he did some investigation of his own and handed the report over to the siblings added, "We have not found the bodies of Cora among them, so I believe she is hiding somewhere. After all she is trained to do in such a situation is hide and heal." Derek and Laura sighed in relief hearing about their younger sister. They were not sure where she could be right now, since there is a possibility of her going to one of their branch's families or even joining another pack. As Alexander gestured to his girlfriend Kaylee and said, "This my girlfriend and she will help you with anything you want. Also, you can talk to her since she is good with mind healing." Derek and Laura knew about the Shadowhunters from their mother, although their knowledge was limited on this. Kaylee started her therapy sessions and Laura was opening up. Her mind healing sessions were successful. But Derek was harder to deal with as Kaylee noticed something was eating him up from the inside, like he was feeling massive guilt and anger. Kaylee questioned, "What is making you feel so much guilty, Derek?" "Every time the subject of Hail Fire is brought up there is huge amount of guilt and hate coming from you." Derek wanted to walk away, but Laura held his hand and said, "They are trying to help you, let everything out, this will help you a lot." Derek clenched his fist and after looking thoughtful answered, "I know who started the fire." Alexander already had a guess after all, he did a lot of digging and talked with Chris about the fire. While Laura's eyes widened with surprise as Derek gritted his teeth continued, "It is the Argents or specifically Kate, I loved her and was in a secret relationship with her." Derek stopped and took a deep breath to control his anger and continued, "I think she used me to get information about our family." Alexander shook his head and replied, "No, Kate wasn't the assailant. But it was an Argent." Laura and Derek looked at Alexander slightly confused. Alexander explained, "I investigated the whole issue and even talked with Chris. It seems Kate really started falling for you and even talked with the family about your relationship. It was a way to patch things up between Hales and Argents. She is actually out of there looking for you now." Chapter 24. Derek was shocked hearing this, while Alexander knew he suspected Kate too at first, but it seems the lose of Shadowhunter status hit her hard and she seemed to question the beliefs of her father, since it was the things that led her to losing her status. The interesting she started a relationship with Derek mostly keep her mind out of everything relating to Shadowhunters, but soon led to falling in love with him. This was really shocking to hear for Derek, who questioned then, "Who did it?" Alexander taking sip of his drink replied, "That would be Gerard Argent, Kate's father. It seems he didn't like the idea of his daughter in a relationship with a werewolf, but he was smart enough to not show it and manipulated Kate to getting enough information out of her about the Hales." Alexander was also surprised when Chris told him about this. After all, his father went into hiding after the fire, which only confirmed he somehow had hand in it, and Kate also told Chris about how their father talked to her about meeting the Hales to talk about their relationship, how they talked about Hale family, and this confirmed Chris' own theory that their father manipulated Kate to get information about the Hales. Derek's eyes glowed golden eyes, which was of a beta, while Laura also showed her red eyes of alpha as Alexander calmed them down and said, "You guys settle down for now, we will deal with Gerard when we find him again." Alexander was now visiting his students Sebastian, Jace, Alec, Isabel, and with them was his new students Lydia Branwell. She was beautiful blonde with blue eyes. Lydia was related to Jocelyn Fairchild and her ancestor. Henry Branwell was the one who contributed to the creation of the portal. They were all training hard and progressing greatly with different weapons. Alexander nodded and Isabel stepped out onto the mat and Alec met her. The two nodded to each other and assumed their stances. Alexander said, "Go." Alec came right at Isabel with a series of aggressive strokes, slash but slash. No finesse, no attempt to feint or draw Isabel out. Flicking aside the initial sally, Isabel pivoted and tapped Alec the back of the knee, just as he was putting his weight down to reset and defend. He went down, springing back up. Isabel squared up, Alec came at her again, and Isabel set him down again, this time with a little hook sweep inside the ankle. Alec raised his hands in surrender, saying, "I am no match for her." Isabella smirked hearing this, while Alexander gestured Lydia to enter as she took her stance, and both sides knew each other well because they are best friends. Lydia started probing, trying to get a sense of how she could provoke Isabel into a rash attack. Isabel decided to take her out fast as she stepped hard ahead and to Lydia a right, but as Lydia shifted her weight to anticipate a strike from that direction, Isabel had already swapped the hanbo to her left and trying to slip it under Lydia a guard, but didn't work as Lydia dodged it and both sides went against each other, giving it their all. The bout goes with each taking turns strike, block, strike, dodge, but it soon ended with tie and both of them were panting. This time it was Jace and Sebastian. Both of them have huge rivalry, with Sebastian winning majority of it. Sebastian stepped to his side of the mat and Jace squared up to him. They closed and Jace threw a first strike, a formal move to start the fight. Sebastian blocked it and came back overhand, loose and easy, thinking they were till in the early formalities. But Jace caught the end of his hanbo and cracked Sebastian hard in the ribs under his stick arm, causing him to grunt in pain. A plot was certainly thickening, as Alexander said, 1-0. While Jace was still gloating a little, Sebastian flicked a sideways swing over his dropped guard and popped Jace on the left shoulder before he could block. Just like that, Jace, a gloating, turned to a venomous stare now. Jace twirled his hanbo, reversed his grip and once again went on full offensive. But Sebastian saw an opening and went with a straight thrust into Jace. Jace hoofed out air and doubled over, but Sebastian wasn't done yet. He kicked his legs out from under him and as he went down, Sebastian fell with him into a crouch, winding up for a blow to the face that would have broken Jace's nose. At the last moment, Sebastian held back and stopped few inches away from Jace's face. Alexander spoke up, "Sebastian, please don't let your emotions get the best of you. The next point would decide the fight." Sebastian got up and Jace hopped to his feet, fully on guard. For Jace, who had decisive edges in reach and strength, but he could hardly touch Sebastian. Together they covered every inch of the mat, hanbos snapping into each other and tearing through the spaces vacated by the opponent's ankle or shoulder an instant before. Every fall became a rolling spring into a defensive posture. Every parry became a strike, every advance met its perfect countering. Retreat. They struck and parried and dodged, and it was not a game. It was like fighting yourself. Alexander spoke up, "That's enough." This made Sebastian and Jace stop. Everyone soon lined up as Alexander spoke up, "We will be going on your first mission." This brought some excitement among the group, while Alexander added, "Listen up, this is your first mission, so follow my orders clearly." Everyone nodded, but some of them had other ideas. Point 34. Mission: saving an angel. Alexander was looking through the report Kaylee gave about the location. She was snooping around the place and found quite a few interesting people. He was waiting for the group to come, when heard two voices, "Teacher, how do we look?" Alexander turned around and saw both Isabel and Lydia looking sexy and beautiful as hell. Isabel was wearing black bodysuit, a black leather jacket with matching black pants and black-heeled boots, while Lydia was wearing a simple black tank with black trouser pants and a leather chain belt. Mix in a brown blazer and a pair of lace-up booties for a militaristic vibe. Alexander smiled and replied, "You both look beautiful." Lydia and Isabella looked at each and smirked. Both of them have been eyeing Alexander for a while now. Their rivalry started mainly because of this also. Both of their parents told them Alexander was able to take multiple wives. It was shocker that it was not normal to have multiple marriages in Shadowhunter families. But Clave and Council was ready to give Alexander a unique position because of his bloodline, which is direct descendants of Raziel, and added to the fact that Alexander never had a child also made them give him a leeway in this, mainly because Alexander's ability to use magic, ability to manipulate heavenly fire, and this mainly because Alexander is basically the son of Raziel, an angel himself, and unlike the rest of the Shadowhunters, how were more or less pseudo Nephilim. Alexander's children or his bloodline will have more potent angel blood, making the Clave okay with Alexander taking multiple wives. The fact many tried, even Maurice herself, but Alexander wasn't interested, and the interest only grew when they found out Angel when bonded it was for eternity. All of them made their way to the location provided by Kaylee, and let's just say it was very well protected with a powerful ward, and inside, it was guarded by lesser demons. Alexander could tell this has Valentine written all over it, as he thought, so the one who did this must be Valentine. I mean, who else would set up such powerful wards and even has demons as guards? Alexander agreed it and muttered, "This was supposed to be scouting mission, but this is way beyond your league." But Alexander decided check it out and told Alec, "Take out those lookouts." Alec nodded and drew an arrow from his quiver and fired, aiming at the head of the demon who was keeping a lookout. The arrow whizzed through the air and pierced the demon right through the skull and imploded into dust. The other demon close by couldn't even react as Alec drew and fired again, this arrow thanking the demon's heart, who also imploded into dust. Alexander, seeing this, smiled and commented, "Good job, Alec." Alec smiled at the compliment as Alexander added, "You guys keep a lookout, while I scout the place and find out what they are hiding." The group nodded, but once Alexander walked away, Jace asked, "Do you guys want to check the place out?" Alec immediately cut it. "No, teacher said not to go in." Sebastian smirked and added, "This low-ranked mission and we will just have peek." Lydia and Isabel looked at each other, not sure about this, but nodded, "But that was mistake." Chapter 26. Isabel's coiled silver bracelet seems to turn into a sinuous snake, and she snaps the silver whip at one of the demons, snaring him around the neck, garroting him. The skin on his neck starts to sizzle and knocking him out. The silver whips felt at home in Isabel's grip. One after another, the whips lashed out, claiming one demon after another who was rushing at her. Isabella was not done. She cracked her whip and then wrapped it around the legs of the demon, who was trying to retreat, and with a strong tug, she dragged the demon towards her, while simultaneously activating her seraph blade and stabbing, causing the demon to implode. Isabella saw more demons coming her way as she muttered, "Maybe splitting up wasn't a great idea." But Alec arrived in just the snatched his rune-enchanted compound bow off his shoulder, pulled an arrow from the quiver on his back and fired. A white flash shocked the air and a sharp snap traveled through his body. He was prepared for it. The demons were not. 3 red dots streaked through the dark, embers flicked as if from the hand of God. They cut down from above, their swift trajectory ending in 3 thunks as the arrows pierced the chest of 3 demons, the first, middle, and last. The impacts were followed by a trio of low whining sounds that rose quickly in pitch. At the 10-second mark, they became a shrill scream. The demons that were behind them were confused, and the words were just out of their mouth when the arrows' screams ended in 3 simultaneous explosions. The blasts of noise and light and smoke, flinging a ring of concussive force from each that dropped a dozen the thrown away, and some of them imploded into flames. While on the other side of the building was Lydia, who used eskrima sticks that had an electrum wound over them, making them able to stun enemies with a shock. Also, to make her fighting style more unpredictable, she modified eskrima sticks such that they can also combine into a bow staff. She saw the incoming demons and, rushing towards them, performed a rapid combo of blows using his eskrima sticks, and electric bursts from them knocked many of them out cold. Lydia switched to bow staff in the middle of the combos as she saw more coming out. She used her staff to take down multiple enemies, like using the staff to strike the opponent on the right side of his head or neck, another striking end of the bow staff toward your opponent's ankles on the right side of his body. Quickly pivot your hips to the right as you sweep your opponent's legs out from underneath him. It was fierce as she dodged incoming attacks and did a corkscrew flip over an idiot who tried to sweep kick. She flipped over him, and then upon landing she did a staff slam right into his back. But like the other two, she had to retreat, seeing the overwhelming number of demons approaching. The same thing happened to Jace and Sebastian. Reaching back behind him, Sebastian grabbed the seraph sword in a two-handed grip and pulled Terror the sheath. Shing! Sword floated naturally into position before in, sharp enough to cleave a shadow in half. 2 demons rushed him, claws outstretched. Sebastian met them, sliding into a martial arts kata, the sword flashing in his hands as he let his natural skills take over. He carried the wording, hand stilted back to put the points in. The last minute he stopped, avoiding the demons. He whipped the sword around in a blinding arc, cutting at their waist, stepping through the blow and knowing they wouldn't be a threat any longer. The keen edge slid through the demon's flesh. One of the creatures died in pieces, while the other died nearly so. All of those pieces incinerated, turning to ash before they hit the floor. At the other end of the room, more demons come pouring in as Sebastian muttered, "This was a bad idea." Jace was also in tight situation as Silver Blade clashed and slashing, long blonde hair whipping like a whirling dervish. He was taking down me demon after another, but he was getting tired and retreated. All of them used their communication rune etched behind their ear to find each other and regroup. they needed to group and fight Togther if they wanted to get out of this one alive. This situation was a dire circle of demons who surround the group. Alex spoke, "I told you it was a bad idea." Jace rolled his eyes and replied, "We know, Alec. Did you use the communication rune to ask Teacher for help?" Isabel was the one to reply, "I did," he has replied. Lydia now spoke up, "Oh, let's focus on stalling till he arrives." They readied for a fight of their lives, but then demons threw back their heads, crying out in agony. Tears of fire leaked from their eyes. All of them clutched their heads as crackling coils of yellow flame snaked out of their blazing sockets. Smoke rose from their hair and eyebrows. All of them burst into golden flames, leaving nothing behind. Lydia, seeing this, muttered in awe, "This is heavenly fire." The other three nodded. All of them heard about his, and it was famous among the Shadowhunters. Then they saw their teacher arriving. Alexander was pissed and said, "You guys are in so much trouble." Chapter 27. Alexander's ability to use heavenly fire was not something he could use every time that it was draining. Alexander was now glaring at his students, who were fidgeting slightly as he spoke up, "We will talk about this, since more are coming this way." Alexander, turning towards the noise, lifted up his sleeve, showing his favorite weapons. The 10 rings, something he personally created from a movie in his previous life. 10 rings with 5 rings on each arm to evenly distribute their strength enhancement as he activated 10 rings or armbands that started to glow in purple or blue. Even his veins in his arms have a slight blue hue. Alexander soon saw a huge group of demons rushing at him. So he was also emit multiple concussive energy blasts with each punch killing many demon implodes into nothing. Alexander then with punching motion hurls rings at the demons, as the ring strikes the demons, killing him instantly. After hitting the enemy, the rings ricochets, brutally accurate, takes out more demons. Alex flips into the air, dodging incoming blasts as the rings boomerang straight for him. But his timing is inhumanly accurate as docks on his arms in midair, lands and bolts towards the incoming demons, who starts firing at him. Lydia, Isabel, Sebastian, Alec and Jace watched in awe as Jace questioned, "What are those rings?" Isabel was a weapons master, so she skew about it and answered, "That is Alexander's personal creation, the 10 rings. They are said to grant their users enhanced strength and longevity. It is amazing those rings have a degree of intelligence and self-awareness." Many in Iron Sister wanted to study it, but Alexander said it was something only his bloodline or family could use. Alec added, "Yes, those are really powerful, and some even compared to Glorious, the sword of the Archangel Michael." Isabel nodded and said, "You should have seen his other 2 weapons. One is the sword and other was staff." Isabel knew Alexander built a sword named Excalibur. Yes, she even speculated that Alexander was really Arthur Pendragon. Lydia nodded, but she was more interested in the staff, which was Jingibang, the magical staff of Monkey King. That's when Alexander heard clapping. It was emaciated and very tall, humanoid creature of demonic origin and seemingly a cross between a Wendigo and a shadow person. His eyes are a striking yet sunken yellow-green color, which only works to make his leathery skin appear blacker. The fact his skin is so black helps him to blend into the darkness so his victims see and only see the bold shine of his eyes and strike fear into them. It had long claw-like fingers reminiscent of talons, sharp, crooked teeth and tufts of black fur-like hair which stick out of the back of his head as well as his hips, lower back and groin area. Alexander groaned and questioned, "You again?" The unknown demon spoke up, "I am back, stronger than ever." Jace was confused, questioned, "What is that?" Sebastian knew from some of Father's battle reports and answered, "That is an Asmodei, they the demon children of the greater demon Asmodeus. Father simply calls him George." George in question said, "I have come to rip you to shreds, Alexander." Alexander was annoyed, muttered, "Shut up," as he simply held his hand out as all the 10 rings hovered around him in circular motion. Alexander with just a gesture caused the rings to move in incredible speeds and in a synchronized way, causing it to create an energy ball. As the rings spun faster, the power of it increased. Then he launched the energy ball at George, who imploded into nothing but ashes. Alexander now turned to his students. All of them saw the glare and they knew they fucked up. Alexander simply said, "When we get back we are going to talk about this." All of them nodded as Alexander sighed and added, "We have to check the building before we go." They checked every corner and at the top, Alexander found the angel that Valentine got the blood from. Alexander with worry muttered, "Ithuriel." The angel was an old man, his clothes were torn and ragged. This was the first time the younger once met first meet the immortal figure in chains, as he is imprisoned here for some time. Alec, Isabel and Lydia recognized the name. Sebastian with slight awe questioned, "This old man is really an angel?" Alexander nodded and said, "Be respectful." Jace and Alec try to break the chains with their steels and blades, but they can't. Jace questioned, "Nothing's working. Why can't we break the chain?" Alexander sighed and answered, "I don't know. Valentine must have used a warlock, some kind of dark magic." Alexander used heavenly fire, as the fire danced on his palms. He used it to burn the chains off. Ithuriel breaks the chains, his wings appear. Ithuriel smiled and said, "Thank you." As his hands glowed and book appeared in front of them, showing new runes and spells. Though without another word he flies up into the sky and is gone. Jace felt some sort of connection to Ithuriel, he was not sure. This was Ithuriel's blood inside his veins that was acting up. Isabel broke the silence. Did he just reward us for freeing him? Alexander answered, "It seems so, but we have to get out of here before more demons come our way." Everyone nodded as Alexander created a portal and went back. Chapter 2018 Wolf plot starts and Laura Hale won't die. She was close to death and her heart stopped for a minute before being brought back to life so the Alpha Spark would pass on to Peter like original canon. Alexander explained the situation to both parents, who were disappointed with their children that it was a close call of them. If not for Alexander arriving, their children would have died at hands of those demons. Also now they knew how Valentine got the angel blood. Maurice and Robert frowned at Alec and Isabel. Maurice spoke up, "How could you rush inside without your parabati to cover for you?" Parabati is a pair of Nephilim warriors who fight together as lifelong partners, bound together by oath, regardless of their gender. Their bond is not reflected only in their closeness and willingness to lay down their lives for one another, but also in oath, one sworn in front of the council that a Shadowhunter may choose only one parabati in his/her lifetime and cannot perform the ritual more than once. Most Shadowhunters never have any parabati at all. Their emotions, instincts, and strengths are shared with one another. The parabati runes allow the pair to maintain a strong connection and are able to sense each other's life force. The rune can also be used to track one another, and doing so will inflict severe pain on both. When one dies, the rune will fade. The only bond forbidden to the parabati is the romantic bond. A Shadowhunter has only 18 years to find and choose a parabati. Once older than that, the ritual is no longer open to the Shadowhunter. Robert nodded and added, "That was completely reckless. It would have been complete disaster if you were overpowered by those demons or Alexander was too late." Alec, looking down, muttered, "I told them that, but they ran off." Isabel kicked Alec on the shin, which caused him to wince in pain. Maurice sighed and said, "You will have to be more careful in the future." Alec and Isabel nodded, while on the other side of the room was Jace's father Stephen and mother Celine, who had just woken up from her coma, were also there. Celine had medical records state that she had a history of mental illness, that she exhibited symptoms of psychosis. Alexander healed her and now she was at her 100%. Both parents were now fully involved in Jace's life. Stephen sighed and looking at Jace said, "I know you are capable, son, but you have to understand you can never underestimate any mission, and Alexander told you to stay back for a reason." Jace winced. Mainly he never wanted to disappoint his mother. Celine with soft tone said, "Don't worry, just be more careful next time." Jace nodded, while Lydia's mother Katrina Blackthorn frowned at her daughter and said, "Only thing I can say is learn from this mistake. That I know your group is considered the strongest of this generation, but don't let that get into your head." Lydia nodded. Sebastian was also having a similar lecture from his Alexander, his father Figuda. "I know you want to prove yourself, but just make sure to let your arrogance get the best of you. There is always demons stronger than you and life is unpredictable, so a situation can change in blink of an eye, so make sure you don't shoulder everything by yourself." Sebastian nodded and replied, "I won't disappoint you again." Alexander patted Sebastian in the shoulder and said, "You never disappointed me, everyone makes mistakes." Sebastian smiled at his father. Chapter 29 Kaylee was wearing a white shirt and thong. Alexander was enjoying the view as he swooped in from behind her and held by the waist, while planting Alright kisses on her neck as Kaylee smiled and asked, "Aren't going to meet the Natalie?" Alexander was going to meet Natalie Martin, who is the mother of Lydia Martin. It was an accident. He recognized her to be Banshee, although her powers are still not awakened yet. Natalie was serious denial toward topics that she has difficulty accepting, such as the supernatural and her daughter Lydia's role in it. But with living proof like Alexander's angel wings, she acted it and took Alexander's advice about keeping an eye on Lydia in case she awakens her powers. Alexander shrugged and replied, "I will," after this, as he was behind her, feeling up her sensual curves and kissing Kaylee's neck, who gasped and tilted her head, giving him more room to operate. Alexander's strong arms brush against her and started taking off her bra and massaging her chest as he asked, "We have a lot of time." Kaylee wiggles her ass and ground it against Alexander's bulge, which only causes it to grow. Alexander undid her bra and squeezed one of Kaylee's tits, and he could still hear her gasp out in pleasure. His other free hand roamed Kaylee's body without restraint. He touched her thighs, her ass, her pussy, and her tits, all while kissing Kaylee's neck and making her hotter and hotter. They started removing their clothes, and Alexander slid her thong over to one side and lined up for her and rammed deep inside of her from behind. Kaylee sucked him up, her walls engulfing him as Alexander pumped deeper and deeper inside of her from behind. Alexander's big fat balls slapped Kaylee's thighs. He leaned down and blew on her earlobe, causing Kaylee lose herself and moan. Alexander's hands roamed all the way down her body and pulled her back and plunged deeper inside of her. The loud slap, slap, slap of flesh upon flesh echoed even further, with Alexander pumping his way deeper and deeper inside of her as he muttered, "Come for me, sweetheart." Oh, Kaylee had been on the same wavelength. She came and stretched her hot pussy around Hadrian's mighty tool. He pressed down into her and repeatedly stuffed her hot slit. He rode her to another orgasm. Hadrian pulled out of her. Kaylee wasted little time scrambling onto Alexander's lap. She worked her hot athletic body down his rod, while Alexander saw her breasts bouncing freely as he leaned and sucked on her nipples, which made Kaylee cry out. Alexander whispered, "Come for me, love," and she came hard for her lover. Alexander climbed onto the bed properly, dragging the pillows and blankets over to them, while Kaylee curled up to his side as he got comfortable. Holding her close, he closed his eyes and fell into a peaceful doze, his mind blissfully blank. Lemon-ended Alexander decided to use his bike this time and went to Beacon Hills to meet Natalie Martin. Natalie Martin is an attractive middle-aged woman with white skin, light brown hair, and piercing blue eyes. She became a good friend of Alexander after meeting him as she asked, "So what did you want to talk about?" Alexander shrugged and asked, "Did you hear about the Hale Mansion fire?" Natalie nodded and replied, "Yes, I heard it was caused by fire was due to faulty wiring, but I remembered they were werewolf family, so something felt off about it." Alexander shook his head and replied, "Yup, that was someone covering it up. The whole thing was an attack on the Hale family by hunter named Gerard Argent. The man is typical run-of-the-mill psychopath. He believes every supernatural creatures. It did not matter what species, gender, or age a creature was, or whether they were guilty or innocent of a crime. He believed all of them deserved to die for nothing else but being who they are." Natalie was shocked and worried, asked, "Do you think he will come after Lydia?" Alexander sighed and replied, "For now he doesn't know, since her powers are not awakened, so she is safe." Natalie sighed in relief as Alexander said, "Just keep an eye out and call me if you have any issue." Natalie nodded and she walked him out. Just then Lydia arrived and Alexander gave her smile as Lydia blushed slightly. Lydia was checking out Alexander, asked, "Who is that, Mom?" Natalie waved it off and replied, "Just a friend of mine." Lydia, without missing a beat, said, "He is hot." Alexander straddles his bike and throttles it. The back tire screams for mercy as she pops the clutch and the motorcycle blasts before rocketing away. Chapter 30. Alexander was going through some reports when he heard his phone ring. It was Derek, and Alexander answered, "What is it, Derek?" Derek, slightly tense, replied, "It's Laura. She just went to Beacon Hills. She told me she found a mail from Deaton of a picture of a dead deer with a spiral carved into its body. She went to investigate it, but something seems off about this whole thing." Alexander understood this was a sign for revenge in werewolf culture, which she must understandably interpreted as having to do with her family. Alexander quickly used the portal rune to get to Beacon Hills, and he was able to track Laura down, also. Just as Derek thought someone had attacked Laura, by the time Alexander arrived the attacker ran off and Alexander had to heal Laura, who was in pretty bad condition, and her heart stopped for a minute or two before Alexander brought her back. But the issue was she was in coma. Alexander sighed in slight relief and, now having thought about her wounds, muttered, "This is definitely a job of another werewolf." Alexander then carried Laura and using the portal rune went back to Derek, who worried seeing her sister as Alexander spoke up. Don't worry, she is not dead, she is in a coma, but with some potions she will be back to normal in a month. Derek was slightly relieved and in anger asked, "Who did this?" Alexander shook his head and replied, "No idea, whoever did this has planned everything beforehand and he left nothing behind to track. But one thing is clear, the person is a werewolf and knew about Laura being the alpha." Derek, still worried about his sister, asked, "So they were after the alpha spark?" Alexander nodded and then her informer from Beacon Hills tipped him off about the fact someone glimpsed Laura's attack and the police are now searching for her body, which is missing at the scene. Alexander also heard Argent's moving back to Beacon Hills, so he went to Chris, who explained, "We are thinking of letting Allison know out heritage soon. Victoria wanted her to have normal life. Boo. I found Gerard has been subtly pushing her into becoming a hunter." Chris was now afraid of Gerard having an influence on Allison, but he was happy Kate was closer cutting that influence off. Chris also did push Allison to be involved in extracurricular activities, including training as a gymnast for 8 years and taking archery lessons, the latter of which she was so talented that she became nationally ranked and could have ascended to the elite level of competition had she not become temporarily bored of the activity. She also pursued other hobbies such as painting, photography, and poetry, but her perfectionist tendencies made it difficult for her to enjoy these activities due to how hard she was on herself to be the best at everything she did. Alexander hummed and replied, "She definitely has the skills to be a great hunter or even a great shadow hunter. I don't know if it was coincidence she looks like your ancestor Marie-Jeanne Vallée." Chris sighed and said, "I will let her have quite school year before telling her everything." Alexander then questioned, "How is Kate?" Chris smiled and replied, "After getting that call from Derek, she is good and I believe her going out of town every now and then is to meet him." Alexander smiled but then turned serious, saying, "Still keep an eye out, since there is an unknown alpha out of there." Chris seriously nodded. While that night Scott McCall and Styles Stilinski went out into the Beacon Hills Preserve that night to look for a dead body, Styles heard was found there when he eavesdropped on his father Sheriff Stilinski's phone call. Scott and Styles were separated when Styles was caught by his father, Sheriff Stilinski. When Scott was trying to find his way out of the woods and back to his house, he was attacked and bitten by the alpha. Chapter 31. Alexander went that night to visit Lydia. Since that girl needed a heads up about the alpha situation, he had told Natalie to explain everything to her. Lydia was looking at Natalie and Alexander as if they were crazy and asked, "Are you guys on drugs?" Alexander shook his head and held his hand out as flames started dancing on them. It shocked Lydia, who after breaking out from it checked to see if there was any tricks, but found none. Natalie spoke up, "Lydia, I know this looks surreal, but your grandmother was Banshee and through her you inherited it from your grandmother Lorraine Martin. Also every supernatural being like werewolves to demons exists." Lydia felt this was surreal, but she slowly absorbed everything and asked, "Why are you telling me this now?" Alexander explained, "Because there is a werewolf alpha out there and you need to be careful." Lydia was slightly scared and asked, "Why can't we move away?" Natalie answered, "I thought about it, but it seems as a banshee your ability to predict when someone's death via premonitions is very sought after in the supernatural community, so keeping you here in Beacon Hills seemed the best choice." Alexander took out a bracelet enchanted by Magnus and said, "This will protect you if you come in contact with the alpha. Also, I created a barrier around the house, so you don't have to worry about any dangerous supernatural." Lydia took the bracelet and thanked Alexander, who smiled at her, causing Lydia to blush. Alexander then added, "Also Lydia, keep a lookout for anyone at your school who suddenly shows enchant abilities, since I have a hunch this alpha is recruiting." Lydia nodded. While Alexander walked away, Lydia asked her mother, "Is he single?" Natalie sighed and replied, "Lydia." Lydia shrugged and said, "What, I was just curious." Natalie changed subject, "Lydia, please stay safe." Lydia smiled and nodded. She went back to her room. Their relationship was mending and she also stopped the act of being the vain, shallow, ditzy mean girl and she was slowly back to being the real Lydia. Also she dumped her boyfriend Jackson as their relationship wasn't exactly stable, as Jackson's need to be the best at everything he tried, his cocky and egocentric attitude, as well as the fact that he occasionally blamed her when something went wrong with him. In addition to the personal issues that Jackson had, Lydia also had her own problems in the relationship. This included the fact that she had to conceal and hide her true intelligence as a result of Jackson's inferiority complex. Also, she was really interested in Alexander. The next Scott, after getting bitten by the alpha, came to school, and in English class Scott and Styles enter their first period English class and take their seats with their English teacher Mr. Curtis. Curtis talked about the attack in the woods. Scott and Styles share excited look before suddenly, Scott hears a phone ring so loudly that he believes it to be right next to him. However, when he looks around the room, he sees no one else reacting to the noise, causing him to frown in confusion. Eventually, the sound of a female voice draws his attention to the row of windows to his left, through which he sees a young brunette woman sitting on a bench at the bottom of the stairs to the front entrance to the school. She has just answered the phone, which she has braced between her ear and her shoulder so she can dig through her gray canvas bag. The fact that he can hear her speaking like she's sitting right in front of him only makes him more confused. Allison replied through the phone, "Mom, 3 calls on my first day is a little overdoing it." Her mother says something unintelligible on the other end of the line. Allison sighed and replied, "Everything except a pen." "Oh my God, I didn't actually forget a pen." Okay. I gotta go. Love ya." Allison hangs up and puts her phone away. That's when a tall, handsome young man walked next to her, appearing not much older than Allison arrived. He has ink-black hair, gray eyes, and sharp, beautiful features. He smiled at Allison and said, "You know, she is just worried about you." Allison smiled back and replied, "I know, but she can be a bit too doting." Allison didn't really know Alexander's real identity. She knew him as her cousin. Scott continues to eavesdrop as the vice principal of the school comes out to greet her. "Sorry to keep you both waiting." Principal turned to Alexander and said, "It is quite honor to meet you." Alexander nodded and replied, "Sorry for being late. My cousin here was new to so I decided to help her out." Principal smiled at Allison and said, "It is good have you, Ms. Argent. So you were saying San Francisco isn't where you grew up?" Allison replied, "No, but we lived there for more than a year, which is unusual in my family." Alexander said his goodbyes to Allison and walked away, while inside Scott, still looking alarmed, tracks Allison his eyes until she has walked into the school and through the hallway as Scott heard the vice principal say, "Well, hopefully Beacon Hills will be your last stop for a while." The vice principal walks Allison into the classroom, where he introduces her to the other students' class. "This is our new student, Allison Argent. Please do your best to make her feel welcome." Allison, who looks nervous, smiles weakly before finding the only open seat in the class, which just happens to be the seat behind Scott and to the right of Styles, the latter of whom smiles at her awkwardly as she sits down. Scott, having heard her conversation with her mother earlier, knows that she forgot a pen and offers her one of his own. Allison looks surprised by the gesture, but smiles at him gratefully and said thanks. Scott smiles back at her in a way that indicates that he is starting to fall for her already before turning back around in his seat so she can't see him blush. The English teacher then picks up where he left off as Allison looks confused by this interaction. Chapter 32. Lydia met Allison. They got along really well, while Lydia also was subtly keeping an eye out for any students behaving supernatural. That a part of her had a feeling something would happen in lacrosse match. The lacrosse team has gathered on the lacrosse field, where the players are warming up by passing the ball back and forth as other students congregate in the bleachers to watch the team play. Scott and Styles are in the middle of a conversation as they quickly jog toward the field. In a change in dynamics from the previous night, it is now Styles who is out of breath and trying to keep up with Scott, who seems unfazed by the exertion. Styles told Scott, "But if you play, I'll have no one to talk to on the bench." "Are you really gonna do that to your best friend?" It's clear by Scott's tone of voice that, while he feels bad for that side effect of potentially making first line, he's not going to be talked out of trying out. Scott frowned and said, "I can't sit out again. My whole life is sitting on the sidelines." Scott drops his bag near the bench and added, "This season I make first line." But Scott is distracted by the sight of Allison and Lydia sitting down in the bleachers so they can watch the team play. Allison smiles at him, but before he can smile back, Coach Bobby Finstock appears in front of him and yells his name, McCall. Scott answered, "Yeah." Coach roughly tosses a lacrosse stick with a much bigger net and a bigger helmet to Scott, who catches them after they smack him on the chest. Scott's eyes narrow in confusion, while Coach spoke up, "You're on goal." Scott frowns and said, "I have never played." Coach nodded and replied, "I know, scoring some shots will give the boys a confidence boost. It's a first day back thing." Coach smacks Scott on the shoulder for emphasis and added, "Get him energized. Fired up." It is clear by the look on Scott's face that he doesn't have a good feeling about this. "Scott, what about me, Coach? Try not to take any in the face." Coach smacks Scott lightly on the cheek with the palm of his hand before turning toward the field to start the tryouts. Coach yelled, "Let's go. Come on." In the stands, Lydia looks at Scott curiously, as though she had seen profile of him after studying all the students' names. She knew the boy had asthma and even remembered thr fact, he was average during practice, while Allison is staring at him as well. Scott reluctantly takes his place in the goal and prepares for practice to start. Just then his superhuman hearing kicks in once again, allowing him to listen in on Allison and Lydia's conversation. Allison jerks her head in Scott's direction and questioned, "Who is that?" Lydia answered, "Scott McCall. I don't him personally. Why?" Scott cocks his head in confusion as he stares at them, but they don't seem to notice. Allison smiles in response to Lydia's question and answered, "He's in my English class." Unfortunately for Scott, the fact that he's distracted and his extra-sensitive ears cause him to flinch and cover his ears in pain when the assistant coach blows the whistle to start the practice. This makes him a prime target for Jackson, who takes a shot at the goal while Scott is still recovering. The ball hits him right in the front of his helmet with so much force that he's knocked backwards onto the ground. Coach Finstock, Jackson, and the rest of the team members immediately start laughing and making fun of him, while Jackson yelled, "Hey, way to catch with your face, McCall." Scott, now determined to prove himself, stands to his feet and shakes out his shoulders in preparation for the next shot. The next player tosses the ball towards him, and Scott catches it easily, to the point where he's visibly stunned that he was able to do so. This sentiment is shared by all the rest of the teammates, Styles included, who then cheers happily for his friend. Second, third, fourth, and fifth shots are caught by Scott just as easily, and Coach Finstock simply stares at Scott with his mouth open as though he can't believe what he's seeing. Allison smiles when she sees Scott's performance, and even Lydia is clearly impressed by what she sees. Scott's hearing once again picks up on their conversation while he gets ready for the next shot. Allison smiled and said, "He seems like he's pretty good." Lydia was now more suspicious of the boy. Doesn't seem to have any issues, and those reactions seem to supernatural. She replies to Allison's statement, "Yeah, very good." Lydia mentally thought, "Too good that he seems to have gained them overnight." Scott is practically giddy as he bounces on the balls of his feet and smiles, which only makes Jackson more angry. Intent to take Scott down a peg so that he's back in the spotlight, he slams the top of his stick against the player who was set to practice his goals and ditches him in line. Scott tenses when he sees this and prepares for the worst. Jackson runs as fast as he can toward the goal and tosses the ball with all the force he can muster, but to Scott, the ball seems to be moving in slow motion, allowing him to TCH it without hesitation, while Styles and Lydia stand to their feet to cheer Scott on. Much to Scott's surprise, Jackson is appalled by the fact that Scott got one over on him, and Lydia ignored Jackson. This does nothing but make Jackson more furious with Scott for taking his glory as the best player on the team. Allison watches Scott with interest as he throws a backshot at the assistant coach, who just barely catches it with his own stick. Chapter 33. That night in Beacon Hills Preserve, Scott and Styles have just crossed the creek in the nature preserve as they attempt to find so-called body Scott found the night before, as well as the inhaler he dropped in the process. The two are talking about the day's practice as their feet get wet in the water. Scott was explaining to Styles about everything that he felt in the pitch. I don't know what it was. It was like I had all the time in the world to catch the ball. And that's not the only weird thing. I can hear stuff I shouldn't be able to hear. Smell things. Styles questioned, "Smell things? Like what?" Scott replied, "Like the mint mojito gum in your pocket." Styles makes a face as though he thinks Scott is crazy and said, "I don't even have any mint mojito." But then Styles checks the inner breast pocket of his blazer and finds, much to his surprise, that there is a single piece of folded-up mint mojito gum, just as Scott sensed. Scott raises both of his arms to the side as if to say, "I told you so." Styles considers this for a moment before he continues, "So all this started with the bite." Styles seems to find this intriguing, while Scott, ever the nurse's son, is concerned that something is wrong with him and asked, "What if it's like an infection? Like my body's flooding with adrenaline before I go into shock or something?" Styles gets a small smirk on his face before trying to make himself look as serious as possible, which Scott, who is walking in front of him, doesn't catch and said, "You know what? I actually think I've heard of this, it's a specific kind of infection. Scott, worried and unaware, questioned, Are you serious? Styles seriously answered, Yeah, I think it's called lycanthropy. Scott, still not realizing that Styles is messing with him, starts to panic and asked, What's that? Is that bad? Styles replied, Oh yeah, it's the worst. But only once a month. Scott, still confused, asked, Once a month? Styles, On the night of the full moon. Aroo! Styles fake howls like a wolf and Scott, annoyed, shoves him away, causing Styles to giggle in amusement. Styles then asked, Hey, you're the one who heard a wolf howling? Scott with annoyance said, Hey, there could be something seriously wrong with me. Styles nodded and replied, I know. You're a werewolf. Roar. Scott is clearly not impressed by this joke, and Styles' demeanor becomes serious, added, Okay, obviously I'm kidding. But if you see me in shop class trying to melt all the silver I can find, it's 'cause Friday's a full moon. Scott stops walking and looks around, frowning when he doesn't see anything remarkable where they're standing, while saying, I could have sworn this was it. I saw the body, the deer came running. I dropped my inhaler. Styles, being thoughtful, added, Maybe the killer moved the body? Scott replied, If he did, I hope he left my inhaler. Those things are like $80. Scott and Styles are still looking around when suddenly, two men who looked in their early 20s, on of them with pale skin, black hair, a black leather jacket, and a scowl appears in front of them. Scott recognized the other as Allison's uncle, while Derek questioned, What are you doing here? When Scott and Styles, both of whom are visibly panicking, don't respond, the man's tone gets even gruffer and continued, This is private property. Style quickly apologized, Sorry man, we didn't know. Alexander added, You are Sheriff Stalinsky's son. Styles nodded, while Alexander added, Quickly leave, I don't think people happy knowing Sheriff's son is breaking he law. Styles winced while Derek's attention is focused on Scott, who picks up where Styles left off to try to relieve the tension. Yeah, we were just looking for something, but... Scott was about to continue until Derek glares at him, after which point Scott loses his nerve and drops the subject suddenly. Derek tosses Scott's inhaler at him before turning and heading back the way he came without a word, giving Scott one last look and seemingly paying Styles no attention whatsoever. Scott sighs and gets ready to turn back the opposite direction, saying, Alright, come on, I gotta get to work. Before Scott can move, Styles holds him his hand to physically stop him from walking away, whispering, Dude, that was Derek Hale. When Scott looks at Styles blankly, Styles' expression becomes incredulous as he explained, You remember, right? He's only like a few years older than us. Scott frowns and asked, Remember what? Styles replied, His family, they all burned to death in a fire like 10 years ago, but I don't the other one. Scott nodded and then spoke up, That is Allison's cousin, he was with her in school. He looks both intrigued and concerned by this news and muttered, I wonder what those doing back. Styles scoffs as though he thinks that nothing good can come of it. Before walking away, Styles finally turns back, and Scott, still looking toward where Derek headed out, slowly. 43. Chapter 34. Alexander called Lydia, Branwell, and Isabel to help with the whole Alpha situation, while they met up with Lydia, Martin, and Derek. Lydia, Martin, told them about Scott and what happened at the lacrosse field. While Derek spoke up, so the Alpha bit him, he is making a new pack. Alexander nodded and said, Yup, but for what reason? We don't know. Lydia, Branwell, turning to Derek, spoke up, Do you guys have any suspicions on who this might be? Derek shook his head and with worried tone replied, No idea, the only one who would know is Laura, since she might have seen the attacker. Laura was still in coma, so they didn't have any possible suspects for this. Alexander nodded, while Isabel added, Some of my contacts told me that Gerard is in the area. Derek let out a growl and his eyes turned blue. Alexander muttered, Calm down, we will get him. Derek slowly calmed down and nodded, while Lydia, Martin, spoke up, Who'd I still keep an eye on Scott? I mean, he might come to my party this Friday. Alexander nodded and replied, Just tell us he has any issues, I am pretty sure he is going to freak out soon. Lydia, Martin nodded, while Isabel asked, Isn't Friday a full moon? Derek sighed and said, I will try to talk to him and maybe warn him. Alexander nodded and replied, Yeah, it might be a good idea, since Gerard speaking around is not a good sign, if the boy is clueless about the world he is in. Derek agreed with that, while Alexander turned to Isabel and Lydia, Branwell, saying, We have to look around for any signs of this new Alpha. Isabel and Lydia, Branwell, nodded. The next day Scott awakened early that morning to find he had sleepwalked all the way into the woods in his boxers and had fallen asleep again in a coyote den. He was found and chased through the woods by the alpha, forcing him to jump a fence to get away, where he fell into a neighbor's swimming pool while they were watering the garden. That very day during the lacrosse match once again Scott showed abilities way beyond anything human. While his friend Styles was now suspected he was really a werewolf. At the same time Lydia didn't have any interest in the game, since the boy was using his supernatural abilities against normal humans. At least she had to give it to Jackson, who achieved it through his own effort. Thus she just faked excitement for new friend Allison's sake, who seemed to have slight interest in Scott. Also Alexander spoke to Chris about the whole thing, so Chris nodded and said, "I will keep an eye out." Alexander nodded and added, "Also inform Kate about Derek being here. I think it is time for these two to meet and clear the air." Chris agreed and replied, "Let's hope everything works out." Alexander muttered, "Me too." While Chris also questioned, "So this newly turned werewolf is crushing over my daughter?" Alexander nodded and answered, "Yup, keep an eye out, the boy's emotions will be going haywire." Chris frowned and muttered, "A teenage hormone-driven werewolf, wonderful." 44. Chapter 35. Scott and Allison arrive at the party in the backyard. They walk through the house toward the back patio, where they find dozens of party attendees dancing and drinking around the swimming pool and the fire pits scattered across the yard. Derek, Alexander, and Isabel arrived. Alexander told Derek, "Keep an eye on his. This is his first full moon, and from what I heard Jared has brought his group hunters into town." Derek controlled his anger and with deep breath focused on the task in front on him. As they take the party in, Scott notices Derek Hale standing in the shadows behind a fire pit located by the gate to the yard. He and Scott stare at each other for a long moment as a nearby dog starts barking at Derek, who uses his animal instincts to quiet the dog with simply a look. Derek then resumes staring at Scott until Allison, noticing Scott's distraction, interrupts them. "You okay?" Scott turns to look at Allison, breaking eye contact with Derek in the process, and replied, "What? Yeah, I'm fine." Scott looks back at where Derek was just standing, only to find that he has vanished. His gaze travels up to the roof, where he sees a shadowy figure leaping across the top of the Martin house under the full moon overhead, causing him to frown in concern. When he returns to looking at Allison, he notices that she's holding out her left hand and waiting for Scott to take it, which he finally does with a smile. Scott and Allison dancing by the pool. Allison puts her right arm around his neck, and the two get closer and closer to each other. Allison runs her fingers through the back of Scott's hair with a smile before burrowing her face his neck. This gives Scott the chance to keep looking around the yard. His gaze eventually falls onto Isabel and Alexander dancing, while a lot of eyes were focused on Isabel. Isabel quickly tugged Alexander by the collar and pulled him Clare, so for Scott it looked like they are having a passionate make-out session and would see Alexander's face, which worked, and Scott focused back on Allison again. Alexander looked at her curiously. Isabel shrugged and replied, "I didn't want him to notice us." Alexander didn't fall for it and was about to talk about Kaylee. Isabel sighed and said, "I like you teach, so does Lydia. Also I talked with Kaylee, she is okay with sharing." Alexander sighed, shook his head while asking, "You know how old I am, right?" Isabel shrugged and replied, "No issue there, we talked our parents, they said go for it." Alexander nodded and said, "I will think about it." Isabel did a victory sign. She found this a good start and wanted to tell Lydia Branwell about this. While Lydia Martin saw this from the other side and pouted, she wanted to have a chance with Alexander too. Allison and Scott are nose to nose now, and just when it looks like they're about to kiss, Scott's fingers tighten around the back of Allison's jacket as the full moon finally starts to take effect in his body. He's suddenly stricken with a terrible headache caused by all of his senses being heightened all at once, and he groans as he clutches his temples with both hands. Allison stops dancing and looks at him with concern and questioned, "Are you okay?" Scott continues to groan until the ache subsides slightly, opening his eyes just enough to see where he's going as he turns to go somewhere private and ride the sickness out, and answered, "I'll be right back." Alexander and Derek saw this. Alexander gave sign to Derek to cover for Scott, which Derek agreed and walked towards Allison. Scott heads inside the house, leaving Allison alone in the backyard. As Scott walks through the dining room, his vision starts to get shaky and blurry. He passes Styles, who is wearing a lavender dress shirt and tie and is in the middle of a conversation with another male student when he sees Scott and looks at him with a worried expression and asked, "Yo, Scott, you good?" Scott is too overwhelmed to respond to Styles' question and instead continues making his way through the house, passing Harley in the living room, who also seems concerned by Scott's obvious pain and asked, "Are you okay?" Scott pushes on through the foyer and out the front door, where he stumbles down the stone staircase to where he parked Melissa's car. Allison, looking both confused and hurt, follows Scott until she sees him get into the car and drive off without another word. Just then she hears her name being called out. It was Derek. Allison. Allison turns around to see Derek standing behind her with a charming smile and continued, "I'm a friend of Scott's." Allison looks back at the road that Scott took to get home before turning back toward Derek, who takes another step toward her and added, "My name's Derek." Scott has just rushed upstairs to his bedroom, where he locks the door before sliding down it into a crouching position. Directly in front of him is his open bedroom window, which gives him a perfect look at the full moon in the sky. Groaning in pain, he stumbles into the attached bathroom and strips out of his shirt and t-shirt before climbing into the bathtub and turning on the shower so that hot water pours over him. This seems to give him some momentary relief until he suddenly grits his teeth in pain and anxiously rubs his right hand over his face to try to distract himself from it. He seems to get a headache from his extra heightened senses and grips the sides of the bathtub. Suddenly, his fingers start to ache, and when he looks down at the palms of his water-swollen hands, he is horrified to see his fingernails growing into long, sharp claws. Frantically getting out of the shower, Scott looks in the mirror over the medicine cabinet and is even more overwhelmed to find his canine teeth growing into fangs and his irises glowing a bright gold color. Just then, a loud pounding knock is heard on his bedroom door in Scott's bedroom, where Scott is pressing his forehead and torso against the inside of the door. 45. Chapter 36. Scott heard the knock on the door and yelled, "Go away." Another knock is heard on the door before the visitor identifies himself. "It was Styles. Scott, it's me." Scott, realizing that it is his best friend and not his mother, unlocks his door but only allows Styles to open it a few inches so that Styles can hear him but not see him. Scott continues to lean his forehead against the door as he struggles to control his breathing, as Styles once again said, "Let me in, Scott. I can help." The thought of Styles getting closer to him causes him to panic, as he's afraid of what will happen. Instead, Scott, lisping slightly due to his fangs, begged Styles to leave instead and added, "No. Listen, you gotta find Allison." Styles shook it off and replied, "She's fine, all right? I saw her get a ride from the party. She's totally fine, all right?" Scott, frustrated, continues his argument. "No, I think I know who it is." Styles is too overwhelmed by concern regarding Scott's current situation to pay attention to his protests and instead cuts him off with an exasperated tone of voice. "Dude, just let me in." "We can try." Scott, in an effort to get Styles to understand what he's trying to say, interrupts him as well. "It's Derek. Derek Hale is the werewolf. He's the one that bit me. He's the one that killed the girl in the woods." Styles' eyes widen in horror when he realizes the implications of this revelation and with worried tone said, "Scott. Derek's the one who drove Allison from the party." Scott processes this for a short moment before he quickly shuts the door and locks it again. Out in the hallway, Styles rattles the doorknob, and when he can't open the door, he starts to pound on it with his fist in an attempt to be let back and Stills yelled, "Scott." Scott has just opened the window to his second-floor bedroom and jumped out. He lands on his feet on the ground below in a three-point stance, splashing in the rain puddle left from the previous night. Scott then completes his transformation into his werewolf form, complete with a ridged brow, pointed ears, mutton chops, gold-glowing eyes, claws, and fangs. Saliva drips from the tips of his elongated canine teeth as he looks up at the full moon and roars in the Beacon Hills Preserve. Scott jumps on top of Derek's car, which is parked just out front of the entrance sign. He looks inside to see that neither Allison nor Derek are there before he heads into the woods. Meanwhile, at the Argent house, Styles has just arrived and immediately rushes out of the Jeep toward the front door, where he frantically rings the doorbell as he mutters under his breath, "In the Beacon Hills Preserve." Scott, fully transformed, is running through the woods, using his new superhuman sense of smell to track Allison's scent in order to locate her and Derek. The Argent house. Allison's mother, Victoria Argent, has just opened the front door to find an overwhelmed Styles on the doorstep. Styles wastes no time trying to figure out what is going on with Allison. Styles, "Hi, Mrs. Argent. You have no idea who I am. I'm a friend of your daughter's." Look, this is gonna sound kind of crazy, really crazy, actually. You know what? Crazy doesn't even describe Victoria looks at Styles as though he's stupid before turning and shouting up the staircase, "Allison. It's for you." Allison walks onto the balcony at the top of the staircase, looking perfectly fine, though she is no longer wearing her black blazer. Styles looks flabbergasted by the sight of her, and Allison looks confused as to why he looks so panicked in the Beacon Hills Preserve. Scott continues to run through the woods, following her scent until he reaches a clearing, where he finds Allison's jacket hanging on a branch and realizes that it was the scent he was following, and not the scent of Allison herself. When Derek steps out of the shadows, Scott glares at him and growls in warning and yells, "Where is she?" Derek simply replied, "She's safe from you." Derek tackles Scott, leading to the two of them to continue to roll down a slight hill. Once they reach the bottom, Derek pulls Scott to his feet and pins him against a tree. Scott questioned, "What did you do with her?" Derek tried to quiet down Scott and said, "Shoo, quiet. Too late. They're already here. Run." Derek runs away, but Scott, not understanding what is going on, takes a beat to catch on. This distraction ends up working against him when a flashbang arrow flies past him, blinding him momentarily. As he recovers, another arrow is shot at him, which goes through his left forearm and pins him to the tree. Suddenly, a group of male hunters step out of the shadows, with the leader, Jared Argent, holding a crossbow aimed right at Scott while Derek watches from a distance. Ordered, "Take him." Before the hunters can move, Derek knocks out one of the hunters, while Alexander uses a Isabella whip to pull the hunter into the shadows, this leaving Gerard outnumbered, but Gerard didn't care about the hunters and was about to once again go for Scott. But by then Chris also arrived in time, pointing his shotgun directly at him father and said, "Leave now." Gerard knew Chris won't be able to kill him and with smile replied, "You know you won't be able to kill me." Chris then cocked his gun and shot close to Gerard's ear, which caused him to yell in pain, while Chris once again in a more stern tone said, "Leave." Gerard got the message now. Having broken eardrum, he walked away. Taking advantage of the distraction, Scott escapes with Derek's help. Once Derek and Scott have run far enough away from the hunters to feel that the coast is clear, Scott, now in his human form, falls to his knees as he recovers from the overwhelming combination of transforming into a werewolf, believing Allison to be in danger, and being shot by hunters. He looks at Derek with an expression of anger, hurt, and betrayal. Questioned, "Who were they?" Derek replied, "Hunters, the kind that have been hunting us for centuries." Scott glares furiously at Derek and asked, "Us? You mean you? You did this to me?" Derek sighed and replied, "Is it really so bad, Scott? That you can see better? Hear more clearly? Move faster than any human could ever hope? You've been given something that most people would kill for. The bite is a gift." Scott, frustrated and exhausted, continues to glare at Derek and said, "Don't want it." But then he heard someone say bullshit, which caused Scott to turn GI's attention to the voice, which was same guy he saw with Allison. Alexander spoke up, "You don't hate it, you know for a fact without it you are just a nobody, and all this popularity you achieved is by using these gifts. Before this you were a nobody." Alexander felt the kid was too creepy and stocky. He felt Allison could do better than this idiot. That was slap on Scott's face, since this was truth, while Alex turned to Derek and said, "Tell this idiot, I hate his attitude already." Derek nodded and looking at embarrassed Scott said, "Scott, you're gonna need me if you want to learn how to control it." Derek places his hand on Scott's shoulder and added, "So you and me, Scott? We're brothers now." While Alexander added this own, also Derek didn't kill anyone and he wasn't the one who bit you either. With that, Alexander and Derek walked away, leaving Scott alone to process the events of the evening. But the idiot didn't believe the last part. He still believed Derek bit him and he was killer, even though he doesn't have any proof. 46. Chapter 37. Scott back in school makes up with Allison over ditching her, but later he recognizes Chris and mistakenly assumes he is part of the hunter group that tried to kill him. So later that day in the lacrosse field, Scott and Styles arrive to the lacrosse field just as Coach Finstock has begun announcing their first task, "Let's go." One-on-one from up top. Coach turns to look at Jackson, who is running onto the field, and yelled, "Jackson, take a long stick today." Jackson nods and drops the stick he was holding in favor of the longer one that Coach instructed him to take before running back onto the field and said, "Attaboy." While Alexander, Isabel, Lydia, Derek and Lydia Branwell were watching from distaste, all of them had only one thought, the boy is an idiot. Lydia Branwell spoke up, "He is going to mess this up, isn't he?" The other Lydia, Martin, nodded and added, "I am 100% sure about that." Both Lydia's and Isabel got along really well, but it was quite rocky at the start since all kinda crushed on the same guy. But hearing about how Alexander can take more than one girlfriend seems to have made their minds at ease. While Lydia, Martin, is still having a hard time accepting this concept, but she is getting there slowly, while they see Jackson takes his place on the field, and when coach blows his whistle, he scoops up a ball and the team starts the play. The players run around the field, passing the ball to each other and shoulder-checking their opponents as they try to score a goal, with coach watching with a focused expression as he follows their movements from the sidelines and yelled in joy, "That's how you do it, Jackson. That's how you do it." Jackson hits one of the players in the back with the blunt end of his stick so he can steal the ball. Coach shoots an annoyed look at one of the other players, number 31, and yelled, "Greenberg, take a lap." Greenberg sets off to run around the field as coach turns his attention to the lined-up players ready to start their round of one-on-ones. Scott is at the front of the line and gets prepared to start and ordered, "Let's go. Faster, Greenberg. Let's go." Scott, looking distracted, is brought back to reality when coach shouts at him, "McCall, what are you waiting for? Let's go." Coach points at Jackson, who is waiting for him with his long stick in hand, ready to show him up. However, when Scott clenches his jaw and runs toward him, he's easily tackled by the larger young man and is tossed flat on his back onto the grassy field. Coach wastes no time in starting to mock him as Scott grimaces, both in pain and in embarrassment, "Hey, McCall." Over at the line, Styles winces sympathetically at Scott's bad play, especially once he sees Coach walking over to where Scott is still laying on the ground and asking, "Hey, McCall." Scott lifts his head to see Jackson smirking above him, looking very satisfied by his successful tackle and adding, "You sure you still want to be first line, McCall?" Coach finally makes it over to Scott just as Jackson walks away, and Scott quickly jumps to his feet, fixing his gloves and pads as Coach begins berating him for his poor performance, stammering, My grandmother can move faster than that, and she's dead. You think you can move faster than the lifeless corpse of my dead grandmother?" Alexander could hear everything and saw the idiot was getting angry and muttered, "Well, he is losing it." Derek facebombed and said, "I told him to lay low and quit the club." Isabella sighed and added, "Well, there is nothing we can do about this." Scott's anger and frustration have him doubled over, which begins to worry Styles, who continues to watch from midfield. Scott clenches his jaw as he responds in a tight voice. "See to Coach Finstock, yes, Coach." Coach, still trying to goad Scott into a more competitive mindset, continues to mock him, "I can't hear you." Fortunately for Scott, he is not looking Coach in the eyes, because his irises flash gold as Scott grits his teeth and repeats himself in an irritated tone of voice, "Yes. Coach." Coach, also irritated, moves so his mouth is just inches from Scott's right ear as he mutters his orders, "Then do it again." Scott clenches his jaw again as he sighs and runs back to position while Coach shouts mockingly toward the rest of the players, "McCall's gonna do it again. McCall's gonna do it again." Jackson gets back to his position in midfield as Scott returns to the front of the lineup for one-on-ones. Though his eyes are no longer glowing gold, he still looks angry yet determined. After a moment, Coach blows his whistle to have them start, "Let's go." Scott runs full speed at Jackson, gripping his lacrosse stick hard as he collides with Jackson, his right shoulder hitting Jackson right in the collarbone on the same side. Jackson falls backwards, landing flat on his back in the grass just as Scott had just gone earlier, and clutches his right shoulder in pain. Alexander sighed and said, "Well, that went as expected." Everyone nodded, while Isabel, looking at Derek, said, "You might want to tell him to take this seriously, since there are hunters in town." Derek nodded and glaring Scott replied, "I will talk to him." Styles, panicked, runs over to Scott to check on him while everyone else is distracted by Jackson. Scott's fangs have come out, and his eyes are glowing bright gold again as he desperately tries to keep himself from fully turning. Lydia Martin, seeing this more clearly since she is focused on Scott, said, "Well, he is losing control." Styles' eyes widen in alarm when he realizes that Scott's in the middle of a transformation into his werewolf form and yelps quietly, "What? Right here? Now?" Styles looks around, sees that everyone else is distracted by Jackson's injuries, and grabs Scott by the shoulders and muttered, "Come on, get up." Styles pulls Scott to his feet and, still keeping an arm around Scott's shoulders, drags him back to the locker room 47. Chapter 38 Beacon Hills High School Boys Locker Room. Scott and Styles have finally made it to the locker room, where Styles pushes him through the door while saying, "Come on, here we go." Scott falls to his knees next to one of the sinks, and Styles follows him and Styles added, "Sit down. You okay?" Styles moves to crouch down in front of Scott to look him in the eyes and questioned, "Scott, you okay?" Scott, now completely overwhelmed, finally looks up and screams at the top of his lungs in a desperate panic, his eyes bright gold, "Get away from me!" The shock from Scott's roaring voice causes Styles to fall back onto his heels, and he eventually is forced to crawl backwards away from Scott as the werewolf starts stalking him. Styles manages to get to his feet and flings himself back behind a row of lockers, only for Scott to easily leap on top of them in a single bound. Scott looks down at Styles from the top of the lockers, and his vision is tinted red from the rage that triggered his transformation in the first place. He visually tracks Styles as the young human man once again falls back onto his butt and is quickly forced to push himself back up onto his feet as he turns the corner, not taking his eyes off of Scott as the werewolf crawls to the end of the row of lockers. He then pulls himself up onto the heating vents up around the top of the ceiling and uses them to crawl around and track Styles. While Styles stumbles on Alexander and recognized him, while Scott has jumped back down onto the floor and was ready to attack Alexander, who caught Scott's wrist, turned his arm, and thrust a palm into the center of Scott's chest. Something happened as Scott felt a wrenching sense of dislocation and was thrown back, knocking him out. Styles was still in fear, but a part of him worried about his friend asked, "Is he alive?" Alexander nodded and replied, "He is just knocked out." Styles, gulping in fear, muttered, "He tried to kill me." Alexander sighed and said, "We warned him about this, but your idiot friend didn't listen." While Styles retorted, "He didn't want any of this. It's your friend Derek that bit him." Alexander groaned and said, "Derek can't turn him, since he is a beta and only alpha werewolves can turn humans. Also, your friend is lying when he talks about not wanting these powers." This was news to Styles, while Alexander added, "The wolf can be easily triggered by intense emotions such as anger, fear, stress, or any other sensation that increases the heart rate, which, especially for newly bitten werewolves, puts them at risk of losing control and can result in harm to innocent civilians. Your friend pretty much endangered his whole family because of his need to be popular." Styles knew it was true. Scott was letting these powers and getting popular get the best of him. Inside the locker room, Scott woke up dazed from being knocked out and sits down on one of the benches and noticed Alexander calling out in a quiet voice, "Where is Styles?" Styles relaxes somewhat but wills himself not to run in until he knows what he's getting himself into. He slowly peeks his head from Alexander's shoulders and sees Scott, covered in sweat and squinting at him on the bench. Scott weakly questioned, "What happened?" Styles sighs deeply as he comes out and starts to take off his gloves, which he forcefully throws onto the floor to emphasize his seriousness about the situation, and said, "You tried to kill me." Scott sighs and looks guilty as Styles walks over to him and crouches in front of him so he can look him in the eyes. His expression is grim as he reminds Scott of what he had researched last weekend and added, "It's like I told you before, it's the anger, it's your pulse rising. It's a trigger." Scott huffs a quiet, exhausted laugh and replied, "But that's lacrosse. It's a pretty violent game if you hadn't noticed." Alexander cut in, "Are you a fool? Something risking everything for game and popularity? Some of these hunters will use your family to get to you, and if you can't get that into your think skull, go and do it." While walking away, Styles' voice is firm, makes it clear to Scott that this is a problem they need to deal with and take seriously. What Alexander says is true, it's gonna be a lot more violent if you end up killing someone on the field. Styles sighs deeply and looks Scott in the eyes, while Styles added, "You can't play Saturday. You're gonna have to get out of the game." Scott immediately tries to protest against this, but Styles cuts him off and stops. 48. Chapter 39. Isabel was dressed in black top, wearing this blue pleated leather jacket and stretch leather skinny pants, sipping coffee on the patio of a restaurant, and in front of her was Alexander and by his side Lydia Branwell, who was wearing a black top with V-neck and black leather jacket with jeans. Isabel spoke up, "Do you think the boy will understand?" Alexander shrugged and replied, "No, I doubt it. The only way he will understand it if the truth hit him right in the head." Lydia Branwell then spoke up, "Should we keep an eye on him?" Alexander sighed and replied, "Maybe we should." While Isabel decided to change topic, ANS with smirk asked, "So is this a date?" Alexander, who was drinking his soda, cogged up, and Lydia Branwell grinned. She also joined in. "We discussed about sharing and both have come to an agreement with Kaylee too." Alexander knew there was no getting out of it, especially since Kaylee agreed to this too. Derek once again threatened Scott to not play in game, while it seems to work. But he was pushed into playing by Jackson, who guilt-tripped him. Stiles calls Scott over and has him use his werewolf hearing to eavesdrop on a conversation between Sheriff Stilinski and the principal, where Sheriff states that he's instituting a curfew as a result of bloody shirt found in the woods, effective immediately, which requires everyone under the age of 18 to be home by 9:30 p.m. Scott, having heard enough, turns back to face Stiles with a grim expression and said, "Curfew because of the bloody shirt, and they believe the body is out there somewhere." Stiles scoffs in exasperation and smacks Scott on the arm to emphasize his point and replied, "Unbelievable. My dad's out looking for a rabid animal, while the jerk-off who actually killed the girl is just hanging out, doing whatever he wants." Scott replied, "Well, you can't exactly tell your dad the truth about Derek." Stiles nods his head purposefully and said, "I can do something." Scott looks at him with a skeptical expression and questioned, "Like what?" Stiles' expression is determined when he answers, "Like find the body." Stiles turns and walks off without another word. When the gravity of what Stiles has just said hits Scott, he scoffs incredulously, "Are you kidding?" Scott goes to follow after Stiles when he's suddenly distracted by the sound of Lydia's voice and turns to find the source. This is Allison. She's down the hallway to Scott's left, where she is introducing Allison to a good-looking male student with a lacrosse stick. Scott believed Lydia was trying to set up Allison to get back at him for hurting her ex. The lacrosse player reaches out his right hand to shake Allison's, and the two smile at each other. "Hi. Nice to meet you." Lydia added, "She's the new girl. She just moved here." Lydia was trying to set Allison up with someone else, since she felt Allison could do much better than Scott. Scott mistakes this and believes Lydia was trying to get back at him for hurting Jackson. The lacrosse player asked, "Oh, how do you like it?" Allison smiled and replied, "I like it." Scott, clearly jealous, walks over to them, and when Allison sees him coming, she wraps up their conversation. "It was nice meeting you. See you soon. I'll be at the game." Allison breaks away from Lydia and the nameless lacrosse player to go see Scott. Lydia and her friend walk away hand in hand as Allison turns to Scott, who tries to hide just how jealous he is and asked, "So, Lydia's introducing you to everyone?" Allison just smiles, completely oblivious to Lydia's ulterior motives as she smiled and said, "She's being so unbelievably nice to me." Scott mutters under his breath, "I wonder why." Allison said, "Maybe she gets how much being the new girl can suck." Scott looks down and notices that Allison is holding the jacket she was wearing at the party and briefly flashes back to Friday night, when he saw where Derek had hung the stolen jacket on a tree limb to lure him to the woods. Back in the present, Scott looks shocked and is unable to conceal it from her and asked, "Where did you get that?" Allison is once again oblivious to Scott's suspicious line of questioning and simply shrugs and replied, "My jacket? It was in my locker. I think Lydia brought it back from the party. She has my combination." Scott, now really worried and remembering Derek's interest in Allison when offering her a ride home, continues to question her with an urgent tone of voice. Did she say she brought it back, or did somebody give her the jacket? Allison confused and asked, "Like who?" Scott replied, "Like Derek." Allison frowns in confusion and asked, "Your friend?" Scott annoyed and replied, "He's not my friend." "How much did you talk to him when he drove you home?" Allison continues to frown, clearly confused and not really liking Scott's tone but trying to keep it civil. Not much at all." Scott questioned, "What did you say?" Allison, now completely weirded out by how suspicious Scott is acting, excuses herself from the conversation. "I gotta get to class." Even though Scott tried to clear things up, Allison rushes away without another word, and Scott, looking furious, clenches his jaw, his entire body tense, as he decides to give Derek a visit. Scott rides his bike through the woods, furiously pushing the pedals so he can go as fast as he can. Once he's made it to the Hale House ruins, he jumps off his bike and throws it to the ground before he races over to the front porch. He tosses off his helmet and his book bag, throwing them forcefully to the ground as well as he screams for Derek, "Derek! Derek!" Catching his breath, Scott looks around for a moment, taking note of a blood-covered towel inside the house and narrowing his eyes suspiciously. He suddenly senses the presence of another person and turns to find to his surprise that Derek is standing on the porch, staring at him. Scott, startled, jerks reflexively before remembering why he's here and making his point. "Stay away from her. She doesn't know anything." Derek takes a few steps before hopping off of the porch and striding over to where Scott is standing and asked, "Yeah? What if she does? Derek stops walking when he's about 6 feet away from Scott and gives him an incredulous look and added, "You think your little buddy Styles can just Google werewolves, and now you got all the answers? Is that it?" Scott, still furious, stays silent as he tries to catch his breath, so Derek continues as he slowly walks closer to Scott to make his point. "You don't get it yet, Scott, but I'm looking out for you. Think about what could happen. You're on the field, the aggression takes over, and you shift in front of everyone." Scott, not wanting to believe this, glares at Derek, who decides a practical lesson is in order. He bends down and picks up Scott's lacrosse stick from his abandoned backpack and continued, "Your mom, all your friends, and when they see you, everything falls apart." Derek takes the lacrosse stick and pushes the end with the net into Scott's chest, causing the younger werewolf to swat it away, visibly irritated. Derek pulls up the stick and flicks out his claws, using them to shred the net in the end of the lacrosse stick and causing Scott to gasp. Derek casually tosses the stick up into the air, and in the moment of distraction it took Scott to catch it, Derek ran away at super speed, leaving a very furious Scott behind. Derek meets up with Alexander, who questioned, "Did you have to taunt him like that?" Derek shrugged and replied, "He won't listen to me if I go soft on him." Alexander sighed and knew Scott was going to take it the wrong way and will look to find a way to take Derek out. Which was true because next day Scott came across same blood scent he found at Derek's house in the hospital, which was from the bloody shirt that was found. So Scott speculated Derek killed her, and let's just say he was hell-bent on believing it, so he along with Styles sneaked in to get the bloody towel and give it Styles' father. 49. Chapter 40. Scott is leaning against the Jeep, parked at the edge of the Hale property, as he watched Derek get marched out of the house in handcuffs by one of the Beacon County Sheriff's Department's deputies. Derek looks over at Scott with a scowl that causes Scott to look down at the ground with an expression of mixed guilt and shame as Derek is pushed into the back of a deputy's cruiser. A moment later, Scott notices Styles walking from out of the woods toward the cruiser, which is unattended now that the rest of the deputies are checking out the crime scene itself. Scott's mouth gapes open in shock when he realizes what Styles is about to do, just as Styles looks back at Scott. Scott immediately tries to get Styles to stop by mouthing his response at him, "No." Styles ignores him and darts toward the passenger door to the cruiser and opens it so he can talk to Derek, causing Scott to groan in exasperation. "Oh God." Scott turns away from them, unable to watch but not wanting to draw more attention to what Styles is doing. Meanwhile, Styles sits in the passenger seat and turns around so he can face Derek and speak to him through the caged window between the back seat and the front seats of the cruiser. It's obvious that he's nervous because of how he is rambling. "Okay, just so you know, I'm not afraid of you." Derek's head is tilted down, but his eyes move up to look at Styles through his eyelashes with a scowl that immediately terrifies Styles, who added, "Okay, maybe I am. Doesn't matter. I just want to know something." Styles shifts nervously in his seat and asked, "The girl you killed? Was she a werewolf?" Derek continues to scowl blankly and silently at Styles, who keeps talking, "Where is the body and why did you kill her?" Derek finally lifts his head to speak, but his tone of voice is understandably irritable due to the current situation. "Why are you so worried about me, when it's your friend who's the problem?" Derek jerks his head toward where Scott is standing for emphasis, and Styles moves back away from Derek a tiny bit, but Derek continued, "When he shifts on the field, what do you think they're gonna do, huh? Just keep cheering him on?" Styles gulps in anxiety, knowing that Derek isn't exactly wrong. Derek, seeing he is getting through to Styles, added, "I can't stop him from playing, but you can." Derek leans forward so his face and Styles are only inches apart as he lowers his voice to a whisper, "And trust me, you want to." Before Styles really has a chance to process this, the passenger door opens, and a hand is seen yanking Styles out of the car by his father. Derek could only groan in annoyance. He was really hoping for Alexander to spring him out of this. Just then, Sheriff pulls Styles out of the car and scolds him for talking to Derek before questioning him on how he found the bloody shirt in the first place. Styles lies that they were looking for Scott's inhaler, which only exposes his lie in the previous episode that Scott wasn't out in the woods with him. Sheriff then tells Styles to leave, so he and Scott drive back home in the Jeep. Scott goes vanished. The game that night, Scott and Styles are heading to the field, and Styles tells him he hopes that he knows what he's doing. Scott argues that he just wants a semi-normal life where he can be on the team and go out with Allison, so Styles sighs and insists that he do his best not to worry too much while he's out on the field, which does little to ease Scott's nerves. During the game, Jackson orders the rest of the players to only throw the ball to him, not Scott, but when Danny points out that they shouldn't haze Scott and risk losing the game. Also in the middle of the game, Scott starts to lose control and Styles begins to panic from the bench while everyone in the stands starts to cheer for him to make the goal. After a moment of being totally overwhelmed, Scott's enhanced hearing picks up Allison's voice in the stands saying, "You can do it, Scott. You can do it, Scott," which allows him to regain control enough to make the game-winning goal. Styles lowers his arms and sighs in relief that the game managed to end in a win without Scott hurting or killing anyone due to changing, and muttered, "Oh my God." Scott is still standing in the middle of the field, seemingly dumbstruck by the fact that he just won the game, having scored half of the total amount of points made by the team. However, he's finally brought back to reality when he suddenly drops his stick on the ground and removes his right glove to find tea. Hat. Despite his eyes and teeth returning to normal, his fingernails are extending into claws, indicating that he's losing control again. Not wanting to expose his secret to the crowd, he runs toward the school just as the audience members start running onto the field to congratulate and console the players on the Beacon Hills and opposing teams. Allison, excited to congratulate Scott on a job well done, runs toward where she had seen him standing and is confused to find that he has vanished in the crowd. She looks around in an effort to find him, and her smile dims slightly in confusion when she sees him running quickly toward the school. Argent, having just made it to the sidelines, stops and watches with interest as Scott runs away, continuing to do so as Allison rushes after Scott to see what is going on, a suspicious and curious expression forming on his face. Styles is still seated on the bench, albeit by himself, as he continues to relax now that the danger of Scott turning and exposing himself as a werewolf has seemingly passed. At least to his knowledge. However, behind him in the now abandoned bleachers, Stilinski was with Alexander, which made Styles to narrow his eyes, since Ho's father was really serious and seemed annoyed. Styles has just let out a deep sigh of relief when he sees the concerned expression on his dad's face and calls out to him, "Dad, what's wrong?" Stilinski and Alexander narrowed their eyes at Styles, who gulped in fear. Since he had the feeling they messed up something, Alexander spoke up, "You guys messed up, Derek was the killer." Styles was confused and said, "But the blood on the shirt matched with the one they found in the forest." Stilinski sighed and said, "We found the person who it belonged, and it is Derek's sister Laura Hale, who currently in coma after being attacked by someone, and it wasn't Derek, since he wasn't even in the state at the time." Styles was shocked and rambled, "Then why didn't they call off the search if Derek knew about this?" Alexander answered, "Because the attacker is still on the loose and he seems to have lured Laura here on purpose, so we didn't want to tip him off, and sheriff's higher-ups knew about this." Styles looked at his father, who nodded and questioned, "Did you break into Hale's house?" Styles was flustered and tried to make excuses, but his father, seeing this, knew the truth and said, "I am able to get you from being arrested, but this is going to be on your record. The same can be said for Scott." Styles should slumped and thought, Scott is going to freak out. 50. A question: does anyone interested in Hadrian in Buffy the Vampire Slayer fanfic? I mean, Hadrian becomes annoyed with Watcher's council and creates HWN group with Death's help like Shadowhunters with runic tattoos. This is just a question, I am not writing anything yet. Only other idea was reincarnation in LOTR fanfic with MC having silver tongue power from Inkheart.51. Chapter 41/N. Also, I have been writing Hadrian in Buffyverse. IT is going okay. I have the timeline ready, and he arrived in that world around the year 900, also with Death's help with create Shadowhunters, and it will have some its concepts like Idris Institutes and stuff. Allison, worried about Scott's sudden disappearance, hesitantly walks into the boys' locker room, where she eventually finds him standing under the hot water in the shower, still in his uniform shorts. Allison asks him if he's okay, and he claims that he just got lightheaded and needed a moment to allow it to pass. Allison points out that he's probably got an adrenaline rush from how amazing he played out there. Scott smiles and apologizes for acting really weird that day and confesses that she makes him nervous because he wants to make sure he gets his second chance. Allison promises that he has it, and that he just needs to take it, which leads Scott to kiss her. They make out for a long moment before Allison pulls away. She smiles and says she needs to get back to her dad as Styles approaches them, and when she leaves, once Allison is gone, Styles rolls his eyes and waits until she's out of earshot while Scott, dazed in the afterglow of his romantic interlude with Allison, walks over to him with the cheesiest grin on his face and giddily said, "I kissed her." Styles, clearly finding Scott's dopey demeanor tedious, nods patronizingly and replied, "I saw." Scott is unbothered by Styles' lack of excitement for him and continued on, "She kissed me." Styles makes a face but continues to humor him and said, "Saw that too. That's pretty good, huh?" Even without his kiss with Allison and reassurance that she's still interested in him, Scott has a much more positive outlook on his future now, and he shares it with Styles. I don't know how, but I controlled it. I pulled it back. Maybe I can do this? Maybe it's not that bad." Styles, seeing how truly happy and at peace Scott currently is, decides he doesn't want to spoil his mood and tries to beg off. "Yeah." He chuckles nervously and added, "We'll talk later then." Styles pats Scott on the shoulder affectionately and turns to leave, but Scott, still able to read Styles perfectly in spite of his many current distractions, grabs him by the shoulder and forces him to turn around to tell him what's going on. His smile dimming and questioned, "What?" Styles sighs, not wanting to spoil Scott's positive attitude but also knowing that this information is important and needs to be shared, sighs before ultimately confessing what he just learned. The medical examiner looked at the bloody shirt we found. While it did match with the one from the forest, there was an issue. Scott raises his eyebrows, not sure where Styles is going with this, and asked, "What?" Styles signed and explained, "Well, I'll keep it simple. They found proof Derek was not even state at the time of the incident. There was video AMD witness to prove that so the is let out of jail." Scott gapes at Styles in shock, appalled by this news, and yelled, "Are you kidding?" Styles sighed and said, "No, and here's a bigger kick in the ass. My dad and Alexander told me the girl who was attacked was Derek's older sister Laura Hale." Scott's jaw drops even more when he puts the pieces together. Stilia continued, "They found her injured and in coma, so hot to let the attacker find out about this. They kept the information to the high-ups. Also, we are also in trouble." Scott was still in shock, but broke out of it hearing the trouble part and questioned, "What trouble?" Styles winced and answered, "You broke into Hale's house to get the bloody shirt, remember?" Scott winced while Styles added, "My dad was able to get us out of being arrested, but this will be in out records." Scott, hearing last part, slumped into a nearby chair and muttered, "Mom's going to kill me." Styles could understand him since Dad tore him apart. Styles then added, "Also Alexander, Allison's cousin, told me how only an alpha can turn normal humans into wolf." Scott groaned and muttered, "So Derek really wasn't the one who bit me." Styles nodded. 52. Chapter 42. Scott McCall had a dream that he sneaked onto a school bus after hours with his crush Allison Argent in order to hook up with her, only to transform shortly after they began making out and lose control, mauling and presumably killing her. Scott was unnerved by how vivid and realistic the dream was, and when he was explaining the dream to his best friend, Styles Stilinski, at school the next morning, he was horrified to see that the bus had been torn up and covered in blood splatter, implying that the dream actually happened in real life. However, when Allison showed up to school completely fine, Scott, though relieved to know he didn't actually kill her, was still panicking, believing he was still the attacker. In class, Scott and the other students took notice of the paramedics wheeling out a bloodied man on a stretcher, revealing that there had, in fact, been a victim of the mauling. It just wasn't Allison. The students all discussed it at lunch, where they speculated about the type of animal that could have caused it, most not knowing that it was actually perpetrated by a werewolf, when Styles brought up a news clip on his phone that revealed the victim was named Garrison Myers. Scott recognized him as his old bus driver from when he lived with his father, Raphael McCall. Amidst the dimly lit room, the tension was palpable. The heavy silence was broken only by the muffled sounds of the city outside. Derek and Alex, engrossed in the disturbing news of the assault on bus driver Garrison Myers, seemed to be at the epicenter of a storm about to erupt. With a swift, deliberate motion, Alex reached for a folder from his cluttered desk. Without hesitation, he tossed the folder towards Derek. Derek's reflexes kicked in, his fingers grasping it midair, the weight of its contents evident. Alex explained, "Garrison Myers. Remember that name? He's intricately tied to the Hale House fire, right alongside Gerard Argent and a web of other collaborators." The lines on Derek's face deepened, his jaw clenching as he slowly unfurled the folder. The room seemed to darken further, shadows dancing ominously, as Alex continued to unravel the sinister tale. "Delve deeper, and you'll find that Myers was no mere bystander. He was the insurance adjuster on the Hale House fire case. But here's the twist, he was ousted amid swirling allegations of fraud. It appears he was in cahoots with Gerard, manipulating his professional standing to veil the arson that Gerard and his allies perpetrated. Amid the sea of documents, Derek's gaze was drawn to two recurring names, Reddick and Unger. With a penetrating stare, he turned to Alex and questioned, could this be mere coincidence? A Hale House fire conspirator becoming prey to a werewolf? Alex, pausing to weigh his words, responded, possibly. Yet, should either Reddick or Unger face a similar fate, it would strongly hint that the alpha orchestrating these attacks has intimate, unsettling ties to your Hale family. Derek looked thoughtful and asked, given they are able to go so far for our family, why would they endanger themselves by targeting Laura? Alex, with a solemnity in his voice, replied, revenge, Derek, it often demands a show of strength. Becoming an alpha amplifies that power. The allure of power of becoming an alpha drove the person. In their mind, Laura was but a mere pawn, a regrettable casualty in their grander scheme. A feral growl resonated from deep within Derek, the sound echoing ominously in the room. His fist tightened, knuckles white with suppressed rage and burgeoning resolve, and muttered, I don't care if this person is taking revenge for the Hales, but he dare touch my sister. Alex nodded and agreed with Derek on this and whispered, touching Laura was that person's mistake. 53. Chapter 43. But then Derek and Alex hears the sounds of footsteps approaching. Alex smirked and muttered, that brat is here. And Derek turns to see Scott walking out of the edge of the woods that border the Hale property. Scott pauses for a moment, shifting nervously back and forth on each foot as Derek stares at him out of sight. After a moment, when he realizes that Derek isn't coming, Scott decides to make the first move and speaks up, I know you can hear me. Inside, Derek continues to stare at Scott, who looks at the house with a pleading expression, I need your help. After the break, rain has started to fall, and Scott has moved onto the porch, where Derek has finally opened the door and come out to join him. However, when Derek remains silent and stares at him blankly, Scott realizes he's going to have to work a little harder to get Derek's assistance and continues with a sigh. Okay, I know I was part of you getting arrested, and that we basically announced you being here to the Hunters. I also don't know what happened to your sister. Derek continues to stare at Scott blankly, not giving anything away as Scott keeps rambling. But I think I did something last night. I had a dream about. Scott hesitates for a moment, not wanting to advertise his continued relationship with Allison, before deciding to keep his tone evasive. But someone else got hurt. And it turns out that part of the dream might have actually happened. Derek's expression doesn't change, making it clear that he has some idea of what has been going on. You think you attacked the driver? Scott's tone and expression become incredulous, and he assumes Derek knows more than he's letting on. Did you see what I did last night? Derek's facial expression remains impassive. No. Scott, with a worried tone, questioned, can you at least tell me the truth? Am I gonna hurt someone? Derek bluntly answered yes. Scott again questioned, could I kill someone? Derek again bluntly answered yes. Scott was getting more and more worried, questioned, am I gonna kill someone? Derek frowned and answered, probably. Scott looks as though he's about to cry at the prospect of being a killer as he turns and walks toward the end of the porch, keeping his back turned to Derek and Alex. While Alex spoke up, hey brat. Scott turned around and looked at Alex, who sighed and added, you must understand, you are an untrained werewolf, so the chances of you attacking someone are great. That is why Derek is keeping an eye on you, and added issue of you are on the pack of Laura's attacker. Scott slowly understood how bad the situation is, while Alex side spoke up, Myers was meant to be a kill committed by you and the Alpha together to bond and solidify your connection as part of the same pack. But it did not work for some reason, since I can tell the bond between you and Alpha are not strong. Scott, hearing this, was slightly hopeful, but then with a worried tone questioned, so is he going to kill someone else and use that to strengthen the bond? Alex shrugged and answered, more or less, since the Alpha has a lot of control over his packmates. Scott was completely breaking down. After a moment of watching him, Derek sighs before taking pity on him, said, look, I can show you how to remember. I can show you how to control the shift, even on a full moon. But it's not gonna come for free. Scott is so despondent he not only doesn't have it in him to argue, but he can't even look Derek in the eyes and questioned, what do you want? Derek looked at Alex, who nodded and answered, you'll find out. Derek pauses for a moment, and Scott continues to stare at the front of the house and said, but for now I'm gonna give you what you want. Scott doesn't turn to face Derek, but his eyes shift so that he can look at Derek out of the corner of his eye. Derek explained. Go back to the bus. Go inside. See it. Feel it. Let your senses, your sight, smell, touch, let them remember for you. Scott's brow furrows in confusion and incredulity and questioned, That's it? Just go back. Alex frowned and said, He is trying to help you clean your conscience, brat. Scott winced, while Derek looks at Scott curiously and questioned, Do you really want to know what happened? Scott finally turns to look Derek in the eye with a vulnerable expression and answered, I just want to know if I hurt him. Derek senses exactly what Scott is afraid of and gives him a pointed look before calling him out on it. No, you don't. You want to know if you'll hurt her. Scott sighs and looks down at the floor, knowing that Derek is at least partially correct, while Alex, seeing that chances of Scott doing something stupid or arriving at the wrong conclusion are too huge, spoke up, I will help you this time, kid. Scott and Derek was surprised. Derek knew Alex disliked Scott's stupidity, while Scott was reluctant about this, but soon Derek spoke up, Take him with you, he has more expertise in this field. Scott was not sure, but soon nodded, seeing this man was also Allison's uncle. 54. Chapter 44. The sun dipped below the horizon as Alex and Scott settled into the vintage 1980 Robin's Egg Blue CJ5 Jeep, a cherished possession of Styles. We're heading to where Garrison Myers was attacked, Styles announced, gripping the steering wheel with anticipation. With Styles at the helm, his eyes darted between the road and the rearview mirror, while Scott occupied the passenger seat, the weight of their mission evident in his furrowed brow. Alex, mysterious and reserved, observed silently from the back seat. Styles, unable to contain his relentless curiosity, turned slightly towards Alex. So, you've got some supernatural vibes going on, right? Werewolf? Vampire? Scott chimed in, his voice tinged with concern. What's the plan of this alpha? Attacking random people, or is there something more sinister at play? Alex, shrouded in a veil of enigma, replied coolly, Let's just say I'm intricately connected to the supernatural world. And as for the Alpha's intentions, we need to piece together more clues before drawing any conclusions. Styles' eyes gleamed, sensing another mystery to unravel. Well, you're in good company then. Let's figure this out. Tough. They take the back way that is closest to the woods. Scott gets out of the car, only for Styles to follow after him, leading Scott to instruct Styles, Hey, no, just me and Alex. Someone needs to keep watch. Styles stops in his tracks and scoffs, clearly offended at being left out. How come I'm always the guy keeping watch? Styles, ignoring him, starts climbing up the chain-link fence between where they parked and the school bus bay, but Scott grabs him by the shoulder and pulls him down. Because Alex needs to come help me remember the incident with me, while Styles, you are the only one here who can keep a lookout. While Alex's fingers deftly retrieved a cigarette from its pack, as he pulled out the vintage Zippo lighter with a shark face design. The lighter is silver and has a black outline around the shark's face. The shark's teeth are bared and its eyes are wide open. Its polished silver surface gleamed with the history of countless flames. With an expert flick, Alex ignited the lighter, and the flame leapt forth, illuminating his face in a warm golden hue against the encroaching shadows. As the flame kissed the cigarette's waiting tip, he drew in a deep breath. Exhaling slowly, a dense plume of smoke billowed forth, weaving intricate, fleeting patterns that danced briefly in the night air before vanishing into the obscurity. Styles steps back down to the ground level before pointing at Scott in an accusatory tone of voice. Okay, why's it starting to feel like you're Batman and I'm Robin? When Scott just looks at him exasperatedly, Styles scoffs again, I don't want to be Robin all the time. Scott, equally exasperated now, argues back in response, nobody's Batman and Robin any of the time. Styles is now both offended and disappointed by the resolution of this argument, not even some of the time. With a forceful exhale, Alex released a dense cloud of smoke, his brow furrowing in annoyance. Can you brats pick up the pace? He growled, his voice tinged with impatience. Time's not on our side and I'd wager that security will be making his rounds sooner than we'd like. The urgency in his tone was unmistakable, adding a palpable tension to the already charged atmosphere. Scott nodded and sighs before looking at Styles, giving his final order in a stern tone of voice. Styles, just stay here and keep a lookout. Styles groans in annoyance, as though Scott is his dad who is telling him what to do, but he just muttered, oh my god. Fine. Styles returns to the Jeep while Scott and Alex climbs up and over the chain-link fence. As they walks toward the buses, Scott starts to get visibly anxious, obviously afraid of what he's about to learn but knowing that he needs to see the truth. Alex muttered to Scott, "Just close your eyes and just let your instincts take over." Scott nodded and stops for a moment, closes his eyes, and takes a deep breath before focusing on his senses, hoping his body will help him remember what his mind won't. 55. Chapter 45. Scott starts to get some of his memories during his time as werewolf back. In the flashback, Scott continues to flop back and forth in bed, a thick sheen of sweat developing all over his face and chest as the howling outside continues. After a moment, the internal pressure becomes too much, and Scott finally jolts awake in bed, his eyes flashing gold and his fangs extended. While in the present, Scott opens his eyes, visibly startled by this flashback, and inhales deeply to try to catch his breath. Alex frowned and questioned, "Should I help? I have a method to make sure the memories are not so troublesome." Scott was reluctant, but replied, "If the memories are bloody, then we can try that method." Scott realizes he was clenching his hands into fists and slowly extends his fingers, steeling himself before Alex and him starts to walk again toward the bus. Scott was fearful but eager to learn more. Alex and Scott steps over the crime scene tape and approaches the door to the bus that was attacked, once again pausing to brace himself for what is to come. Alex spoke up, "It is best if I use my ability." As he rolled up his sleeve, a mesmerizing rune tattoo, denoting angelic rune psychic perception, emitted a brilliant blue glow, leaving Scott visibly astonished. Activating his psychic vision, Alex delved into the fabric of time, unraveling the events leading up to the attack on Garrison Myers. The air around them shimmered as phantom silhouettes materialized, offering a haunting glimpse into the past. These rush of phantom silhouettes starts appearing around Alex and Scott. Suddenly they see the phantom of Garrison Myers is laying on his back in the aisle, his head toward the front of the bus and his feet toward the back. As he holds on to the bar, bolting the nearby seat to the floor with his left hand and reaching out to Scott for help with his right as he cries out, "AHHH. Ah. Ah. Da." Scott, horrified, reaches out as though he's trying to help Myers up, but Alex stops. Scott broke out his daze and sees his werewolf version trying to reach out to grab Myers' outstretched hand in hopes of helping him as he continues to cry out, "AHH. Ah. Ah. Ah." Alex whispers, "It seems you did not try to kill him, but you did attack him first. But don't feel bad, you did not control over yourself." Scott was fixed on the phantoms replaying the scene. He worried about this fact, but took slight comfort in the fact this was against his will. Alex and Scott watched as Scott attempts to help Garrison to his feet, but then they soon see the really attacker, and Scott is horrified to see the monstrous werewolf who bit him around a week ago, who raises his clawed hand up in the air before swiping at Scott, slicing his chest. Alex muttered, "It seems, however, you were resistant to killing unless absolutely and totally necessary, would not comply with this request and instead got involved to try to save Myers. Thus Alpha attacked you." Scott nodded. He also saw visions of the whole thing to an extent. Meanwhile, outside the chain-link fence, Stiles is sitting in the driver's seat of his Jeep, anxiously rubbing the side of his head with his fingertips as he leans on his left hand, his elbow propped up on the base of the window. He suddenly sees what looks like headlights flashing on the other side of the parking lot and wastes no time honking his horn loudly to get Scott's attention, knowing that they need to get out of there as soon as possible before they're caught. Scott, still overwhelmed by the revelation he just had, that he wasn't actually the attacker, but someone trying to help protect Garrison Myers from the real attacker, looks down at his chest again to reconfirm that actually injured before the sound of the honking horn makes him jump, visibly startled. Alex grabbed his and ran back muttering, "Come on, kid." Scott frantically turns and runs down the aisle of the bus, hopping out the front door of the bus, barely hurdling over the crime scene tape before he leaps up onto a red SUV, which he uses as a vault to flip over the chain-link fence like a gymnast. He somersaults lightly as he makes contact with the ground before rushing towards Stiles' Jeep, as his human friend anxiously drums on the steering wheel with his hands as he mutters to himself, "Come on! Come on!" Stiles has just turned on the ignition with his key when Scott opens the passenger door and jumps inside, followed by Alex, urgently instructing him to get out of there. Go. 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 Stiles hits the gas pedal hard and the car flies in reverse down the road they took to get there, hitting the brakes just as hard a moment later and practically doing a donut at the junction between two roads. 56. Chapter 46. As Styles speeds away from the school, he looks over to Scott, whose right arm is out the window, his hand gripping the top of the Jeep to keep himself in his seat due to not having time to buckle his seatbelt. While Alex seems to be pretty calm about the whole thing, Styles questioned, "Did it work? Did you remember?" Scott looks backwards through the rear windshield before he replies, "Yeah, I was there last night." "And the blood?" "A lot of it was mine." Styles' eyes widen in alarm, questioned, "So you did attack him?" Scott shook his head and answered, "No. I saw glowing eyes in the bus, but they weren't mine." Scott's eyes narrow, and he frowns when he tries to put the pieces together of what he just saw and continued, "It must have been Derek." Styles and Alex rolled their eye, both of them knew Scott was still Hun. "Gee up on Derek." Alex sneered and said, "Get it through your thick skull, that was not Derek the werewolf. There was older than Derek and seems to have mastered his transformation really well. Only alpha werewolves have the ability to transform into a large monstrous wolf-like beast. The rest can only take a partially lupin form. Also, the werewolf's eyes was red, while Derek's eyes is blue." That was enough to shut up Scott, while Styles, seeing tense atmosphere, spoke up, "What about the driver?" Scott was thankful to Styles for this. He could tell Alex wanted to bash his head for his stubborn take on Derek and answered, "I think I was actually trying to protect him. Why do I still feel Derek is suspicious?" Scott didn't fully believe Alex, since he didn't know if what Alex said was true or false. Styles thinks about this for a split second before finding a hole in Scott's logic and frowning, and added his thoughts. "So you are still hung upon Derek, who also helped you regain your memories. Which could implicate him. And other point is the one how is it is Laura Hale, Derek's sister." Scott shakes his head. He frowns in confusion, his voice getting calmer now that he knows he's not actually the killer. While Styles spoke up, "It's gotta be a pack thing." Scott sighed and said, "Yeah, Alex said the same thing." Styles looked at Alex and added, "Like an initiation. You do the kill together." Alex nodded, while Styles was happy someone was there to help, while Scott sarcastically added, "Because ripping someone's throat out is a real bonding experience?" Styles' tone of voice lightens reassuringly, "Yeah, but you didn't do it. Which means you're not a killer. And it also means that." Scott excitedly cuts in, "I can go out with Allison." Styles shoots him an offended look and said, "I was gonna say it means you won't kill me." Scott, realizing he hadn't even thought of that part yet, looks at Styles sheepishly and said, "Oh yeah. That too." Alex said, "You are the most obsessed and foolish werewolf in history." Scott heard this and was flustered, while Styles silently agreed with Alex. While in Argent's home, Allison has just opened up her bedroom closet to find an outfit to wear to their double date, flipping on the light so she can get a better look and parting the clothing on hangers down the middle. She picks out a business casual-esque brown and black tie-dyed top and turns to show it to Lydia, who is sitting behind her on the bed. Lydia's face screws up in obvious judgment at her fashion sense and said, Pass." Allison turns, rolling her eyes once Lydia can no longer see her face, and starts rifling through her hung-up clothing before picking out a hippie-style, empire waist shirt dress that is gold, red, teal, green, and blue in a paisley pattern, at which Lydia also turns up her nose and said, "Pass." Allison sighs and scratches the back of her head as she turns back to the closet, and Lydia sighs before getting to her feet and forcing her way into the space as well to find something for Allison to wear herself and said, "Let me see." Lydia starts looking through the hangers, one by one, immediately moving the one she just vetoed to the side. Pass. Lydia looks at a blue and white floral short-sleeve dress and moves it to the side and muttered, "Pass." Lydia takes one look at a thin grayish-green hoodie and scoffs before pushing it to the side as well and muttered, "Pass on all of it." Lydia turns to Allison and starts patronizingly fluffing her curled hair with a sigh. "God, Allison, respect for your taste is, Lydia looks at Allison and lets out a breath between her teeth that almost sounds like a hiss and added, "Dwindling by the second." Lydia smiles at Allison before turning back to the contents of the closet, ultimately stumbling upon a short-sleeved black top covered in black sequins that could be a very long shirt or a very short dress, depending on how it is worn. She clucks in satisfaction before walking back to the bed so she can hold it up in front of the mirror, gesturing to Allison to come so she can hold it up and see how she looks in it and said, "This." Allison does as she's instructed and walks to the full-length mirror so she can hold the shirt, still on its hanger, up against her body as a makeshift try-on. Before she can remark on it further, her father, Argent, walks in the door, looking at a green jacket in his hands. Allison smiles fakely at him and greets him in a pointed fashion in an effort to indicate to him that he kind of just barged into her room and said, "Dad." "Hello." Argent smiles at Allison, oblivious at first to her implied hint as he puts on his jacket. After a moment he looks up to see her pointed expression and realizes that he forgot something, giving Allison and Lydia a sheepish and apologetic look and added, "Right. I'm sorry. I completely forgot to knock." Lydia flops onto Allison's bed, landing on her right side and propping her head up on her hand with her elbow leaning against the bed itself. She looks at him with a smile on her face and greeted, "Hi, Mr. Argent." Argent smiled and Allison turns the topic of conversation to why he is currently there. "Dad? Do you need something?" Argent finishes putting on his jacket and looks up at Allison with a calm expression and replied, "I wanted to tell you that you'll be staying in tonight." Behind Allison, Lydia knew there was chance of this happen, since Alex warned her, and Allison immediately scoffs and starts to protest. "What? I'm going out with my friends tonight." Chris doesn't budge on his position and said, "Not when some animal out there is attacking people." Chris knew the werewolf outside was hunting down anyone related to Hail Fire. He didn't know who this was. But he knew there is a chance of Allison being attacked too. Allison, appalled by this short-notice change of plans, changes tactics and starts to beg instead, "Dad. Dad, Chris quickly cuts her off in favor of giving his reasoning in a defensive tone of voice. Hey. It's out of my hands. There's a curfew. No one's allowed out past 9:30 p.m. Allison rolls her eyes petulantly and throws her sequin top onto her bed, and Chris Argent calls her out on her attitude. "Hey, no more arguing." Allison sighs and crosses her arms over her chest, and Argent smiles weakly at the girls before turning and walking out the door, closing it on his way out. Idia stands and makes a humph noise as she watches Argent leave before making a snarky comment. "Someone's daddy's little girl." Lydia makes a teasing face, and Allison nervously bites her fingernail for a moment before coming to a decision, a rebellious glint evident in her eyes, sometimes. But not tonight. Allison walks over to her vanity and puts on her purple knit cap before heading to the window, parting the curtains when she gets there. She looks back at Lydia to make sure she's understanding the plan, then turns to open the window before slinking out of it and onto the roof. Lydia rushes over to the window and watches as Allison walks to the edge of the roof, right in front of the small porch. She questioned, "What are you doing?" Instead of responding, Allison simply leaps off of the roof, doing a front flip and landing lightly on her feet in the grass next to the garage. She looks up at Lydia, who is gaping at her as though she's lost her mind, before shrugging nonchalantly, as though what she did is no big deal, and whispering, 8 years gymnastics." Lydia continues to gape at her, her eyes wide in shock, before Allison snaps her back to reality in an impatient-sounding whisper. "Are you coming?" Lydia rolls her eyes in exasperation and replied, "I'll take the stairs." Lydia also was slightly excited for her date with Alex. 57. Chapter 47 Suburban Lanes Bowling Alley. Allison and Lydia stepped into the vibrant glow of the surface bowling alley, the neon lights casting colorful reflections on their faces. They watched as Scott soon arrived, while Allison turned to Lydia, her eyes curious. "Where's your date?" Lydia, her gaze fixed on the street, replied confidently, "He's here." Allison and Scott followed her line of sight just in time to see a figure on a BMW R90 Scrambler roaring down the street. The motorcycle, with its matte black finish and aggressive stance, cut through the night like a sleek predator. The retro design of the bike, highlighted by a round headlight and minimalistic bodywork, gleamed under the streetlights. The high-mounted dual exhaust pipes emitted a deep throaty growl as the rider expertly maneuvered into the parking lot. The rider, clad in a leather jacket that matched the bike's rugged aesthetic, pulled to a smooth stop. The spoked wheels crunched on the gravel and the engine's roar subsided into a purr. He swung his leg over and removed his helmet, revealing Alexander. Allison and Scott stopped in their tracks, surprise etched on their faces as Alexander stepped into view. The last thing Allison expected was for her uncle to be Lydia's date. "Alex?" Allison's voice was a mix of disbelief and confusion. Alexander chuckled softly, the corners of his eyes crinkling. "I didn't expect to see you here either," he said, glancing at Lydia with a hint of amusement. "Seems we all have some surprises tonight." Allison narrowed her eyes at Lydia, there was slight tension between them palpable. "So you're dating my cousin?" she asked, her voice edged with suspicion. Lydia raised her hands in a placating gesture. I knew him before, she explained, her tone steady but defensive. He was a friend of my mother's. Allison sighed, the awkwardness of the situation thickening the air around them. The group made their way into the bowling alley, its neon lights casting a surreal glow over their faces. Alexander caught up to Allison, a reassuring smile on his face. Your father found out about your escape, he said, his voice low but clear. Allison winced. Is he angry? Alexander's smile softened, and he shook his head slightly. A bit, but he's much less worried knowing you're with me. Relief washed over Allison's face, and she managed a small smile, nodding in appreciation. Scott, watching their exchange from a distance, couldn't hide the flicker of jealousy in his eyes. Scott, Alexander and Lydia are at the bowling alley, where Allison is studying a shelf of bowling balls as she tests out the weight of a blue one, trying to find the best one. Scott is clearly intimidated by Allison's perceived expertise when it comes to this sport and nervously comments on it. You look like you know what you're doing. Allison once again shrugs as though it's not a big deal and sets the bowling ball down in favor of picking up another one that is the same color and added, Used to bowl with my dad. Allison sets this ball down as well and picks up another one, this one a pale lilac color, as she turns to look at Scott. When was the last time you bowled? Scott, overwhelmed with nerves and wanting to impress Allison and slightly spit Alexander, anxiously stammers his reply as he looks through the bowling balls on the top row. At a birthday party. Allison decides the lilac ball is the best one for her and turns to walk away, joining Lydia and Alexander at their lane, as Scott quietly finishes his sentence where no one else can hear. When I was 8. At their lane, Lydia, holding a bright pink bowling ball, is about to play her first frame when Alexander comes up behind her and grabs her on the hips, nuzzling his face into Lydia's shoulder, which she visibly enjoys. She giggles as he presses a small kiss to her cheek and runs his hands up and down her waist and hips as he muttered, I know you are really great at this. Lydia tries and the ball ends up going straight and knocks down all the pins, getting a strike. Lydia gives Alexander a flirtation grin and towards Allison and Scott. For Lydia's second attempt at the frame, she only knocks over the 10 pins and gets a strike. She smiled and returns to the seats, where Allison and Scott are watching, while Lydia said to Alexander, How was that? Alex smiled and replied, That was great. It's now Allison's turn and she picks up her lilac ball and prepares to make her shot while Scott, anxiously bouncing his leg on the ball of his foot, watches her with interest. Allison throws her ball with a competent form and manages to get a strike, which pleases her. She tosses her hair over her shoulder as she walks back to the others, with all 3 of them clearly impressed by her skill. Lydia claps supportively and Scott smiles widely at her. Somebody brought their A game. Scott holds out his hand for a low 5, and Allison giggles as she lightly smacks his hand with her own. Scott smiled and said, Good job. When A. Lizen turns to watch Alexander bowl his frame, Scott's smile falls, and his anxiety about how he will perform only gets worse, his leg jiggling even harder from how nervous he is. While Alexander, playing with a sapphire blue bowling ball, gets a strike on his first try, rolling the ball without putting his fingers in the holes and with a nearly perfect posture. Lydia claps excitedly and Allison smiles, gives him a look that says, Wow, I'm impressed, as Scott bites his lip nervously. Alexander returns to their seating area, sitting down and putting his arm around Lydia before he calls Scott up to bowl his frame. You're up, McCall. Alexander to stare at Scott intensely with a blank expression, and Scott sighs as he gets up, with Allison encouraging him with a gentle elbow to the arm as he goes up to the lane. You can do it, Scott. Scott picks up a green bowling ball and heads to make his first shot. However, his nerves cause him to get a little clumsy, leading him to trip as he makes his throw. The ball rolls into the gutter almost immediately, and Alexander controls his urge to laugh just as quickly as Allison shoots him a fake glare at her uncle. Allison irritably said, Cousin, please stop laughing, he is just nervous and maybe even new. Maybe he just needs a little warm-up. Alexander controls himself and said, Yeah, I understand. Allison sighed at her cousin as being annoying. She tries to encourage Scott again. Just aim for the middle. Alexander muttered in a low tone, It seems you cannot use your werewolf powers to impress Allison here. Scott could hear it and almost lost the bowling ball. While Lydia, who has been silent this entire time, she agrees with Alexander, she did want Allison to find someone better than Scott. Allison encouraged Scott. Just concentrate. Scott self-consciously makes his way up to make his next shot and practically prays for a better outcome, muttering, "Come on, just one pin, please." Allison leans forward, paying close attention to Scott, as Scott makes his next play. It's a little less clumsy than the first, and the ball stays in the middle of the lane for most of the length until it finally rolls into the gutter again. Alexander shook his head and muttered, "Great job." Defeated, Scott returns to his seat next to Allison, who continues to be totally supportive. "Don't worry. We only just started." Scott nervously rubs his arm and looks down at the floor. It's Scott's turn once again, and he's standing at the lane, visibly wishing he was doing anything else, when looks around to see if any of the other lanes of players are watching. Allison, seeing his discomfort, has a brief internal debate, while Alexander whispered to her, "Give the boy a small talk, some encouragement." Allison nodded, getting up to talk to him before he makes his shot. "Scott, you're thinking too much." Scott sighs and looks at her sheepishly and replied, "I know. I'm sorry. I'm ruining this." Allison reassuringly said, "No, not at all." Allison stands behind him, leaning forward so her chin is over his right shoulder, and continues in a wry tone of voice, "But I wouldn't mind shutting them up." Scott huffs a laugh, making it clear that he would love nothing more than to do the same thing. "So just clear your head and think about something else." Scott sighs deeply. "Like what?" Allison leans forward, saying, "Anything," linking her right arm through his right arm before speaking in a more seductive voice. "Think about me." She turns as though she's about to leave, and then gets a better idea, whispering into his ear directly with a smirk, "Naked." She scampers back to the seats, and Scott's eyes widen at the thought she just suggested. He gulps and blinks anxiously for a moment before the right side of his mouth quirks up into a smile. Allison, now seated, smiles, feeling much better about his odds. Scott gets into position and stares intently at the pins, his vision switching for a moment into his red-tinted werewolf vision before making his shot. The ball flies down the lane and hits the middle pin, which knocks them all down in a strike. Allison laughs, delighted by this improvement in his performance now that he's lost his nerves. Alexander didn't look surprised, while Lydia, being curious, turns to Allison and questioned, "What did you say to him?" Allison stammers for a moment as Scott comes to sit down next to her with a smile on his face and answered, I just gave him something to think about." Alexander scoffed and muttered under his breath, "Yeah, what could get a hormonal teenage boy hyped up?" Lydia caught the hint immediately, a playful grin spreading across her face as she glanced at Allison. "Well, it seems Allison is not as innocent as she seems," she teased. Allison's cheeks flushed a deep red. "Alex," she protested, her voice a mix of mortification and amusement. After that encouragement, Scott became expert bowler, while Alexander and Lydia enjoyed their double date without too much hustle. 58. Chapter 48. Derek has just pulled up to a seemingly empty gas station in his Camaro, stopping at one of the first pumps he comes upon. After he started filling up his tank with gas, a red SUV pulls into the pump right beside him. Behind Derek, a silver SUV pulls up and parks perpendicularly to his car, essentially boxing him in. Derek, sensing them before they appeared, looks up and frowns when he sees two Argents get out of the red SUV. This was Marcus Argent, James Argent, and Henry Argent. They are cousins of Chris. All three were former Shadowhunters. They are followers of Gerard Argent and part of Circle. They both still have Circle rune found on the left side of their necks. Although they lost abilities of Shadowhunter, they are still capable of seeing past glamour. Derek is continuing to fill up his tank, trying to act as though he's unbothered, but it's obvious that he's on guard with the hunters who have just surrounded him. He has Argent in front of him, and two other hunters leaning against the silver SUV behind him as well. After a moment, he removes the pump from his gas tank and returns it to the holder, closing the lid on his gas tank, which is when Marcus Argent decides to strike up his conversation. "Nice ride." "Mutt," he whispers the last part. Derek glared at him, while Marcus Argent walks toward him, trailing his fingertips across the hood of Derek's cam. Arrow and continues, "You shouldn't have come back here, Mutt." Derek glares at him and replied, "This town doesn't belong to you." "Don't try anything, Alexander is here." Marcus, James, and Henry glared at Derek. They were about to start a fight when they hear a bike engine roar and coming towards them. Sometime before, after the date, Alexander made sure to have a private word with Scott, his tone low and menacing. "Make sure Allison gets home safe," he warned, his eyes cold and unwavering. Scott swallowed hard and nodded, understanding the unspoken threat, Once he was satisfied, Alexander climbed onto his BMW R9T Scrambler, the motorcycle gleaming under the streetlights. He turned to Lydia, a playful grin lighting up his face. "Climb on. I'll drop you home," he said, patting the seat behind him. Lydia smiled and eagerly hopped onto the back, wrapping her arms around Alexander's waist. With a chuckle, he revved the engine, the powerful roar filling the air. The back tire spun, kicking up a cloud of dust as they sped off into the night. As they cruised down the road, the cool night air whipping past them, Alexander's attention was caught by a familiar scene at a gas station. He slowed down, noticing Derek in a tense standoff with a group of Argents. Lydia leaned closer, sensing the shift in his demeanor. "What's going on?" Alexander sighed, his eyes narrowing. "Nothing, just a group of hunters thinking they own this town." He drove his bike into the gas station and parked, causing Derek and the Argents to turn in his direction. The tension was palpable as the headlights illuminated the scene, casting long shadows on the ground. Derek straightened, his eyes locking with Alexander's. While the Argents were slightly scared and stepped back seeing Alexander Raziel here. Alexander dismounted, Lydia following suit, her eyes darting nervously between the groups. Alexander glares at the Argents and said, "It seems your superiority complex has not gone. Maybe I should tell the council to take stricter actions. You are already walking on thin ice after your past actions." The Argents didn't dare look at Alexander, they gulped and said, "No, my lord, we apologize for overstepping our boundaries." Alexander scoffed and said, "Now leave." All three quickly turns and leave in their respective SUVs. Marcus grits his teeth angrily and slams his fist in wheel and yelled, "When Valentine comes back, you are dead." Poor fool didn't know, Alexander could hear him and muttered, "Don't worry, Valentine, that idiot is walking around searching for a fake cup, he will have his due when the time comes." As Alexander turned to Derek, he noticed a small smile playing on Derek's lips. "Where are you going?" Alexander questioned, his voice steady. Derek sighed, his expression turning serious. "Beacon Hills Memorial Hospital." Alexander's brow furrowed. "You're going to question Garrison Myers?" Derek nodded, his eyes reflecting a mixture of determination and frustration. "I just want to hear it from him." Alexander sighed, understanding Derek's need for closure. "You already know the answers," he said quietly. "I know," Derek admitted, "but I need to hear it from him." With a nod, Alexander turned back to his bike, Lydia close behind him. As they walked, Lydia whispered, "Is Garrison Myers involved in the Hale Mansion fire case?" Alexander mounted his bike, giving a curt nod. "He's definitely an accomplice. Probably didn't know the full details of the attack." Alexander inserted the key into the ignition switch located on the right side of the bike, just below the handlebar. Turning the key to the on position, he watched the dashboard light up, displaying the instrument cluster with the speedometer, tachometer, and other indicators. He pressed the starter button on the right handlebar, holding it until the engine roared to life. The characteristic growl of the BMW R9T Scrambler's engine filled the air, a deep throaty rumble resonating from the machine. Lydia climbed onto the back and hugged Alexander's waist, holding on tightly as he started the engine. The bike's engine growled with a deep throaty rumble. As Alexander twisted the throttle, the sound built into a robust, roaring growl. The exhaust note was full-bodied and aggressive, especially as he revved higher. Alex rode away with Lydia behind him, her arms wrapped tightly around his waist as they enjoyed the exhilaration of the night ride. While Derek visited Garrison Myers, who upon seeing him recognized him and apologized for his part in the fire. He gave two names, Reddick, Unger, and Levesque, before he had heart attack and died. Derek was angry, but was quickly calmed down and escaped from the hospital unnoticed by others. 59. Chapter 49. Scott once again became suspicious after finding out his scent in Garrison Myers' ward. He believed one who attacked and killed Garrison Myers was Derek, so he rushes into the Hale house and immediately starts yelling for Derek. "Derek! I know you're here. I know what you did." Derek is out of sight, but his calm voice can be heard echoing through the ruins and replied, "Didn't do anything." Scott, not believing him, walks up to the bottom step of the burned staircase as he tries to get a read on where Derek is hiding and said, "You killed him." Derek, still out of sight, continues to respond to him, but his tone is getting more impatient. "He died." Scott, still listening for any hint as to where Derek is, keeps him talking as he walks up the steps, covered in sweat from the exertion it took to bike all the way to the house. "And like your sister was attacked." Derek scowled and replied, "My sister was missing. I came here looking for her." Scott cut in, "You and Alexander found her." Scott is almost at the top of the steps, listening carefully for any movement on Derek's part, as Derek loses his temper entirely and yells, clearly pained by the topic of conversation. Now Scott is the one who is talking calmly. "I think you killed them both. I'm gonna tell everyone, starting with the sheriff." Scott reaches the top of the staircase and turns to the left, not noticing until the last minute that Derek has been on the right side the whole time. Derek appears behind him, grabbing him by the shoulders and tossing him down the staircase. He stands at the top of the staircase as Scott finally lands on the ground floor in a heap. Scott's fury has finally caused him to transform, and he turns to roar at Derek. This causes the older werewolf to leap down to the bottom of the staircase to join him. Before Derek can react, Scott grabs him by the front of the jacket and shoves him clear through the burned remains of the wall beside them, causing him to crash through it and land in a pile of broken wood and drywall. Once Derek gets his bearings, he spits the drywall dust, and probably regular dust, out of his mouth as he clears the debris that landed on him and stands to his feet. He dusts himself off, shaking out his jacket before humping, slightly impressed by Scott's boldness. "Huh." Derek shakes out his leather jacket one last time before deciding to shrug it off entirely, muttering under his breath, "That was cute." Derek tosses aside his jacket, revealing a plain gray t-shirt. He walks back toward what used to be the foyer of the house, passing a door with a mottled glass window through which we see Derek roll his head and neck from side to side as he transforms for the first time into his wolf form. The sound of bones crunching can be heard as he finally makes it past the door, in his full werewolf form, giving him a ridged brow, pointed ears, thick sideburns, retractable claws and fangs, and glowing eyes. He is ready to fight Scott properly. Derek's eyes flash blue as he growls at Scott menacingly through his fangs. "R." Scott leaps through the hole Derek made when he flew through the wall, and the two circle each other for a long moment as they wait for one of them to make the first move, Derek continuing to growl lowly at Scott. Scott finally roars at Derek and lunges for him, but Derek is too quick this time, grabbing Scott by the front of the shirt and pushing him backwards against the wall before yanking him the other way and tossing him aside. Scott rolls over the coffee table and lands in a crouching position, growling softly as Derek leaps toward him, but managing to roll to the side before Derek can land on his back. The two stand up, and they each manage to get a couple hits against the other before Derek shoves him across the room, where he lands flat on his back on the floor. Derek stands in a hunched-over position as Scott gets to his feet and stumbles over to the coffee table, using it as leverage to stand up to his full height. Derek growls loudly. Derek runs over and uses the coffee table as a vault, kicking out so that his feet make contact with Scott's chest so hard that he flies backwards once again. Scott quickly gets back up to his feet, and Derek kicks out at the nearby wall and flips as Scott picks up a nearby wooden beam to use as a weapon. He hits Derek with it hard, and he falls onto the ground and rolls backwards several times, landing on his back as Scott rushes toward him, the beam raised like a baseball bat. Derek rolls to the side before Scott can hit him in the face with it, and then gets onto his knees so he can use his arm to hit the back of Scott's knees, causing him to flip backwards and land hard onto the ground. Derek takes advantage of how disoriented Scott is to grab him by the throat and pick up his entire body before slamming him down on the ground twice in a row. Scott groans and he rolls to his knees, but before he can grab the beam he was using as a weapon. But Alexander arrived by them. Seeing this fight was annoyed. He holds his hand out, concentrating his telekinetic power, and a visible telekinetic wave emanates from his hand. It is a shimmering, translucent wave or force field that radiates from Alexander's hand. When the telekinetic wave makes contact with Scott, there could be a brief flash of light or a distortion effect to indicate the moment of impact. Scott is lifted off the ground and propelled backward, crashes into the ground, rolls over a nearby wooden chest, and lands on the floor behind it. Scott moans in pain with a human voice, staggers toward the nearby couch and braces his hands on it, the pain seemingly causing him to turn back. Behind him, Alexander walks up and Derek standing with his back to Scott and rolls his neck again, bones cracking as he shifts back into his human form as well. Scott looks back at Derek and Alexander, a look of betrayal evident on his face, and Derek, exhausted from the fight and tired of arguing with Scott, while Alexander questioned, "Are you out of your mind?" These words only make Scott more furious, and he manages to stand to his feet to turn to face him with an incredulous and loud tone of voice. I got Derek sent in the hospital. I know he was there when Myers died. This is all your fault. You ruined my life. Derek scowled while Alexander said, Myers died of heart attack. He was close to his death already. Also, I am sure Styles told you about the cause of death. If it was caused by Derek, it would have popped up in the report like being choked or any other physical wounds. Scott frowned. He knew he was here to just blame someone, and Styles has told him there was nothing linking Derek to Myers' death. Point 60. Chapter 50 inches. The Beacon Hills Industrial District. Derek, also up and about at this late hour, has joined Kate on the hunt for Alpha going on in town. He's just stumbled upon a small puddle of blood on the ground and dips his fingers into it, rubbing the red liquid between his index and middle fingers and his thumb as he tries to discern to whom it belongs. He pauses to focus his senses on anything that could possibly help him track the Alpha, and ultimately hears a noise above him. Looking up toward the source of the noise, Derek is shocked to see the Alpha on the roof of a nearby building, but when the Alpha sees him looking, he rushes away out of sight before climbing up the side of the upper stories of the building, growling under its breath. Derek leaps up onto the upper sidewalk and runs quickly in the direction of the Alpha. Back on the street, Kate has just closed the gate to the trunk of her SUV and is walking back around the car with her sniper rifle in hand, closing the passenger door as she passes it to jog toward the sound of the Alpha climbing up the side of the building, a flashlight in her free hand lighting the way. She heard Derek through the comms. I am trailing. Meanwhile, Derek is continuing to run down the length of a row of warehouses, leaping and hurdling over boxes and generators before making it to some scaffolding on the side of another building. He leaps up onto it and uses it to grab onto the gutter by the roof before hoisting himself on the roof itself. He runs alongside it as he tries to catch up with the Alpha. He leaps onto the corner of the roof of the building next door and gets in a tripod stance as he visually tracks the Alpha, leaping across a roof several buildings away. Just when Kate, who has been visually tracking him as well with her rifle sights, takes aim and shoots, the Alpha roars in pain but still continues to run. She smirks in satisfaction at having taken a shot at the Alpha. She once again was about to shoot the Alpha, so Derek can get a clean kill. But before this, Derek could catch up and sets off into a run to get a head start to leap across a gap between two buildings. It was hit mid-jump, and the shock of getting shot causes him to lose the momentum he needs to make it across the next roof. He falls, rolling down the side of the roof and landing hard on the cement ground between the buildings, groaning in pain. UGHHHHH. Kate saw this through the sniper scope and was worried. Spoke through the comms. Derek, are you all right? Derek got up, groaning in pain, and replied to the comms. Someone shot me. It seems to be in rounds with Nordic Blue Monk's hood. Kate scowled and cursed. It must be Gerard's men. She added, I am coming. Kate ran over and found Derek, who is still recovering from his fall and gunshot wound, and tries to catch his breath. Oh. Derek grunts as he painfully pushes himself into a seated position, though the pain in his left arm causes him to fall back with a wince. Ah. Derek, still laying on the ground, pulls himself back with his right arm until he's right in front of the wall of the nearby shed, allowing him to lean against it as he cradles his injured left arm against his chest. Once he's in a stable position, he pulls up the sleeve to his injured arm and is shocked to find that, not only is the bullet wound through his inner forearm, barely an inch below the crook of his elbow, not healing, but it's smoking with a mysterious purple-blue vapor. Derek winces once again and tries to figure out how he can possibly treat this wound, looking understandably panicked as he does so. Kate frowned and muttered, Nordic Blue Monk's hood. She helped him up, while saying, Come, let's get you back to the car. Derek, wincing pain, nodded and replied, Get Alexander too. Kate agreed. While she was helping Derek into the car, she spots that Derek's wound is slowly beginning to fester. He is becoming irritated and, the wolfsbane JS, poisoning his blood to the point where it turned black. He is also becoming weak, dizzy, and lightheaded. Kate quickly takes out one of Nordic Blue Monk's hood rounds from his sniper. She then cracks the tip open and pulls out a lighter from his pocket. She holds the flame to the contents inside. Sparks fly as bits of wolfsbane light a flame. She gives the ashes to Derek, who palms the smoldering ashes and grinds it into his gunshot wound, wincing as he does so. Derek groans in pain. He opens his mouth, revealing his sharpened fangs. He tilts his head back and screams. It's an ear-piercing, earth-shattering howl of agony. And then he slumps back into THR seat, sweat-soaked skin hitting the seat. His arm falls to his side. In seconds, the open sores close, wounds healing, returning to normal. Derek groaned and muttered, Thanks. Kate smiled and kissed him, just in time to see Chris Argent arrives in front of her in his own SUV, illuminating her face with his headlights. Chris Argent has just gotten out of the SUV as Kate approaches him, and it's clear by the look on his face that he's not at all pleased by what he's just walked into seeing. Derek State questioned, "What happened?" Kate frowned and answered, "Don't know, I have a guess it is out former cousins, since they use Nordic blue monk's hood rounds too. They ruined the chance of killing the alpha." Chris scowled hearing this and looks around for a moment to make sure no one is watching them before turning back to look at her with a worried tone said, "Get him to Alexander's home quickly." Kate nodded and quickly got into the car and drove away with Derek, while over to a shed several yards behind where the two are talking, and a very curious Scott peers his head around the corner as he eavesdrops on their conversation. Chris still has enhanced sense due to his Shadowhunter status. He could hear Scott and yelled, "Scott, come out, I know you are out there." Scott hid and winced. He was not sure what to do until he remembered Chris Argent was friends with Alexander, and taking a chance came out from hiding and went to Chris, who said, "Get in the car, we have to meet with Alexander." Scott questioned, "What happened just now?" Chris sighs, "We will talk about it," before walking over to get back into the driver's seat. Scott follows, still confused, processes the new information he just overheard. As they drove off to Alexander's home. 61. Chapter 51. A majestic mansion looms against the fading light. Parked alongside the gravel driveway, Alexander's sleek BMW R90 Scrambler and a gleaming Chevrolet Mustang GT catch the last rays of the setting sun. Scott and Chris Argent step out of their vehicle, tension palpable. Across the expanse of the front yard, Derek and Kate stand, their postures rigid, anticipation etched on their faces. Suddenly, the distinct rumble of an engine breaks the stillness. Style pulls up in his 1980 Robin's Egg Blue CJ5 Jeep, its nostalgic charm contrasting sharply with the luxury vehicles. Styles out, eyes wide with urgency, and bolts towards Scott panting and questioned. "Scott, what happened?" Scott quickly explained. "Derek was chasing the alpha. He got shot. It's a mess." Styles under his breath muttered, "That's insane." Lydia and Isabel appear, their presence commanding attention. Scott and Styles's gaze lingers on Isabel, momentarily captivated by her beauty, a faint recollection of her from Lydia's party flickering in their minds. Isabel with welcoming smile, "Come, Alexander is waiting inside." Chris, Kate, and Derek exchange knowing glances and nod. Scott and Styles, a bit hesitant, follows closely behind at a grand study lined with bookshelves and dimly lit by an ornate chandelier. Alexander stands at the center, clutching a folder marked, "Hail Fire Incident." His eyes scan the room as Scott, Styles, Derek, Chris, Kate, Isabel, and Lydia enter. Derek scowled and said, "We almost had the alpha, but some rogue Argents interfered. The alpha got away." Kate nodding added, "We were so close." Alexander calmly questioned, "Do you have any idea who these Argents are?" Chris shaking his head answered, "No, but it could be Marcus, Henry, or James." Then frowning added, "Gerard was in the area too. He spoke with Allison before." Kate grimacing looking at Chris said, "He's trying to sway Allison to his side." Chris nods, a silent agreement reflecting his own fears. Alexander's eyes narrow. The room is thick with tension as Scott nervously fidgets at the mention of Allison's name. Confusion crosses his face. "Who is Gerard?" Kate flatly answers, "Our father and Allison's grandfather. A total lunatic. He wants to kill everything supernatural. And now it seems he wants Allison to follow in his footsteps." Styles picks up on the phrase, "everything supernatural," his mind racing. It dawns on him that there are more supernatural beings out there, and that the Argents, along with Alexander, are well aware of them. Excitement flickers in his eyes, intrigued by the hidden world. Unbeknownst to him, Alexander is considering recruiting him into the Shadowhunters. Isabel leans in to mutter to Lydia, "Yeah, he's a fanatic of the circle." Lydia nods knowingly, having absorbed all the information from Alexander's extensive library, understanding the current issues in the supernatural world. Kate's expression darkens at the mention of Gerard. A scowl forms as old memories resurface, memories of manipulation and betrayal. She glares, her hatred for Gerard evident, and venomously thought, "The bastard brainwashed me and used me to get information on the Hales." Scott catches a muttered reference to the circle from Isabel, confusion mounting, and thought, "What's the circle?" Before he could ask, Derek lets out a low growl and said, "If he's here, the alpha will definitely be on his trail." Scott, frowning, confused, questioned, "What connection does the Alpha have to the Argents?" Kate and Chris exchange guilty looks. Derek steps closer to Kate, offering a silent gesture of comfort by holding her hand. Alexander steps forward to explain, "The Hale House fire was caused by Gerard and his cronies. One of them was Garrison Myers." Shock spreads across Scott and Styles' faces. Derek added, his voice heavy with the weight of old wounds, "This Alpha has a close connection to the Hale family. It's hunting down everyone involved in the fire." Styles spoke up, "My dad mentioned the Hale fire case had many inconsistencies. It was covered up so well that it was hard to find any clues." Alexander nods thoughtfully, addressing the group. "Yes, it was done quite cleanly, unless you have the right skills and know where to look." Styles nods in understanding, while Scott's curiosity gets the better of him. "So, does anyone have a clue about the Alpha?" Alexander hums in contemplation before responding. "I have a couple of suspects. One of them is lying inside the hospital right now." Derek frowns and questioned, "Uncle Peter?" Alexander, nodding, answered, "Yes, I have doubts about him." Chris, frowning, asked, "Peter Hale? I remember he's comatose in the hospital with severe burns." Alexander nodded and replied, "Yes, either he's really comatose or he's acting." Styles, piecing things together, speaks up. "Then how is he getting in and out of the hospital without anyone noticing his absence, unless," Isabel interjects, "unless he has someone covering for him?" Alexander, muttering, "Possible." Derek didn't fully want to believe it and questioned, "What if you're wrong?" Alexander shrugged and answered, "It is a possibility that I am wrong, but we have to confirm it." Everyone in the room agrees, the gravity of the situation sinking in, while Scott mutters, "I have to meet Allison. She invited me to meet her parents for dinner." Chris and Kate exchange wary glances, their eyes narrowing. They didn't fully approve of Scott being with Allison, but they let it go for now, with Chris saying, "Come, I'll drive you, since we're going to the same place." Styles gives Scott a look of encouragement, knowing how awkward the drive is likely to be. "Best of luck, man." Just as Scott turns to leave, Derek steps forward, his tone serious. "Also, Scott, you need more training. Meet me at Hale Mansion." Scott nods, understanding the urgency and the need to be prepared for whatever comes next. While at Argent House, Allison was waiting for her father, Kate, and Scott to arrive. Allison frowned and muttered, "Where are they?" That's when the doorbell rang. Allison ran and opened it. But it was not the people she expected. It was an elderly man in his late 60s or early 70s with pale white skin, short white hair that is starting to thin and go bald, and hazel eyes. He is slightly above average height, being 6 feet tall, and he is often shown to wear neat, wearing khaki, navy blue, or black slacks, long-sleeved button-up shirts with stripes or plaid patterns, and occasionally a sweater or a dark jacket over top of it. This was Gerard Argent, grandfather of Allison, who gave complete fake smile and said, "Allison, how are you?" Allison smiled and hugged her grandfather, saying, "Grandpa." They hugged and Allison questioned, "Grandpa, I didn't know you were coming?" Gerard smiled and answered, "Even though I am not welcomed in this house, I still want to meet with my granddaughter." Allison knew her father. Aunt had huge fight with grandfather before, and they were not on speaking terms now, but Allison saw her grandfather meet her from time to time, teach her how to hunt and stuff. She had a very good relationship with her grandfather. Gerard knew before coming that neither Kate nor Chris was here. He made sure to meet Allison when neither of them were present. Then he fakely questioned, "So where is everybody?" Allison shrugged and answered, "I don't know, everybody went out saying they have something important to do." Gerard didn't show any emotions, but he guessed it was about the Alpha, since he got call from Marcus about how he shot down a beta wolf. But Gerard soon changed subject, and after talking about trivial stuff, he then questioned, "So how is training going?" Allison smiled and answered, "Still very good with the bow." Gerard, pulling out a burner phone and giving to Allison, said, "Keep this and contact me every week we have to catch up more. Don't tell your father or aunt about this." Allison got the phone, was confused. Gerard, seeing this, continues, "You know how strained our relationship is. I don't want them cut of my relationship with my granddaughter." Allison frowned but nodded, while Gerard cryptically added, "Allison, look into our family history. There are many things you don't know." Allison was confused, but Gerard did explain further. He holds out a wrapped present box. Allison opens it to find a necklace inside with a strange pendant at the end of it. It was silver pendant with depiction of wolf. Allison was excited and said, "I love it." Gerard with a fake smile replied, "It is a family heirloom. I hate to be all sentimental, but this. Well, see the symbol in the middle of the pendant? Look it up if you want to learn a little something about your family." Allison looked at her grandfather and questioned, "You're going to make me work for it?" Gerard smiled and answered, "Some mysteries are worth the effort." He watches his granddaughter bring the necklace closer to her eyes, studying the intricate wolf symbol at the center of the pendant. Gerard then giddying up from the couch said, "I am going now, don't tell you father and aunt about our meeting." Allison hesitated, but nodded. After all this was her grandfather, no one else. 62. Notice I am having ideas about MC using spells to change himself into Van Helsing werewolf and fighting Peter Hale alpha formed. I will update next. Chapter on Sunday. 63. Chapter 52. Alexander and Lydia were cruising down the boulevard in his 2011 Chevrolet Camaro SS, a vision of raw power and sleek design. The Camaro's prominent black grille, adorned with a large Chevrolet bowtie emblem at the center, led the way. Narrow, aggressive headlights with integrated LED halo rings cast a modern, piercing glare ahead, while the muscular hood, featuring a functional air scoop, hinted at the beastly performance beneath. The lower front bumper, with its wide air intake and flanking fog lights, added to the car's imposing presence. As they glided past onlookers, the bold and sculpted body lines along the sides reflected the sun, accentuating the Camaro's dynamic appearance. Its bright yellow exterior, coupled with black racing stripes running from the hood over the roof and down the trunk, created a striking contrast, enhancing the sporty and aggressive aesthetic. They pulled into the parking lot of the nearby C9 shop. The Camaro's powerful engine rumbled to a halt as Alexander turned off the ignition. He glanced at Lydia, who was sitting beside him with a content smile. "So, notebook?" he asked, raising an eyebrow. Lydia's smile widened. "Yup," she replied, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Alexander stepped out of the car, the yellow Camaro. But he felt his supernatural runes burn and light up. He knew Derek nor Scott is anywhere close to SO Alpha. Alexander removed his sleeved back, revealing the 10 rings. They are sturdy iron bands that are worn around the forearms. The rings appear to be made of a dark, dense metal that has a slightly rough, worn texture. Each ring is thick and heavy, with intricate carvings and symbols etched into their metallic surfaces, giving them an ancient and mystical look. The engraving lit up with blue-purple energy, while an aura of blue and purple dim light running through the veins of his forearms. The store is deserted, and a phone continues to ring in the background. Lost Jackson walks further into the store. Alexander knew the situation and was looking for the clerk and yelled, "Can somebody help me find the notebook?" He glances around. No response. No one at the cash register. He continued, "Hello? Anybody working here? Anybody at all? It seems there's not a single other person in the store." Turning back to the shelves when he spots something, through the wire frame of the shelf, Alexander sees 2 shoes on the floor, toes pointed upward. He slowly steps left. Inching around the corner of the shelf, he sees the 2 shoes and now just a bit of the legs. Someone is lying on the floor on the other side of the shelf, finally discovering. The clerk with throat slashed lies dead on the floor. Blood everywhere. Alexander recognized the man as perpetrator of the Hale Mansion fire case. Alexander suddenly saw the alpha move blur, wires snapping with it as a spark flies from the light fixture. With an electric crackling, all of the lights flicker and die, plunging the store into darkness. Alexander spots the alpha in his bestial wolf. It is much more monstrous than most, as his eye sockets become hollow and darkened, and his skin becomes gray with his red glowing eyes glaring at him. The alpha lunged at him. He summoned the power of the 10 rings, each one glowing with an intense, otherworldly blue energy. With a swift motion, he shot the 2 rings as energy projectiles. Each ring traveled with incredible speed like missiles, leaving behind a dazzling trail of blue, purple, and transparent energy that cut through the darkness like comets or shooting stars. The ring struck the alpha square in the chest, the impact creating a resounding boom that echoed across the room. Upon impact, the rings release a concussive shockwave, sending ripples through the air and ground. The force is like a burst of blue energy, and the alpha was sent flying back like ragdoll and crashing into the walls. Alexander recalled the rings with a mere thought. They obeyed instantly, streaking back to him at the same incredible speed, their light trails retracing their paths back to his forearms. Without a moment's hesitation, Alexander extended 5 of his rings, forming an energy chain that snaked through the air with lethal precision. It wrapped around the neck of Alpha, tightening with a strangling grip. With a flick of his wrist, he flung the Alpha, causing it to crash into the stands. Alpha growled in pain. He knew this was it and rushed out. The store's plate glass window explodes. Fragments shower the lot as a black shape hurtles past Alexander's car. Lydia spins around with the camera phone still clutched in her hand, her wide eyes staring off through the window. Lumbering, the car door clicks open and Lydia recognized and shakily steps out and yelled out, "Alex!" Inside the store, Alexander replied, "I am okay, but call the police." Lydia knew someone died and immediately dialed the police while she steps past DVD cases strewn across the floor. She saw the man with his throat slashed, while Sheriff Noah Stalinsky drives as Stiles searches through fast food bags and questions Stiles. "Did they forget my curly fries?" Stiles frowned and replied, "You're not supposed to eat fries, especially the curly ones." Noah with slight playful tone said, "I am carrying a lethal weapon. If I want the curly fries, I will have the curly fries." Stiles rolled his eyes and said, "If you think getting rid of contractions in your sentences makes your argument any more legitimate, you are wrong." Before Stalinsky can respond, the radio buzzes to life. "Unit 1, do you copy?" Father and son reach for the CB at the same instant, hands knocking into each other. Stalinsky throws a look. Stiles gave small smile and said, "Force of habit." Noah Stalinsky sighed and replied into radio, "Unit 1, copy." Dispatch voice through the radio, "Got a report of a possible 187. Stiles looks up while stuffing a handful of his father's fries into his mouth. "He knows exactly what a 187 is," Stiles muttered. "A murder?" Lights flashing, Stalinsky's car roars into the lot, pulling up next to 2 other deputy sheriff cruisers. Noah Stalinsky turns to his son. "Stay here." He hurries out to confer with his deputies. Stiles sits impatiently while taking in the store's shattered window, the knocked-over shelves and Lydia and Alexander being let out. Stiles muttered, "No way." Noah Stalinsky turns from a crowd of bystanders to his deputies. "Get this place locked off." Alexander saw Stiles and gestured him to meet up later. Stiles nodded. Noah talked with Alexander, who explained half-truth about the situation and told him about the beast. Noah was suspicious until the deputies told him the street camera did get a video of giant beast in blur. Noah was surprised and muttered, "I will talk with you more in your home." Alexander nodded and replied, "I will." While Alexander spotted Scott and Derek on the roof. Derek gave Alexander a nod, while Scott was looking at dead body of the video shop employee being lifted and entered into the ambulance. Scott peers over the ledge. Turning back, he slumps down as Derek comes forward. "Starting to get it?" Scott frowned and replied, "I get that he's killing people with some connections to Hail Fire. But this isn't standard practice, right? We don't just go out in the middle of the night murdering everyone, do we?" Derek shook his head and replied, "No. We're predators, but we don't have to be." Scott nodded. Derek spoke up, "We have to meet with Alexander to get more details." 64. Chapter 53. Scott followed Derek into the dark recesses of the Hale home, the shadows dancing ominously around them. The air was thick with the scent of decay and the eerie silence was only broken by their footsteps. "You know, I have a life too," Scott groaned, his voice echoing through the cavernous space. Derek didn't break stride. "No, you don't." Scott's annoyance was palpable. "Yes, I do. I don't care what you say about him making me his pet." Derek stopped abruptly and turned, his intense gaze piercing through Scott. "Part of his pack." Scott frowned, frustration evident in his voice. "Whatever. I have homework. I have to be at a parent/teacher conference tomorrow because I'm failing chemistry." Derek rolled his eyes, barely concealing his exasperation. "You want to do homework? Or do you want to not die? You have less than a week until the full moon. You don't kill with him? He kills you." Scott threw his hands up in frustration. "Seriously, who made up these rules?" Derek sighed, his patience wearing thin. "It's a rite of passage into his pack." Scott's voice grew more defiant. "You know what else is a rite of passage? Graduating high school. And you don't have to kill anyone to do it." A new voice cut through the tension, sharp and authoritative. "Are you an idiot? The beast will kill not only you but people close to you. Also, from what I understand, there's your mother and Allison, who is an Argent. It was Alexander, stepping into the dim light of the Hale mansion. Scott grimaced, the gravity of the situation sinking in. This werewolf was a murderer, and there was no guarantee his mother or Allison would be spared. "How come you can't find him?" Scott questioned, desperation creeping into his voice. Alexander's expression was grave. "He is very careful, so tracking him is harder than usual." He paused, a flicker of insight crossing his face. ANF thought. "But I have an idea who this might be. I'm 60% sure it's Peter Hale." Derek added, "Also, his human scent could be entirely different. It has to be you. You have a connection with him, a link you can't understand." Derek's voice grew more intense. "If I can teach you to control your abilities, you can find him." Scott nodded, determination hardening his features. "If I help find him, can you stop him?" Derek's reply was resolute. "Not alone. We're stronger in numbers. A pack makes the individual more powerful." Derek knew Alexander could defeat the werewolf alone, but he talked with Alexander about his plans. So they need Scott here to find the Alpha, so they need to make him believe he is the integral part of the plan for now. Scott's uncertainty was clear. "How am I supposed to help when I don't have a clue what I'm doing?" Derek's voice was calm but firm. "I'm going to teach you. Remember what happened that first night you were shot in the arm? Right after you were hit?" Scott nodded, the memory vivid in his mind. "I changed back." Derek pressed on. "And when you were hit by his car? The same thing, right? What's the common denominator?" Scott shook his head, confused. Derek grabbed his hand, closing his fist over Scott's. The sound of bones breaking sent Scott screaming and crumbling to his knees. "What the hell's your problem?" Scott yelled, pain radiating through his body. Derek's voice was steady. "It'll heal." Scott glared at him. "It still hurt." Derek's eyes were intense, unwavering. "And that's what keeps you human. Pain." Scott opened his hand, fingers straightening out with the sound of bones snapping back into place. Derek's tone softened, a hint of respect in his voice. "Maybe you will survive." Alexander sighed and with slight annoyance said, "Kid, this is kill or be killed world. If you do things, any around you will die." Scott grimaced and nodded. Lost the intense conversation with Scott ended, Alexander followed Derek upstairs to a secluded room in the Hale mansion. Derek sighed, rubbing his temples. Scott doesn't understand the big picture. He's too focused on the immediate threats, not the long-term consequences. Alexander nodded, his expression serious. He's young and inexperienced. But he has potential. With proper guidance, he can be an asset. Derek's eyes darkened as he glanced out the window, the moonlight casting a pale glow on his face. It's not just Scott. Laura is still in a coma. 65. Chapter 54. Styles and his father arrived in his weathered Jeep, the engine's rumble announcing his presence. The vehicle came to a halt, dust settling around it like an ethereal fog. Noah Stalinsky questioned, "Why did he want to bring you with me?" Styles shrugged and answered, "Don't know." Styles and his father Noah stepped out, boots crunching on the gravel driveway, eyes scanning the sprawling mansion before them. The massive wooden doors creaked open, revealing Alexander and Isabel waiting with an air of composed urgency. "Glad you made it," Alexander said, his voice steady but hinting at the gravity of the situation. "Come on, we have to talk before Scott gets here," Isabel added, her eyes darting to the darkening sky. They led Styles and his father inside, the heavy doors closing behind them with a resonant thud. The interior of the mansion was a labyrinth of opulent corridors and grand rooms, but their destination was clear. They guided him to the study, a room lined with towering bookshelves and bathed in the soft glow of a chandelier. Alexander paused by one of the bookshelves, glancing back at Styles and Noah with a knowing look. "This is it." Styles watched, heart pounding, as Alexander's hand reached for an unassuming book. The spine read Angels, a Historical Perspective. With a firm pull, the bookshelf shuddered, then silently slid aside, revealing a dimly lit passageway. Styles' breath caught in his throat. "No way." Noah was in daze and questioned, "What is all this?" Alexander placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "What you guys are about here are things only you should. Not even Scott should find out this." Styles and Noah was hesitant but nodded. Together they stepped into the passage, the air growing cooler and the walls closing in around them. The door slid shut behind them, leaving the study and the world as Styles knew it, far behind. As they ventured deeper, the sense of anticipation and dread coiled tighter in Styles' chest, and Noah Stalinsky was wary. They soon entered the library. As high as the walls rose, so it seemed did the rows of books that encircled a winding staircase in the middle of the large chamber. They lined what felt like every inch of the curving stone wall. Shelf after shelf, tome upon tome, boxes innumerable filled with scrolls, every last one of them, Isabel knew, rare and precious and most likely unique. There were so many of them that ladders had been erected connecting to a reading terrace above them, which was also filled with books. And as if books in shelves or on a terrace were not sufficiently excessive, there were stacks of books as tall as Styles himself scattered about the floor. The knowledge that lay within them could never be absorbed by a single person in his or her lifetime. Styles, looking at everything, muttered, "Amazing." Noah, looking around in daze, questioned, "Now can you tell me what that giant beast was?" Alexander nodded, taking a book from one of shelves and opened it, showing a picture of werewolf. Noah narrowed his eyes and questioned, "Werewolves, you are no joking, right?" Isabel smiled and answered, "Ask you, son?" Noah, hearing this, looked at Styles, who nodded and replied, "Yes, they are real, and Scott got bit by one." Noah was in disbelief at first, but slowly recounted Scott's behavior and the events happened in Beacon Hills. He was now worried about Styles being close to a werewolf. Questioned, "So this he is killing these people?" Styles shook his head and answered, "No, Scott is a new werewolf and doesn't have any idea about who is killing. The one killing these people is older and alpha." Noah was still worried about Styles' connection to Scott and questioned Alexander with wary tone, "What are you?" Then, with a sudden, graceful motion, Alexander unfurled his wings. They emerged from his back in a cascade of blinding white feathers, glowing with a divine light. The wings were enormous, their span stretching wide and their edges gleaming like blades. Styles' breath hitched in his throat, same with Noah. The sheer power and majesty of the wings left them awestruck. Each feather seemed to shimmer with an ethereal brilliance. Styles stood, still reeling from the sight of Alexander's angelic wings, when Noah's voice broke the silence. "Angels," he muttered in disbelief. Isabel stepped forward, her voice clear and firm. "Technically, he is Nephilim, with the purest of angel blood flowing through him." Isabel have brief description of Shadowhunters and their history. Both Styles and Noah were shocked finding out Alexander was an immortal with age of 2,000 years old. She glanced at Styles and Noah, her eyes serious. "There are many of us out there. We are Shadowhunters. Archangel Raziel created our race and tasked us with protecting our world from demonic forces. We are the Shadowhunters, warriors hidden in plain sight." Styles blinked, shaking off his daze. "So you guys have been fighting demons all this time?" Alexander, retracting his wings, nodded. "Yes. The so-called werewolf you've seen is just a small taste of what's out there. There are much bigger threats lurking in the shadows." Noah, trying to process everything, asked, "Why tell us all this?" Alexander's gaze was steady. "I wanted to recruit your son as a Shadowhunter. I believe he has great potential and could be a valuable ally in our fight." Noah's face was a mix of shock and uncertainty, but Styles' eyes gleamed with a spark of excitement. "You can turn humans into Nephilim?" he asked, his voice tinged with hope and curiosity. Isabel nodded. "Yes, and with the right training, you can become an amazing Shadowhunter. It's not an easy path, but it's one of honor and duty." Styles looked at his father, his mind racing with the possibilities. "Dad, this could be my chance to really make a difference." Noah took a deep breath, his eyes flicking between Alexander, Isabel, and his son. Noah saw the determination in Styles' eyes and understood the weight of the opportunity before them. This was God's gift. With a heavy sigh, he said, "I will talk with my son more about this." Styles felt a surge of excitement. He knew his father was halfway to agreeing. Ever since his friend Scott had turned into a werewolf, Styles had felt helpless as a mere human. Alexander, seeming to read Styles' thoughts, stepped closer. "Styles, don't tell Scott about any of this yet. He's not ready to accept his identity as a werewolf. For now, it's better that he remains unaware." Styles hesitated, the urge to share everything with his best friend tugging at him. But he also understood the gravity of the situation. "Okay," he agreed quietly. "I won't say anything." Alexander nodded, satisfied. "Good. This is a big responsibility, and secrecy is essential until the time is right." Styles glanced at his father, then back at Alexander and Isabel. The path ahead was uncertain and daunting, but for the first time in a long while, he felt a sense of purpose. 66. Chapter 55. As the door closed behind Styles and his father, a heavy silence settled over the room. Isabel broke it, her voice slicing through the tension like a knife. Mom called. They've traced and found Jocelyn Fairchild, her child Clary, and Lucian Greymark. Alexander sighed, the weight of the revelation pressing down on his shoulders. Let me guess, they're in New York now. Isabel, unsurprised by Alexander's intuition, nodded. They're in Brooklyn, hiding in plain sight. Jocelyn's taken the name Frey and Lucian's going by Garraway and is working as a detective. He seems to have her connection Tunpack nearby. Alexander's brow furrowed as he processed the information. Do they keep in contact with the supernatural world? Shaking her head, Isabel replied, no. The pack is isolated and Jocelyn seems paranoid, keeping very low contact with anything supernatural. Her only contact was with a warlocks named Elliot Norse and Dorothea Rollins. The later had a relationship with Magnus, while Elliot moved away years ago. They keep anything about supernatural as taboo around them. And Clary, she knows nothing about her lineage. Alexander hummed thoughtfully. Jocelyn must have removed her memories. Otherwise, Clary would be dead or insane by now. Isabel frowned, the thought troubling her. I don't understand Jocelyn's idea of keeping Clary in the dark. It makes her vulnerable, especially when something dangerous happens. Alexander agreed. Outside the Hale house, it's eerily quiet and serene, with the charred remnants of the home adding a grim backdrop. Gerard Argent steps forward, flanked by two hunters. The first, Levesque, is handsome and carries an air of unsettling calm. The second, Ulrich, is a tightly muscled young man in his 20s, looking eager to kill. Levesque questions, why did we switch from the original plan? Gerard responds, the original plan was to wait and lead him to the Alpha. But with Alexander here, we have to move fast. Ulrich interjects, and that means we're not allowed to kill him. Gerard nods, the hint of a cruel smile on his lips. He relishes the thought of torturing the beast before its demise. Inside, Derek Hale's muscular torso moves up and down as he does chin-ups from an exposed beam. He drops down to pump out push-ups and then stops. Halfway through a push-up, his muscles tensed, he slowly raises his head, sensing something. The door bursts open. Gerard enters calmly, followed by Levesque and Ulrich. The space where Derek had been working out is now empty. Levesque remarks, no one home. Gerard, emerging from the shadows, says, he's here. I kept an eye on him. Ulrich sneers, maybe he's out burying a bone in the backyard. His laughter is cut short by a withering look from Gerard. Gerard's annoyed in thought. I wanted to bring Henry, Marcus, and James, but Alexander's interference changed the plan. Instead of these idiots, he then said, we need to provoke him. He raises his voice, taunting, heard your sister is a vegetable now. Too bad, I wanted to finish her off like your mother. The hunters nod in approval, their eyes gleaming with malice. Gerard smirks, turning towards the house. Too bad I couldn't find her first. Suddenly, Derek hurtles out of the darkness with a feral growl. Ulrich draws his gun, but Derek disarms him in a flash, sending him tumbling to the floor. Gerard watches, unfazed. He's faced these creatures before, and a young one like Derek doesn't scare him. Derek, his teeth fully fanged, leaps at Levesque. A moment later, Levesque's unconscious body hits the floor, rolling to Gerard's feet. Derek then turns his fury on Gerard. Gerard calmly raises a dart gun and fires. The dart hits Derek, who crashes to the floor, his vision blurring and strength fading. Gerard slowly approaches, looking down at Derek with contempt. You and your sister should have died in that fire. Derek glares up at him, seething with hatred, even as his consciousness slips away. 67. Chapter 56. Derek lies sprawled, unconscious, a faint trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Nearby, Levesque and Ulrich groan as they stagger to their feet, each movement punctuated by winces of pain. Gerard stands a short distance away, his face twisted into a sneer. He watches the two men with cold disdain before issuing a curt command. Take the mutt to the car. Levesque nods, moving to obey, but pauses as Gerard's phone vibrates in his pocket. Gerard's eyes narrow as he reads the message. Isabel Lightwood is coming their way. A shadow crosses Gerard's face. He knows the weight of the name. Isabel Lightwood, renowned, feared, a disciple of Alexander Raziel. And without his Shadowhunter powers, he stands no quiet urgency, a warning that something is amiss. Without hesitation, she moves swiftly towards the mansion. Isabel moves with purpose, her eyes scanning the area as she enters the room. She sees Derek motionless on the floor and her heart quickens. Kneeling beside him, she checks his vitals, relief flooding through her as she confirms he's alive, merely unconscious. She activates a rune on her arm, its light illuminating her face as translucent figures begin to materialize in her vision, phantoms of the past battle. Derek, valiantly fighting against 3 shadowy opponents. Her expression hardens, recognition dawning. She's seen these figures before, their images burned into the Shadowhunters blacklist. Alexander knew today was parents-teachers conference. Chris and Victoria went to meet the teachers while Alexander noticed neither Scott nor Allison was present at the school. Alexander's fingers, calloused yet steady, extract a single cigarette from a crumpled pack. He places it between his lips with a practiced motion, the unlit end bouncing slightly as he breathes. In his other hand, he produces a brass Zippo lighter, its surface adorned with intricate, swirling engravings that catch the faint light. The St. Benedict medal is inlaid on each side, its presence both ominous and reassuring. Along one edge, the Latin phrase Fiat Iustitia, et perit mundus glimmers, the words a silent vow in the darkness. His expression is calm, eyes shadowed but focused. He flicks the lighter open with a metallic click, a small flame bursting to life, casting a warm glow over his face. The flame dances eagerly, reflecting in his eyes as he raises it to the cigarette, igniting the tip with a quiet hiss. He snaps the lighter shut, extinguishing the flame with a sharp clink, the sound echoing off the alley walls. Alexander takes a slow drag, the tip of the cigarette glowing bright in the dimness. He exhales, releasing a plume of smoke that curls upward, merging with the mist. The smoke drifts, coiling and twisting, a ghostly presence that lingers in the air before dissolving. His gaze is fixed, resolute, as the smoke veils his face for a moment, adding an enigmatic shroud to his expression. Lydia laked to his side. As Alexander questioned, "Did you see Scott or Allison?" Lydia frowned and answered, "No, I remember Allison messaging me how she was not feeling well. While I have no idea about Scott." Just then he saw Allison pulling into the school parking lot. As they park, Melissa comes out of the school, leaving Scott another voicemail. He slinks down in his seat. Chris leaves a voicemail on Allison's phone telling her that answering her phone will make the terms of her grounding much easier. Melissa approaches the Argents and lets them know that Scott isn't answering his phone either. Chris tells Melissa that Scott kidnapped his daughter, and she wants to know how they're sure it wasn't Allison's idea. They were caught by their parents for skipping class, Alexander muttered. They had to skip class especially when parents-teacher meeting was happening. Lydia couldn't help but let put a chuckle. Alexander found out Jackson was slightly cut by Derek Claw after the boy went aggressive and questioned Derek about what kind of drug he gave Scott. Derek, annoyed, pushed the boy into the lockers, causing his claw to be inserted into Jackson's arm. In the boy's locker room, Jackson checks on the claw wounds on his arm, which are still red and raw. He starts getting ready but then sees 2 glowing red eyes in the cloud of steam in the shower. He starts to panic and falls back in fear, only to discover that the dots were from a set of headphones.